Illustration of Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326. First dividend, $90 million. Daisy's activities are going very smoothly. Your autographed videotapes are very effective. Now her discussion group can organize more than 2,000 diehard fans. In the business class of a plane flying to Australia, Nina said to Wayne, who was dozing with his eyes closed. Although it was Jimmy, the agent who usually communicated with Daisy, Nina was also concerned about this aspect of work. These fans were the basic base of her boss. As long as this fan organization grew stronger, her boss's new film would be more likely to be successful. I see. Wayne nodded. Now the potential of this fan organization has not been fully exerted in his mind, and it needs time to settle. As long as 1997 is past, that IMDb will be acquired by a network giant and then become bigger. Only then will this fan organization play a huge influence. At that time, they will be able to influence not only their relatives and friends around them, but also network marketing can be on the stage in advance. Wayne even has some other ideas, considering whether to let the Black Fan organization appear in advance. The Black Fan leader under his control, plus the network water army, is afraid that the film released at the same time as his movie will be blacked out by these people. Times have gradually changed. The internet will become the biggest platform for influencing young people. Print media and television media may not have thought that they would decline so thoroughly one day. Thinking of the large amount of cash that was about to be in hand, Wayne opened his eyes, looked at the assistant and asked, "How is Colin?" Nina shrugged, and an excited expression appeared on her face. "It's going very smoothly." Warner Brothers didn't argue. The first box office share should be deposited into the studio account tomorrow. According to the contract signed at the beginning, Wayne enjoyed 20% of the global box office. The initial basic salary of $20 million had been paid in 3 installments before the filming started, after the film was completed, and after the release. The first box office share of Batman Begins involved 20%, a terrifying share. Warner Brothers took out the first North American box office of $250 million and the overseas box office of $200 million, which were all included in this share. The first time Wayne could get was as high as $90 million. This figure is among the top 3 highest directors' salaries on record, except for Spielberg's Jurassic Park. However, this number seems very high now, and outsiders may find it incredible. In theory, film companies have always played the role of vampires, and it is difficult to get them to pay this money. The only reason they are willing to pay such high remuneration is that the value created by the director for them far exceeds this number. In the mid-1990s, Wayne's share ratio was still the top in Hollywood, but after a few years, it was nothing, and many commercial film directors had received this number. 20 plus 20 is no longer a treatment exclusive to superstars. Even the number of directors or producers who get this treatment is far greater than that of film and television superstars who are scarce resources. For example, Peter Jackson, the New Zealand bearded man, became a god because of the Lord of the Rings trilogy. The next film King Kong he took on immediately received a salary of 20 plus 20, that is, a basic salary of $20 million in the early stage, plus a 20% share of the global box office. If it is the director of a sequel, this ratio may be even higher. Before Wayne and Spielberg, the only person who could get hundreds of millions of dollars through director's share was George Lucas. Let's not talk about Star Wars, which has become a cultural symbol. That series is too special. Just the movie Raiders of the Lost Ark brought him more than $170 million in profits after it was taken off the shelves. Among pure producers, relatively few can get such a profit-sharing contract. In its heyday, only Jerry Bruckheimer could stably control the film company. $90 million. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wayne smacked his lips. Although he knew the number in advance, when the money was really given to him, he still felt a little incredible. You know, this is the first box office share. After the film is taken off the shelves worldwide, there will be a large share waiting for him. When the money arrives tomorrow, you should contact Colin immediately and ask him to take necessary tax avoidance measures. With such a large amount of cash coming in, I'm afraid that the eyes vampires will target us. Tell Colin that I would rather donate more supplies to children's charity organizations than give those vampires a penny more. If there is one thing that gives Wayne the most headache, it may be the eyes. Because the income from work is a large amount of cash, the group of vampires have been eyeing celebrities like them. Ironically, in this country that started out as a tax resistance, the only two things people can't escape are death and paying taxes. Even the super rich who have many ways to avoid taxes are also a headache for the eyes. Okay. Nina nodded. I suggest that in addition to setting aside a portion to repay the bank loan, the rest should be transferred to the Greenberg Charitable Foundation first. Okay, don't touch this money for now. I need to think about it carefully. Wayne thought about it and decided not to continue investing the money in the stock market. He wanted to get involved in the Lord of the Rings. Otherwise, it would be a loss if the copyright he bought with great effort was taken away by Warner Brothers. What's more, he has never forgotten what Townsend Rothman said at the beginning. It may not be the right time now. After the CEO of 20th Century Fox is replaced, it may not be the case. In addition, the value of Marvel, which he has been hanging on to, has begun to show. If he wants to cut meat from them, he also needs a large amount of cash. Putting the money in the Greenberg Charity Fund is the best way now. It can avoid taxes in the name of charity and will not affect daily use. Now the daily expenses of the entire estate, the salaries of more than 20 security guards, gardeners, and service personnel, as well as Nina, Sergey, and even Wayne's own expenses, are all paid from the charity fund account. This is also an unspoken rule of the North American rich. For example, the 2 Rolls Royces that Sergey ordered were also paid for with the charity fund account, but the person who usually controls this account is the assistant lady. We should take Naomi with us. After talking about business, Nina said casually, leaving her alone in Los Angeles. You can see that she is very unhappy. Wayne had no room for negotiation on this issue. No, I'm going to observe Zach's filming progress and go to work. Her belly is already big, and it's inconvenient to take her with me. Naomi Watts has been deliberately controlling herself during this period, trying not to walk out of the gate of the estate to avoid being photographed by paparazzi. Every day, accompanied by the golden retriever, she either reads books and studies or watches bloody TV series. Nina, I will start preparing for the new film as soon as I get back. After thinking for a while, Wayne decided to find something for the Australian girl to do to divert her prenatal anxiety. Help me find some books about producers and let Nami read them more. It will be good for her in the future. No problem. Since this woman has his child in his heart, he is not willing to let her continue to be a star, but that is her ideal, and he has no reason to stop her. There are not many female stars who do well in career planning. In his memory, the one who does the best is Julia Roberts. From a first-line star who can get 20 plus 20, she slowly transformed into a behind-the-scenes producer. Big Mouth Julia did a great job. Even though she is older and her appearance is not there, her status in the circle is getting higher and higher, and her wealth is getting thicker and thicker. After the plane landed smoothly, Wayne and his 3 companions pushed their suitcases and walked out of the airport terminal hall and saw Luke Simmons waiting. After getting in the car, they did not go to the hotel they had booked first, but drove directly to the crew in the suburbs of Sydney. Zach's filming is going smoothly, and there is no problem communicating with Industrial Light and Magic. While driving, Luke Simmons introduced the situation of the crew. There were several times when problems occurred, and I thought Zach was going to explode, but he still suppressed his temper. It was like a different person. Thinking of Zack Snyder's face flushed because of his temper. Wayne smiled and said, "This shows that he did a good job. Losing his temper will only make the staff more nervous, and there is no other use." Raising his eyebrows, Luke Simmons nodded. He knew in his heart that Hollywood directors, big or small, basically all have bad tempers. Under the huge investment, pressure and work pressure, any work mistake may ignite a powder keg. However, Zack Snyder has been following Wayne for several years. He has not only learned how to control the crew, but also learned thoroughly how to suppress his temper and not let anger affect his work. I saw your new film press conference on the news. I'm afraid you won't stay along this time. About 2 days. Wayne opened the car window and looked at the unique scenery outside the car. So if you have any difficult things to deal with, you'd better tell me as soon as possible. I must rush back before the 15th to start the preparations for the new film. Before December, he had to complete the auditions of the main actors in half a month, and complete the location scouting in early December, and strive to start filming before the new year. This film is a pure realistic style, and basically does not involve complicated special effects production and addition. Wayne has calculated that, if the filming goes smoothly, he may finish his work earlier than Zack Snyder. Why? Is there something uncontrollable in the crew? Luke Simmons shook his head. Not yet. The actors are very cooperative with Zack's work. Except that the behind the scenes team is a little slow to run in. Not too many bad things have happened. Of course, there are indeed a lot of shitty things, especially between actresses, but those are minor problems, and there is no need to let Wayne know. Chapter 327 You must complete it before May. The car drove slowly along the way. Wayne looked at the scenery outside the window and chatted with his senior Luke Simmons from time to time. Even if he didn't say it, he could hear from the words in the conversation that Luke Simmons, the producer, was not having an easy time at work. But these were all things that had to be experienced. As the person who controlled the most power and finances of the crew, how to cooperate with the director in shooting, not to deviate from the direction of shooting and production, and not to impose too many restrictions on the director, was something that needed to be honed. Wayne. Seeing that they were about to reach the suburban studio, Luke Simmons hesitated and glanced at his face with his peripheral vision. What is your relationship with Brandon Lee? What? Hearing the other party's question, Wayne turned his head and looked at him again, saying, what happened? Did Lee perform poorly, or did he cause trouble on the set? There is no other relationship between us except work. No, Lee has always been very professional at work, especially in action scenes. That kind of fighting style is called kung fu, right? He fights very beautifully. Seeing that the studio had appeared in sight, Luke Simmons slowed down the car, and the expression on his face became more and more strange. As for causing trouble on the set, I don't think it should be counted. After all, he didn't affect others. As the car speed slowly slowed down, he observed Wayne's face from time to time, trying to make sure if he knew something. His junior brother took good care of Lee, and everyone who knew him knew this. Even if the crew didn't have a role suitable for him, they would arrange an action director for him, or put him in the stunt group. But some things that Luke Simmons accidentally discovered made him start to be suspicious. He wondered if it was because of these things that his junior brother would support Lee, the young actor, so much and always wanted to keep him around. Just tell me what happened if you have something to say. Wayne shook his head, smiled, took out a cigarette and lit one. No one cares about smoking in this damn place, right? Luke Simmons lowered the car window a little, looked back through the rearview mirror, and said, no one. You can do whatever you want. Okay, then I'll tell you directly. I accidentally discovered that Lee might like men. You know this, right? I mean, it might be the case, but I haven't confirmed it. Cough, cough. To be honest, he was really surprised to hear this gossip suddenly, and he almost spit out a puff of cigarette. Shit, take away that weird look. Of course I don't know, Luke. As long as Lee is fine at work, this kind of thing is not uncommon in the circle. I warn you, don't talk about this to other people. His private life and preferences have nothing to do with us. No problem. It was not until now that Wayne knew why his senior brother stuttered when talking about this, and the other party was suspicious of him. To be honest, there are many big men in the circle who are both men and women. Some people do things in secret, but most of them don't care about other people's eyes. Almost no one in the circle will find this strange. Although there is always a violent emotion in his heart, and he likes rougher play, no matter what, his taste is not as strong as that of both men and women. He knows why Luke Simmons thinks this way. Many people in the circle also have normal orientations at the beginning, but as their status, power, money, etc. gradually increase, normal women and normal play methods can no longer stimulate their nerves. What happened afterwards became a matter of course, so these people would try every possible way to find excitement, and thus there was alcoholism, drug abuse, leaf tobacco, contraband, and promiscuity regardless of gender. Hollywood practitioners can be said to be the most freedom-loving group of people. No matter whether it is illegal or not, or moral or immoral, as long as it is in the name of freedom, they will not dare to try anything. Parking the car outside the studio, Luke Simmons raised his wrist to check the time, and walked inside with the 3 people, saying, "It should be time for a break. Do you want to try the crew's working meal?" Wayne shrugged. "I don't care." Just after passing the security check at the gate, he found out, as soon as he came in, that the government here supports the crew a lot. Not to mention the high tax refund policy. It takes a lot of human resources to build such a perfect shooting venue in just a few months. The low-level employees hired by the crew here, as well as some temporary workers and extras, are all local Australians. Seeing him curiously looking around, Luke explained as he walked, "Zach should be in the director's office. Should we go there directly? Or should we look around?" "Let's go there directly. I have limited time." Walking into the largest studio, the staff kept greeting them along the way. Almost everyone who came from Los Angeles was familiar with his face, and from time to time, they could hear people whispering. However, they were all behind-the-scenes staff, and none of the main actors were seen. They should have returned to their trailers to rest. Ding, ding, ding. After 2 light knocks, Luke Simmons pushed the door open. In the director's office, which was not very large, Zack Snyder sat behind his desk, frowning and writing something in a notebook. The desk was piled with various documents and looked messy. "Damn, I forgot you were coming here today." Zack Snyder looked up and saw the few people coming in and reached out to pat his forehead. "You should pay attention to your personal hygiene, okay, and the work environment." Wayne was not polite and sat directly on the sofa beside him, looking at the other person's messy hair and the piles of documents in the office. "Luke, didn't the crew arrange a personal assistant for Zach? This place looks like it's been robbed. I don't need one. I don't want others to touch my things. I learned this habit from you." Zack Snyder knew that the other party was joking. He shrugged and walked over from behind the table. He sat down next to him and nodded to the assistant. "It's just that I may not have learned it so thoroughly. After all, I don't have such a capable ninja around me." Wayne smiled and waved his hand. "Let's talk about business. How is the shooting progress? How many months will the work here be finished?" "No hope before the new year. The earliest will be mid-January next year." Zack Snyder sighed. It is much more difficult to lead an entire large crew independently than he imagined. There is no Wayne here to help him to keep the pressure on. In addition to the shooting work, he also has to constantly coordinate the relationship between various departments and solve various conflicts that arise in the work. At the beginning of the filming, the running in progress was not ideal, but it has been much better recently, and the filming work has finally entered the right track. Wayne listened to the other parties report on the progress of the filming, nodding from time to time. According to the current progress, the shooting footage will not be completed until January. The special effects of this film also require a lot of time, and the post-production work may take several months. "Zach, you have to speed up the filming progress." One hand gently scratched the stubble on his chin. After listening to the other party's report, Wayne looked at him seriously and said, "You can't just consider the filming problem, you also have to leave enough time for the post-production work. Special effects production and edition have never been a time-saving job. I don't care how you communicate with industrial light and magic. The Matrix must be able to complete all the work before May and be released on time at the beginning of the summer season." He said these words in a serious tone, without any room for negotiation. He didn't care whether the other party was directing a big project for the first time. In the work of this project, he was a producer and a film company boss, and he would only put forward his own requirements in a business-like manner. Looking at Zack Snyder's thoughtful expression, Wayne knew that he was calculating the shooting time. Also, you have to give a clear completion time when the film enters post-production. Warner Brothers needs to schedule and formulate a publicity plan in advance. Don't forget, Zach, I will attend the internal preview before the film is officially released. If the film is not produced up to standard, you need to think about the consequences in advance. What could the consequences be? Everyone in the room knew that if the final film was not of good quality or deviated from Wayne's design, Zack Snyder might be replaced directly and the project would be re-edited by the company. It was his first time to officially shoot a big production, and Wayne won him the right to participate and make suggestions in the later stage because of the trust of several years of cooperation. This treatment that exceeded that of ordinary directors was also one of Zack Snyder's heavy pressures. Okay. Zack Snyder also looked serious and nodded solemnly. I will speed up the shooting. Don't worry about the work here. Seeing that the two of them had finished their conversation, Luke Simmons stood up and said, okay, do you want to go eat together? Or do you want to go back to the hotel to eat? Before he could finish, the office door was pushed open and South African Diamond walked in with a look of surprise. Hi, honey, I heard that you were coming. Why didn't you say hello to me in advance? The woman completely ignored the gazes of others and directly hugged Wayne's arm, looking at him excitedly. Okay, let's go out and take a walk. Don't worry about me when you eat. Wayne raised his eyebrows and said to a few people. He also waved to Sergey and Nina, indicating that they didn't need to follow him, and walked out of the office with Charlize Theron. Go to my trailer, it's right there. After leaving the studio, South African Diamond pointed to a Macu trailer and walked towards it holding his arm. After getting in the car, Wayne found that there was a lot of space inside. In addition to a dressing table and hangers, the rest of the space could be used for rest. However, his eyes did not stay in the car, but he could not help but look at the woman beside him. She must have had a scene in the morning, so she was still wearing a tight costume. This tight leather jacket, worn by the already tall and charming South African beauty, immediately struck Wayne's aesthetic taste. Chapter 328, Eating Meat. Sitting in the Macu chair in the trailer, Wayne looked at the woman in front of him intently. With her medium-length hair dyed black, her fair and delicate face, and the specially made tight leather jacket by Tritony, Charlize Theron's sexy figure is even more charming, and her skin is even whiter. As soon as she saw the man's burning gaze, the South African beauty knew that the other party liked this look. She rolled her eyes slightly and began to playfully pose in various ways. The filming and training during this period of time have allowed her to learn many difficult moves for her already flexible body, and these moves that violate the laws of the human body will stimulate the most violent beast in a man's heart. Honey, I remember you have similar clothes at home, right? Charlize Theron looked at him and licked her lips like a little wildcat, crawling on all fours, posing in a pose that makes people's blood boil. What do you think of my performance? Director Greenberg, I may need you to give me some guidance. I heard that you are particularly good at training actors' acting skills. However, what disappointed Charlize Theron was that, although the man's eyes revealed appreciation, he just sat on the chair without any other movements, just holding his chin with one hand and looking at her. Wayne's eyes were full of interest and never left her. You remember correctly, I do have some clothes like this at home. This style is good, but it's still missing something. By the way, pick up the prop gun and let me see it. Charlize Theron rolled her eyes. She didn't expect that she was trying hard to please him, but he was still thinking about the movie style. Getting up from the ground, she picked up her prop gun from the dressing table, recalled the movements that the action director asked her to practice, and slowly posed them one by one, as if facing the camera. At this time, if you look at it from the perspective of a normal person, not only is the big girl in a tight leather jacket particularly hot and sexy, but the action of shooting with a gun is also full of coolness. Not bad. Wayne nodded with satisfaction and habitually took out a cigarette and lit one. Throw that damn pistol aside and come to me. You want me to teach you how to act? Now you can start. Oh, honey, be gentle. We'll need this outfit for tomorrow's filming. Outside the trailer, Sergey and Nina looked at each other and both saw the message of I knew it would be like this in each other's eyes. This noise doesn't seem right, Nina. The Russian bear lowered his head and looked at the assistant lady who was only as tall as his chest, with an expression of disbelief and surprise. Then he began to observe the surroundings vigilantly and found that no one else was approaching, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Nina raised her eyebrows and stared at Sergio's face unexpectedly. For the first time, she found that this big bear-like man didn't seem to know much. Don't care about things you shouldn't care about. How the woman wants to play is her business. The boss will never force a woman to do anything. Because she lived on the second floor of the villa, and the bedroom door on the third floor was usually not closed, she had heard this strange noise more than once. This was the case when Charlize Theron came, and Cameron Diaz was also like this. What she remembered most was Holberry in the past. That woman really gave up everything to get what she wanted. On the contrary, Bella Grant and Naomi Watts have never behaved in this crazy way. Well, that Angelina Jolie didn't seem to have done it either. The strange sound coming from the car door that was not closed properly lasted for nearly an hour. In the end, even the crew members noticed the abnormality here, but they didn't dare to come over to check. These people had no doubt that, if they dared to get closer, because of their strong curiosity, not to mention what would happen in the future, the white man with eyes staring like a bear would definitely tear them apart. When the crew started shooting again in the afternoon, Wayne looked refreshed and helped the woman who changed into his own clothes get out of the car. Shit, don't tell me you two didn't go to eat and have been listening here. When he pushed the door, he found that it was not closed properly. When he came down, he saw the two people with strange eyes. Thinking back to how South African Diamond had tried so hard to please him, even if he was thick-skinned, he still felt ashamed. Don't worry, boss, we didn't hear anything. Damn it, Nina, why did you step on me? Wayne waved his hand helplessly, too lazy to bother with this big guy, and said weakly, okay, find a place to get something to eat, I'm starving. As he said that, he looked at Charlize Theron beside him, pointed at the studio, and asked, do you still have a part in the afternoon? South African Diamond shook her head, hugged his arm with a tired face. If she still had work in the afternoon, she wouldn't dare to be so crazy. No, my part was finished in the morning. Okay then. Holding the woman, Wayne walked straight to the parking lot. Nina, go call Luke out and tell Zach, by the way, we are going back to the hotel to rest first. After that, he took the lead and got in the car. Because the time he stayed was too short, Sergey didn't change his driver's license here, so if he wanted to go back to the hotel, he could only let Luke take him. Back at the hotel in downtown Sydney, Wayne didn't have the energy to tour the city. He simply ate 2 steaks, then fell asleep on the bed with the South African Diamond in his arms. When he woke up again, he saw through the gap in the curtains that it was completely dark. In the past few months, Wayne has been living like a monk. As an energetic young man, he hasn't been away from women for a long time since college. Seeing Naomi Watts' belly getting bigger day by day, he gradually became more and more cautious. He didn't want to stimulate the extremely sensitive woman because of a momentary indulgence. So there was the scene at noon. Even now, when I think about it, I feel that I played too much, and I didn't care about the feelings of the South African Diamond at all. Aha. Stretching his waist, lifting the quilt, and putting on pajamas, Wayne walked to the bathroom in his slippers, ready to wash up. There was a sound of rustling in the bathroom, and he pushed open the door and walked in directly. Hey, honey, you slept so soundly that I got up by myself. Charlize Theron, standing under the shower, saw him coming and explained with a smile. Hey. Wayne picked up the toothbrush and waved. You'd better wash quickly, then we'll go eat together. Looking at the other person's tall and fair figure, he didn't have any other thoughts at this moment. On the other person's ivory-like body, there were several protruding places, and some red marks from being beaten had not been removed, which now looked extremely dazzling. After washing up, he didn't care about Charlize Theron, pushed open the bedroom door, and walked to the living room. When he came back at noon, he didn't notice that from the living room of the presidential suite, he could see the Sydney Opera House at a glance. Mr. Greenberg, hi, Lee. As soon as he came out, he saw Brandon Lee chatting with Nina. The son of the international kung fu superstar, if you don't look closely, has a completely Western face, and he has inherited his mother's advantages. His face is more in line with the standards of Western handsome men. Brandon Lee looked enthusiastic. He obviously understood why he could get the leading actor in this movie. In fact, even if Wayne heard Luke's doubts about his sexual orientation, he didn't think much of it. He was very open-minded in this regard. After all, he had been baptized by the internet and the information explosion. How was the filming? Sitting opposite him, He took a sip of the coffee handed to him by Nina, looked at Brandon Lee and said, "This may be the best opportunity to bring Kung Fu to Hollywood. Don't mess it up. Action scenes are actually very simple, just fancy stuff." Brandon Lee looked hesitant to speak. He knew that the script was written by the other party and didn't know whether he should continue. But it's not just me who has doubts. Gary Oldman and Ms. Cheryl should also have doubts. Although I haven't asked Jane Reno, I believe that the killer has the same doubts. What? Wayne asked curiously. Okay. Raising his hands, Brandon Lee made a surrender gesture. We don't know what we are acting in. I think except for director Zach, most people don't know what they are acting in. They just follow his instructions and perform those inexplicable performances. He was quite reserved when he said this. In fact, he didn't understand the script at all. The story was written by Wayne in a mysterious way. Whether it was the Matrix or the network in it, it gave people a sense of unreliability. The helpless expression on the other person's face almost made Wayne laugh. This script seemed to have a lot of philosophical parts, and many places were mysterious, but it was not that difficult to understand. Of course, all this had to wait until the film came out, and these actors knew what they were acting in. This situation was not uncommon. Honey, Lee is right. Charlize Theron came out in pajamas and wrapped her freshly washed hair. She sat next to him and said with deep sympathy, "We don't understand this story." Wayne suppressed his smile and shook his head. "You just need to obey Zach's command. Don't think too much about other things. Nina, order some food. We won't go out." This situation doesn't happen often in Hollywood crews, but it's not uncommon. Some are because the director is afraid of spoilers and needs to keep it secret, so he only gives the actors part of the script, and some are like this situation now. But no matter which situation it is, the actors don't have to think too much, especially for commercial films, as long as they follow the director's requirements. In addition, the script that Zack Snyder gave them was incomplete, basically only the part related to himself, which is also the director's personal habit. In Wayne's memory, every Marvel movie that was once popular all over the world was like this, and many actors didn't know what they were acting in at all. Even the Iron Man series was like this. Not only did the director only give the actors part of the script, but there was also a lot of false information in it. The worst one was Spider-Man Holland. Because of his big mouth spoiler madness, Marvel didn't give him a script when filming Avengers 3. When filming started, the director directly described the plot vaguely, and then let him play himself in front of the green screen. Chapter 329 I Don't Play Finance. After a simple dinner, provided by the hotel, Wayne returned to the bedroom early, holding South African Diamond, and preparing to rest early. After getting off the plane, he rushed to the set. At noon, he had another big fight, which made him feel that he had no strength at all. "Honey, how many days are you going to stay this time?" Charlize Theron, wearing pajamas, sat in front of the matte mirror, applying lotion on her face with both hands, and suddenly turned back to look at Wayne leaning on the bed and asked. He looked up and looked at South African Diamond, thought for a while, and said, "Tomorrow at the earliest, the day after tomorrow at the latest, Los Angeles will start preparing for the new film, and I have to go back to host it." "Ah, are you leaving so soon?" The woman looked surprised, lifted the quilt, and got into his arms, adjusted her posture, and rested her head comfortably on his chest. Raising his hand and gently stroking the woman's hair, Wayne looked at her and smiled. "I came here just to check on Zach's filming progress. Since everything is going well, there is no point for me to stay here. I will go to the set tomorrow to take a look. If nothing unexpected happens, I will go directly to the airport after I'm done." As he said that, his other hand skillfully slipped into the woman's pajamas and began to move under the quilt. "Hey." Charlize Theron raised her head from his chest, gently bumped his chin, looked at his eyes without hesitation, and rolled her eyes. "Honey, isn't the madness of noon enough? I still have a heavy role to play tomorrow. Don't torture me. Okay, I'll be gentle." After a night, when Wayne opened his eyes again, he was the only one left in the bed. He reached out to touch the watch on the bedside table, took it in front of his eyes to check the time, and realized that he had slept for nearly 10 hours. He hadn't touched a woman for several months, and he had played too much and overslept. "Boss, are you awake?" The assistant knocked on the bedroom door from outside. "It's already 9 o'clock. We still have to go to the crew." Ha. Covering his mouth and yawning, Wayne lifted the quilt and put on his clothes, saying loudly, "I'll be there right away. You and Sergey pack your luggage. We'll go directly to the airport from the crew this afternoon." He walked into the bathroom, took a simple shower, took the two of them to the car, arranged by the hotel, and went straight to the studio in the suburbs. Unlike the situation when they came here yesterday, the whole crew was busy today. In the largest studio, Zack Snyder had already started filming. In the venue were Bruce Lee's action scenes. This kind of shot always looks coherent, but it is very short when filming. Sometimes a shot can't even take 2 seconds before Zack Snyder calls for a stop. Wayne didn't go over to disturb their normal work. He stood outside the crowd and leaned against the door of the studio to watch carefully. In the action scenes being filmed now, except for the shots of the male protagonist Nia, almost everyone else is a stand-in. Especially when he saw Charlize Theron's stand-in, it turned out to be a bearded man wearing a tight leather jacket. His eyes immediately froze. Thinking back to the game of leather jackets, and looking at the bearded man who was performing seriously in the venue, he decided not to play this game with South African diamonds anymore. Otherwise he would think of this stuntman every time, which would affect his mood too much, and it might even leave a psychological shadow. In fact, all Hollywood crews are like this. Action scenes are normally performed by stunt doubles. Even if the main characters are very skilled, the director will be cautious about such performances. If the main character performer is injured, the consequences will be much more serious than if a stuntman is injured, slowing down the crew's filming progress, which is equivalent to increasing the production cost invisibly. For such a large group of hundreds of people, the daily expenses are not a small number. As a low-level stuntman in the circle, there are not so many concerns. Even if an accident occurs, the crew will at most compensate some money according to the contract, and the filming work will never stop. There is no shortage of such low-level staff. In 2011, when Jet Li was filming The Expendables 2, his stuntman Liu Kang died accidentally during an explosion scene. The stuntman was only 26 years old at the time, but his family only received 160,000 RMB in compensation. Note that it is RMB. In movies like The Expendables, there are always many explosion scenes. For safety reasons, even if you want to shoot by yourself, the director and producer will not agree. Although Jet Li has few scenes, he must abide by the safety agreement. The contract signed by his stuntman and the crew is different. According to the terms written in black and white on the contract, the crew only needs to compensate this life with 166,000 RMB. A young life was passed over by the crew with this little money. In fact, this kind of thing is not uncommon. As long as it is a commercial action film crew, it is simply a delusion that there will be no problems during the shooting. Why doesn't Lee use a stuntman? Sergey stared at the action directors curiously, looking eager to try, and muttered, "Although he fought beautifully, I still feel that such a move can't withstand a punch from me." That's not necessarily true. Wayne shook his head gently, watching Brandon Lee and the others clapping and stopping. He has a great father, a man who can make New York amend the Constitution with just one TV show. He waved to Luke Simmons, and when the other party came closer, he said, "Luke, I'll leave this to you. I'll go back to Los Angeles soon. If you have anything, call me at any time. I won't disturb Zach's work." "No problem, I'll take you there." Wayne patted his arm and shook his head. "Forget it, the hotel has sent a driver, you go ahead." This time when they came to Australia, they found that everything was going well. They came in a hurry and left in a hurry. They got on the return flight before the afternoon. Wayne didn't put too much energy into the project of The Matrix. He is also a normal person. It's impossible for him to have everything. Since he doesn't have time to make this classic, it is the best choice to hand over this series to his own people. In fact, whether in the commercial field or in word of mouth, The Matrix was his choice. If this series is not filmed wrong, it is destined to be recorded in film history. Even after 10 or 20 years, there will be no shortage of fans talking about it. But people are always making choices. No one can take all the good things. Since he has chosen to compete for the Oscar next year, he certainly does not have the time and energy to make The Matrix. If he really wants to leave it to the brothers, sisters, he will definitely not be willing. Judging from Wayne's current situation, this film is useless to him. If he wants commercial results, he might as well make superheroes directly. If he wants the affirmation of the academic school, this film is definitely not as good as The Departed. The plane landed at Los Angeles International Airport. As soon as he left the terminal hall, Sergio's car had not yet arrived. Nina answered a phone call and looked at Wayne with a smile on her face. Boss, Colin brought a call. $90 million has been deposited into the Greenberg studio account. Warner Brothers is very fast. Wayne nodded, and a smile also appeared on his face. When money is earned, it is always pleasant. You transfer the money to the charity fund according to the plan, and wait for me to notify you about the rest. Colin wanted to talk to you, but I refused. Nina opened the car door and got in the car and continued. It seems that our accountant has other ideas and wants to convince you in person. Taking a bottle of water from the car refrigerator, Wayne raised his head and took a few sips and asked casually, what does he want to do? Tell him directly next time that, even if the internet market is good now, I have a use for this money. It's not the internet, it's finance. Nina knew in her heart that this was one of the fastest ways to make money, and now her boss is indeed qualified to sit at this table. If the stocks of internet companies that sell concepts are the sickles that cut ordinary people's leaks, then finance is a harvester. There is no comparison between the two. Of course, if you want to play this game, you must pay a little price to buy a ticket to the table. Otherwise the Jewish bosses on Wall Street will not contact them through Colin. When he heard about finance, Wayne's face darkened. What did Colin say? Someone wants to talk to you. These people are very interested in Warner Brothers and the film industry. Reject. Without hesitation, he immediately gave his answer. Tell Colin Howard that I don't touch things that I can't control, even if I make a lot of money. The assistant smiled, showing a look that she had known for a long time. I have already rejected him for you. Wayne nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. I'm not short of money, and I will never be short of money in the future. There is no need to participate in that kind of game. Nina, you have to remember that there are really no good people in this circle, including myself. But finance, I don't want to go to hell after I die. It is still the mid-1990s. Finance does not seem to be special to ordinary people in this era. For this industry, people's understanding is just a group of people playing with money. But in another 20 years, many people will begin to understand it slowly, and they will find that finance has become a nightmare for people all over the world. If we compare who has committed more sins in this world, and those who have committed more sins will go to hell, you will find that those who are at the bottom of hell are almost all in the financial sector without exception. Even the executioners who have killed countless people are probably not as bad as these financial people. The first step for financial institutions to manipulate society is to create social demand. They will make ordinary people short of money. They will create credit cards and various loans for you, and use all the names you call them to let ordinary people have a life that they could not enjoy before. In this way, there is only one theme left, which is to borrow money from them. Then borrowing money from them will increase the demand of ordinary people, and then the producers who meet the needs of ordinary people will also be short of money, and will also borrow money from them. Now the West is almost in this vicious circle. That is, from the beginning of the Industrial Revolution to the present, in the past 500 years, they have only done one thing, which is to expand the demand of the world by financiers, and then deprive the world of wealth. This is the main reason why in North America, 42% of families cannot afford $1 and 60% of families cannot afford $1,000. This is also the so-called class solidification. An 18-year-old North American child, whether he wants to go to school or work, has only one way, that is, to borrow money. When he takes out loans to go to school, buys a car, and buys a house, he will suddenly realize that his life is completely dependent on loans and credit cards. With the habit of overspending, he will not be able to take out a penny in his life, and his days will always be spent in constant repayment. But ordinary people don't know that the money that financial institutions lend to them for school, house, car, and credit card is all leveraged by financiers. Wall Street is the center of this game that exploits ordinary people, and the financiers are also the game rule makers that exploit ordinary people. Chapter 330. Everyone is looking forward to his failure. Wayne hurriedly went to Australia, and the next day, after returning to Los Angeles, he met with his core creative team and held a brief preparatory meeting. Compared with Batman, this film will take less time to shoot and produce because there is no anti-lock special effects adding work, no long preparation period, and no location scenes that need to be run around. After the preparatory meeting ended that day, Hector Henry packed his luggage and boarded a plane to Boston to first inspect the location and contact the crew's residents. At the same time, the audition of the main roles is about to begin. There are many people in the circle who are eyeing Wayne's project. Less than a day after the news was released, dozens of resumes were submitted to the casting director Schwartz through agents. Among the resumes sent by these big and small agents, there are many actors who have already become famous. On the contrary, there are not many unknown roles. This is related to the requirements put forward by Wayne. He has a rough candidate for the 3 main roles of this play. Unless the performance is really good and there is a reason to impress him, he will not make changes easily. The most important thing is that these 3 main roles all need certain acting skills to support them. However, in this circle, actors who have both acting skills and box office appeal are scarce resources, and there are even fewer who can meet the requirements of the roles. Even the 3 people he has in mind now have been carefully considered before they are slowly decided one by one. It is very difficult for others to impress him and ask him to change people. Similarly, if the actors he personally invited do not meet the requirements of the film in the audition, he will not hesitate to change them. On November 20th, the front of Warner Studios became lively again. Reporters and paparazzi with a keen sense of smell surrounded the gate early, waiting for the stars who would enter. The Departed as Wayne's new film naturally attracted a lot of media attention, but they knew almost nothing about the film, except the name of the film, and that it was a gangster film. They hoped to get some news about the film script from the auditioning actors. Moreover, most of these actors who participated in the audition were not unknown, and they themselves represented the topic. However, they are destined to be disappointed this time. So far, the only actor who has read the complete script is Christian Bale, and he does not need to audition for the role he needs to play. There is nothing for Wayne to examine about the acting skills of the British Batman. His efforts and dedication also make him feel particularly relieved. The information revealed by this play is that there are only 2 young male protagonists, and one has been taken in advance. All the male actors who participated in the audition held their breath. They knew that the competition had become more intense. The salary is only a symbolic $1.2 million, which is completely inconsistent with your worth. In the dressing room of the studio, Agent Chambers walked back and forth around his client with an expression of disbelief. Think carefully. If we agree to this condition, I'm afraid that there will be a crew to offer you this price in the future. It is absolutely a taboo for actors to lower their own prices in the business field, especially for actors who are on the rise. Lowering their own prices will only convey a message to the production company, that is, you are only worth this price. This is not the first or second time. Once you start, all the crews that invite you will follow suit. Chambers, this is Wayne Greenberg's project. Brad Pitt was also hesitant. These words seemed to be said to his agent, but in fact, they were also the reason for him to convince himself. And he took the initiative to invite me. This opportunity may help my career go further. Think about the British Batman. Does anyone doubt his worth now? The agent looked back at the door, leaned forward, lowered his voice and said, but this is a realistic gangster film. Who can guarantee that he will never fail? Listen, if Wayne Greenberg invites you in a DC masterpiece, you can take it with your eyes closed. It doesn't matter if there is no pay, but this is a realistic film. This kind of argument between them is not the first time. Generally speaking, Brad Pitt always ends in silence. The biggest reason he is unwilling to refute his agent is that Chambers considers everything for him and has no selfish motives. No one can never fail. He certainly knows this truth, even if that person is the synonym of success. This is the consensus in the circle. Everyone is waiting for his first failure. As long as this first time happens, no production company will deliberately avoid him in the film schedule. The essence of the matter is like this. Except for Warner Brothers, everyone is looking forward to Wayne's failure, but no company is willing to be the first to compete with his film. His goal is Oscar. Brad Pitt is very smart. He guessed the other party's goal early on. At least this is one of the goals. This is important, isn't it? Huh. Agent Chambers let out a long breath, sat on the lounge chair and spread his hands. I'm just reminding you not to be blinded by the halo of that young man. 1.2 million is too little. Whether it is worth the risk or not, you decide for yourself. This is undoubtedly a gamble. Brad Pitt should have taken advantage of the popularity of Seven to take on a commercial production with a higher pay, instead of taking the risk of participating in this unprofitable project. If you win the bet, your fame will naturally increase, and fame means your worth, and you may even be able to go to the Oscars with the film. If you lose the bet, it goes without saying that the popularity created by SE7N is completely wasted, not only wasting time, but also making no money. Brad Pitt gritted his teeth. Go to the audition first, and if we pass, we will agree to Warner Brothers terms. Next to him, there were also two actors who came to audition for the male lead, but they were together. There were only the two of them in the dressing room, and no agent was with them. Matt, I just saw Brad Pitt. Ben Affleck looked gloomy, feeling that their hope for this audition was infinitely close to zero. Come on, Ben, don't be like this. Matt Damon reached out and patted his brother on the shoulder. No one knows what the result will be until the audition is over. Ben Affleck nodded slightly and smiled bitterly. This was the second time that the two of them came together to audition for Wayne's new film. Last time, he clearly felt that he had a chance and could see the director's appreciation of his brilliance, but he inexplicably lost to the British man. The reason why he came again this time was purely because he was pulled by his friends. He originally thought that he had a glimmer of hope based on the good impression he left on the director last time, but the moment he saw Brad Pitt, he knew that it would be difficult to compete for this role. The opponent had just starred in Seven Deadly Sins and was now at the peak of his popularity. This was not a male vase. In addition to being handsome, he also had acting skills and box office appeal that the two of them could not compare to. It's about to start. Let's get ready. Matt Damon heard the footsteps outside the dressing room and reminded his good brother with a smile. If we are not selected this time, the worst that can happen is that we continue to finish writing Good Will Hunting and go to attract investment ourselves. Knock knock. As he was talking, there were two knocks on the door and the agent's voice came in. Matt, get ready, you may be the first one. No problem. Matt Damon shouted at the door. At this time, in the conference room transformed into an audition room, Wayne sat alone behind Schwartz, watching his two assistants install a camera while flipping through the screened resumes. There were a few familiar faces among them, and those who looked familiar to him were probably celebrities who would make a name for themselves in the future. He recognized one of the ID photos at a glance, Frank Grillo, the father Frank in Wolf Warrior 2. There are many such examples. Almost every time he participated in an audition, he could see some familiar faces more or less. Jennifer Connelly, interesting. This woman has no shortage of roles to play, right? Wayne looked at Schwartz and reached out to point at the resume he had just pulled out. The work experience on it was brilliant, such as The Greatest Show in the World, released the year before last. The casting director shrugged and said without hesitation, someone found Bruce Resembling, and then he called me. If you don't like it, I will inform her agent tonight and cancel her audition tomorrow. It doesn't matter, keep it. Wayne leaned back in the chair and folded his hands on his chest. He thought carefully. It seemed that Jennifer Connelly, who was in her early 20s, was so beautiful that she could bubble. I have no problem here. Schwartz saw the assistant nodded to him, raised his wrist to check the time, turned around and said to him, let's start. Okay. Not long after, the door of the audition room was knocked, and Matt Damon walked in first. The layout of this audition room is no different from other crews, but he still noticed something strange. There was only Wayne behind the casting director, but there was no position for the producer. Mr. Damon, no need to introduce yourself, I remember you. Before the casting director spoke, Wayne spoke first. Here's a scene, I need you to act it out. Schwartz, you play with him. This is an interesting start. It's like the real person meets the fake. He took out a piece of printed paper that he had prepared long ago and raised his hand to hand it to the other party. "It's ready. You can start anytime." The moment Matt Damon saw the script, he was shocked. On the short half page of printed paper, almost every line was full of swear words. Just based on this line, this movie will also be an R-rated movie. It's hard for a movie full of swear words to be not 18+. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 FXXK, You Have Nothing to Do Here. Sitting in the audition room, Wayne focused on the actor in front of the camera. Matt Damon was still a little immature at this time, but this face of his has always been popular with the audience. When he saw through the camera that the other party was ready and officially started the performance, he did not speak to direct him, wanting to see if the other party could give him a surprise. Schwartz knew his mission and twisted the other party's arm as soon as he came up, without any mercy. "What is this? Do you want to arrest the police?" "Shoot." Matt Damon turned around with a nervous expression and kept saying the lines. "Only one of us is a policeman. Bill, do you know? Bill, no one knows you are." Shut the FXXK up. Schwartz's performance was not professional at all. He pushed the other party and shouted the lines loudly. He did a good job. "I'm a Massachusetts police officer. What the hell are you? FXXKU." Furious shouts kept coming out of Matt Damon's mouth. F***K. I deleted all your police files. You deleted my files. Huh. The casting director recited his lines according to the scene. "Yeah, kill the police. See what happens." It can be seen that Matt Damon was a little confused about the role he was going to play, even though he was trying hard to perform. Just a few minutes after receiving the script, and his acting was not as natural as later. Before the other party continued to perform, Wayne ended his bad taste in advance. Ding, ding raised his hand and knocked on the table twice, indicating that they didn't need to continue, and this performance could end. Schwartz shrugged and looked at Matt Damon with regret. Just now, he could feel that this young actor was trying very hard to integrate emotions, but the time given to him was too short, and although he could see that he had some acting talent, his acting skills were quite immature. This kind of actor with acting talent and who can get into the emotions of the role can generally mature quickly after 2 plays. To put it bluntly, he is too young and lacks acting experience. This kind of experience refers to the main role, which cannot be escaped by the supporting role. Is there anything else you want to see? Schwartz sat back in the camera, handed the prop gun in his hand to the assistant, and whispered to Wayne, while watching the actor posing in different postures under the assistant's command. Shaking his head slightly, Wayne drew a big cross on Matt Damon's resume with a pen. "Let's send it. I don't have time to accompany him to hone his acting skills. Okay, let's stop here." The casting director stopped the audition with a routine smile on his face and said, "Mr. Damon, the crew will notify your agent of the audition results within 3 days at the latest. Now you can go back. Thank you very much for coming to this audition. It's over." Hearing these words and looking at Wayne, who was looking down at the information, Matt Damon guessed that he had no chance. He knew that his performance just now was not very satisfactory. He had tried his best, but facing the script and characters that he knew nothing about, it was really confusing, and he couldn't guess what effect the director wanted. It was not until he walked out of the audition room that he suddenly remembered that, because of his momentary frustration, he ran out without even saying hello to the people inside. How was the result? As soon as he walked out of the door, Ben Affleck put his arm around his shoulders and pulled him to the dressing room. "Do you think you have a good chance of being selected? Speak." "Probably no hope." Matt Damon shook his head, his tone revealing helplessness and frustration. "Except for letting me perform a short inexplicable scene, they didn't give me any other performance opportunities." Thinking of the short scene he just performed, he immediately stood still, tilted his head close to his friend's ear, and whispered what he saw and understood to the other party. Since he had no hope, if Ben could be selected, he thought the result would not be too bad. The short plot they gave me only has 2 main roles, and this audition should be to choose one of them. Hey. As he was talking, Ben Affleck suddenly reached out and patted him on the back, shook his head in his puzzled eyes, and motioned him to look ahead. At this time, Brad Pitt and his agent happened to pass by. The 4 people looked at each other, and the meaning revealed in their eyes was exactly the same, all full of vigilance. Several people knew that they were the main competitors, and there would only be one winner in this audition. When the second audition began, unlike just now, Wayne put away his bad taste and concentrated on observing Brad Pitt through the camera. Unlike the big star in his memory, Brad Pitt did not have long hair at this time. On his slightly younger face, the smell of hormones came to his face. This kind of tough guy with a ruffian temperament was very unique. The other party's special temperament and appearance should be particularly attractive to women. Otherwise women such as Gwyneth Paltrow, Jennifer Aniston and Angelina Jolie would not have thrown themselves into his arms one after another. Almost every woman who was with him would provide him with countless topics and discussions, especially Jennifer Aniston, who helped his career a lot. On the other hand, it is probably reasonable to say that this guy's early career has always relied on women. Brad Pitt, who was in front of the camera, simply greeted him and then, following Schwartz's instructions, kept posing in various poses. A few minutes later, the casting director looked at Wayne. He and several assistants in the room understood that this role was entirely determined by the other party's feelings, and no one knew what effect he wanted the actor to show for the time being. Wayne looked at the prop master. Give him a prop gun, a pistol. Picking up the prop gun that Schwartz had just used, the prop master immediately handed it to Brad Pitt. Holding the pistol, Brad Pitt looked at Wayne, who was sitting at the back. He was not a novice actor. This was Hollywood, and he knew very well who could make the decision. The other party was the leader of the entire project. This is a short scene. You should familiarize yourself with it. You can start anytime you are ready. Wayne asked the casting assistant to give him the printed paper. Looking at the handsome superstar, he continued, I need you to show anger and other emotions. You can perform according to the scene. Brad, your identity is the undercover agent Bill Schwartz. You will help him. Brad Pitt nodded cautiously. No problem. I will get ready. He did not get any inside information about this audition, but from his last play, he guessed that the role the other party wanted him to play was probably of this type. What do you want to do? Arrest a policeman? Shoot. After Brad Pitt indicated that he was ready, Schwartz began to read the lines step by step. Shut the FXXK up. A suppressor interrupted Schwartz. The actor in the scene tilted his head slightly, looking very angry, as if he was really pointing a gun at someone. The two continued their conversation. Facing Schwartz's amateurish performance of lines, Brad Pitt was much more professional. Even when performing to the air, he was trying to bring in the character's emotions. The actor's eyes were very well used. At the beginning of the performance, he expressed his emotions very well through his eyes. With his good appearance, he showed a special temperament at this moment. Speaking of intangible things like temperament, in the film, in addition to the actor's own image capital, it actually depends more on the operation of the makeup artist and the matching of clothes. However, sometimes, actors can accurately convey the temperament that the director wants through their own expressiveness. Such actors are usually closer to the role. Of course, the talent for acting is also indispensable. In the early days of his career, Brad Pitt, who mainly shot art films, fully met the requirements in this regard. Wayne also observed a very important point. Although the other party's acting skills were not particularly mature, he was able to get his above average score, and it was not a problem to play this role. The short performance full of swear words ended quickly. Wayne flipped through the resume and information on the table and said, Mr. Pitt, have you received combat and gun training? After stuffing the prop gun back to the prop master, Brad Pitt smiled and said, yes, I received systematic training before filming 7 Deadly Sins, and later I got used to this way of fitness. Can you show me some simple combat moves? Wayne asked directly. Without any hesitation, Brad Pitt threw 2 punches forward and performed 2 kicks. Regardless of the actual power, just looking at the movements, He does have a combat foundation, and this level is enough for filming movies. Very good. Wayne nodded with satisfaction. Although these things are just icing on the cake, having some foundation can reduce a lot of trouble during filming and save training time in this area. He put Brad Pitt's resume aside, looked at Schwartz and said, "That's it." After the audition, Brad Pitt smiled as soon as he walked out the door. He knew that his performance met the director's requirements and the probability of getting the role was very high. On the way back to the dressing room, he happened to run into Ben Affleck, who was walking towards him. They looked at each other, nodded silently, and then passed each other. If nothing unexpected happens, the other party should have little hope of getting this role. Brad Pitt can be sure of this, provided that there is no accident. It is common in the industry for young actors to have special performances in auditions and impress directors or producers to change their minds. When Ben Affleck walked into the audition room, he greeted politely and began his performance under the command of Schwartz. Just like the two actors before him, even if Wayne had made up his mind, he gave the other party a few minutes to perform and patiently watched his audition. "That's it, Mr. Affleck. The crew will notify your agent of the audition results within 3 days at the latest. Thank you for coming to this audition." The casting director's routine words rang for the third time. "Okay, thank you." Ben Affleck responded, opened the door, and walked out of the audition room, shook his head at his friends waiting at the door, and walked out of the studio in silence. "It seems that we have to go back and continue writing Good Will Hunting." Matt Damon smiled bitterly, discussed with his friends, and left Warner Studios disappointed again. At this time in the audition room, Schwartz raised his hand to check the time and said to Wayne, who was smoking and flipping through the materials, "Are you still going? Forget it. Continue in the afternoon. Everyone take a rest." Wayne rubbed his temples, stood up, opened his hands and stretched. "Let's go out for something to eat together?" Schwartz shook his head. "I'm going to sleep for a while. The annoying phone calls during this period have exhausted me." Wayne shrugged, turned around, opened the door, and walked towards his office. He knew why the casting director was tired. Since the audition work began, the other party not only had to screen the actor's information, but also had to deal with various relationships. There were many actors eyeing this project. Back in the office, he called Nina and Sergey, and the three of them walked out of the big studio and prepared to go out to find something to eat. "Big guy, go find a tram quickly, I'm starving." The assistant had been hiding in the office for the whole morning and had been checking Wayne's financial problems during this period. Usually, after the accountant Colin had handled these things, Nina would check them again carefully. This girl with an ordinary appearance and a shrewd heart knew that compared to the nominal accountant Colin Howard, her boss obviously trusted her personal assistant more, especially in terms of money. So every time there was a financial transfer, Nina would check it carefully. Even the monthly loan repayment to the bank, she had to know what was going on to prevent any problems that no one wanted to see. The practitioners in this circle get money too easily, all in large sums of cash. In addition, most people have a low level of education and have no correct financial management concept. Therefore, you can often hear gossip about which big star or director was cheated by the accountant. "Boss, look over there." While waiting for Sergey to drive the tram, Nina accidentally looked at a studio not far away and suddenly saw a familiar figure. She immediately patted Wayne lightly and pointed to the studio on the left. "It looks like Hallberry. Should we go over and take a look?" Nina was going to pretend that she didn't see it. Now Naomi Watts is pregnant and she doesn't want any problems to occur. But the black pearl over there is obviously arguing with someone. A man with a big belly just pushed and tore the black beauty. Obviously, she can't pretend not to see this situation. "Let's go check it out." Shit. Wayne would never bother with a woman who didn't contact him. To put it bluntly, it was just a deal between them. He forgave her for what she did and gave her a chance to act again. She used her spirit and body to bring him some special enjoyment. This situation was very common. Since the deal was over, the woman didn't want to be involved with him anymore, and he wouldn't be so tasteless as to provoke her. He didn't lack women, did he? They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Wayne hadn't paid attention to her later discoveries. He didn't expect to meet here. What kind of film is this studio preparing? He turned around and asked the assistant lady as he walked. Warner Brothers Studios is rented by many crews every day to prepare for the filming of various movies. He didn't care, even if they were neighbors. I don't know. Nina quickly followed Wayne and shook her head. The two approached the small door of the studio and clearly heard Hallberry's impatient voice. Mr. Baird, let me go, or I might choose to call the police. No, 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 you won't do that. The man's voice revealed pride. He was sure that this pretty black pearl would not call the police. Otherwise, how could she survive in the circle in the future? Listen, Harry, isn't the purpose of your audition here to be the heroine of Highest Danger? I can assure you that this role will be yours, and she will be yours with just a little effort. Hallberry obviously hesitated, but looking at the other party's bulging belly, he still couldn't convince himself. I need time to think about it. Let me go, Mr. Baird. Hey, Harry, do you need help? When he heard about the movie role, Wayne wanted to turn around and leave. He didn't intend to participate in this kind of shitty thing. But since Hallberry refused the other party and the other party was still pulling her bag to prevent her from leaving, he shook his head and walked past the two of them with Nina. FXXK, you have nothing to do here. FXXK off. The middle-aged man opened his mouth and sprayed a bunch of swear words before he saw who was coming. Today is just one chapter. Chapter 332. This will ruin your career. Black Pearl Hallberry has made many audiences remember this not so black beauty since she participated in Joker. Her figure and appearance when she was young do meet the aesthetic tastes of most audiences. The important thing is that she is not that black, and her whole body is a light chocolate color, which makes it relatively easy for mainstream audiences to accept her. With the influence gained from participating in Joker and the commitment of Warner Brothers, Hallberry successfully joined the project Stonewall. Although she is a supporting actress, she is one of the main actors. Stonewall, a remake of Warner Brothers' 1960 animated series The Flintstones, unexpectedly achieved a box office of $135 million in North America, and the global box office also lived up to expectations and received $341 million. After participating in two successful box office hits in a row, Hallberry, as a supporting actress, not only gained a high starting point in her career, but also was nominated for the Best Supporting Actress in the 21st Saturn Awards with Stonewall. It seemed like a good start for her career that people would envy, but then it took a turn for the worse. Not only did she fail to star in a big production, but the two films she took on, King Solomon and The War Between the Birth and the Adoptive Mother, were both flops. This was partly due to her agent. You know, not every agent is Pat Kingsley, who can accurately make the best job choices for their clients. After two consecutive flops, none of which entered the theaters, and were not even qualified to be flops, she also completely ruined the good start accumulated by Joker and the Stone Age. After several months of no one paying attention, her agent finally got her another job, this project called The Highest Danger. Not only was the project invested by Warner Brothers, but the director of the film actually called her agent by name and invited her to audition for the leading actress. It can be said that everything went incredibly smoothly before entering the studio. But what happened after entering the audition room was completely beyond her expectations. The director of the film, Stuart Baird, who was conducting the audition, looked at her with a look of possession and indescribable things. When she pretended not to see the other party's hint, gritted her teeth, and insisted on finishing the audition, and walked out of the audition room, the agent almost told Hallberry to agree to the director's little request. This British director is very obsessed with you. We must seize this opportunity. Thinking of the sharp roar of the agent, she felt nauseous. She completely believed in her, but she didn't expect that she would use this method to help her seek a role. Hallberry didn't give any reply to the agent. She was irritable and was about to leave the studio through the side door, but she ran into Stuart Baird, who chased her. When the other party tempted and forced her, she clearly expressed her unwillingness. What made her feel chilled was that the agent had been watching this side, watching this disgusting middle-aged man with a big belly tearing and pushing with her, just watching, without any intention of helping her out. From the words and eyes of the British director, she could find that he was obsessed with her. No matter what the reason was, she felt sick to the eyes that seemed to see through her clothes. She felt like a snake crawling on her body wherever she looked. What happened? Harry. When Wayne's voice sounded for the second time, Hallberry felt like she was dreaming, just like the dreamlike feeling of walking into Greenberg Manor for the first time and standing on the third floor of the luxurious castle for the first time. It came back clearly. Shut the FXXK up. Hearing the strange middle-aged man swearing at him, Wayne's face suddenly became very ugly. He stretched out a finger and pointed at the other party. He turned his head again and looked at Black Pearl. What happened? Do you need me to take you out? The British director was stunned for a while by the young man's low roar and the insulting finger pointing at him. Hallberry seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. Without even looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, he ran to Wayne's side in a few steps and hugged his arm skillfully, just like a few years ago. Please. Take me out, thank you. Black Pearl looked up and stared at him, her eyes full of relief and complex emotions. Okay, let's go. Shaking his head, Wayne glanced at the middle-aged man again and turned around with the two women to go back. Perhaps with the unconscious improvement of his status and power, his state of mind has also changed, and he is unwilling to waste words with such an unknown little person. This matter has nothing to do with him. If it weren't for this woman who had been so desperate to please him, he would not bother to pay attention to such a thing. In this studio, this kind of thing happens every day, which is relatively good. It is not uncommon for directors or producers to use force, especially for those young actors who have not yet become famous. FXXKU. Did I tell you to leave? Stuart Baird, who was stunned for a moment, saw that the duck that was about to be caught flew away and reacted instantly. He caught up with the three people who were about to leave in a few steps and pointed at Hallberry. You need to think about what you are doing, BXXXH. I guarantee that you will not be able to bear the consequences. Who do you think you are? Now, except for me, no one will remember who you are. No, no, no. Damn, why is he here? Ever since Wayne appeared, Hallberry's agent Julian was suddenly shocked. Then, seeing him wearing the Black Pearl, she breathed a sigh of relief while hiding in the studio. But the British director chased after him recklessly. Even if she was more than 10 meters away, she could hear the dirty words he spewed out of his mouth, which made Julian feel confused for a moment. However, she reacted quickly. Even if she was wearing high heels, she ran very fast and rushed to the side of several people in a few seconds. Mr. Greenberg, I'm sorry, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. I swear, this has nothing to do with me. I'm sorry, I swear. Julian spoke incoherently. She didn't care about Stuart Baird, who was surprised next to her. At this moment, she just wanted to get herself out of it. It was understandable that the director, who had just come from the UK, didn't recognize Wayne's appearance. After all, this young boss rarely accepted interviews and always kept a low profile, but this didn't mean that this young man was easy to mess with. Thinking of the energy that the other party could burst out when he was serious, Julian didn't care about anything else. Fuck highest danger, and fuck Stuart Baird. Now she just hoped that Wayne would not bother to pay attention to a small person like her. What the British director next to her would encounter had nothing to do with her. Since you accepted Warner Brothers' investment to make a movie, and you dared to point your nose at the boss of Warner Brothers and swear at him, you must bear the consequences yourself. If you do something wrong, you have to pay the corresponding price, right? As for what role he played in this matter, it doesn't matter. Anyway, everyone in this circle is flattering the high and trampling the low. Greenberg. It was not until then that Stuart Baird carefully observed the young man in front of him. When he listened to Julian's incoherent explanation, squinted his eyes, and tried to recall, he couldn't help but blurt out with doubts. Are you Wayne Greenberg? The British director's face fell instantly, and Wayne was almost amused by the other party. It turned out that the other party did not recognize him at the beginning. No wonder he was so irritable. He thought he had met some unknown big man who was willing to conflict with him because of a woman. Ignoring the middle-aged man whose expression kept changing, he cast his eyes on Julian, the agent of Black Pearl. Don't force Harry to do things she doesn't want to do in the future, understand? Madam Agent. Okay, Mr. Greenberg, I mean thank you, thank you. The moment the young man looked at him, Julian felt that his hair was about to stand up. Fortunately, the other party did not mean to pursue him in his words. Come out with me and chat with the sweet-mouthed gentleman by the way. After saying that, he didn't even look at Stuart Baird, patted Black Pearl's arm with one hand, turned around and walked towards Sergey who was driving the tram. Only the British man with a constantly changing face was left at the scene. It was not until he saw several people get on the tram and disappear from his sight that Stuart Baird woke up from his dream and walked anxiously to the studio behind him. He had to tell the producer about this matter to see if there was any way to remedy it. He knew very well what the name Wayne Greenberg represented in the studio under his feet. He had only heard of his name before and never thought that he was really so young. Thinking of what the other party said before he left and asked his agent to leave together, Stuart Baird broke out in a cold sweat on his back. It was obvious that the other party wanted to understand his intentions, which meant that this matter could not be treated as if it had never happened. With a big belly, he quickly ran to the door of an office, and without knocking on the door, he turned the door knob and walked in. A white man sitting behind a desk in the office looked up at him as he came in, flipping through a newspaper, and said in a teasing tone, "Stuart, what's wrong? You don't look very good. Did you hit a wall in your pursuit of that black beauty? I told you that she's not that easy to deal with. Spencer, I may have made a big mistake." Stuart Baird's voice was low and hoarse, and he didn't have the high spirits he had just when facing Hallberry. "Whatever, man, you have to help me this time." What happened?" Spencer Franklin was surprised, not understanding why the other party seemed to have changed so much in just a short time before noon. When Stuart Baird finished telling the story completely and made sure that there was nothing missing, Spencer Franklin frowned and felt a headache. "It's fine if you want to pursue the actress, but you shouldn't swear at Wayne. It will fucking ruin your career. Forget it. I have to call Bruce. You'd better pray that Wayne doesn't have time to talk to you." After saying that, he ignored the British man whose face was getting even uglier, picked up the phone on the table, and dialed Bruce Ressenblum's number. Not long after the call was connected, the secretary transferred it to Bruce Ressenblum. "Bruce, something's wrong here. That idiot Stuart is pointing at Wayne." Chapter 333. I don't want him to appear in any Warner Brothers project. On the tram to the outside of the studio, Hallberry kept her head down and hugged Wayne's arm. No one knew what she was planning at the moment. Julian, the agent sitting opposite, was not only uneasy but also surprised. She didn't expect Wayne to be so nostalgic. Even if this woman left him on her own initiative, he was willing to help her. This was too rare in this extremely realistic circle. Others didn't know what was going on, but Black Pearl's agent knew very well that there was no love between them at all. Hallberry was just a pet for the other party, to vent his animal desires. The other party didn't treat her as a friend at all. "Tell me about the director," with amazing courage. When hearing Wayne's question, Julian subconsciously shrank his neck, and then immediately reacted. "His name is Stuart Baird. He is from the UK. He is involved in the preparation of the project Highest Danger invested by Warner Brothers. He is the director of this film. The reason why Harry participated in this audition is that this British director took the initiative to find me and told me that he really liked Harry's acting skills." Hearing the agent's narration, Wayne couldn't help but smile bitterly. Maybe he and the British are more antagonistic. How come there was Anthony Minghella before, and now there is a British director who doesn't know him and points at him and swears? It is true that he doesn't care about such a small person at all, but the other party did scold him regardless of whether he knew him or not, and it is impossible for him not to be angry at all. Since entering Hollywood, he can't remember how long it has been since no one dared to say bad things about him in person. Although it is quite interesting to hear someone scolding him suddenly, it doesn't mean that he will laugh it off generously. "Wait, his name is Stuart Baird." Wayne waved his hand and interrupted the meaningless chattering of his agent. At this time, he suddenly remembered something and gradually became clear about this name. The agent nodded hurriedly. "Yes, Mr. Greenberg, his name is indeed Stuart Baird. He has confirmed that the British white director named Stuart is the one who later directed 007. Skyfall and Casino Royale seem to be both box office successes. Especially Skyfall, the global box office has exceeded $1 billion US. It is hard to say whether it is Stuart Baird who has brought the old type of 007 back to life. Sorry, I forgot your name. When the tram stopped at the entrance of the studio, Wayne suddenly pointed at his agent Julian, while looking at the reporters who were blocking outside. No need to introduce yourself, these are meaningless. Remember to keep your mouth shut. After saying that, he shook his head and walked towards the entrance of the studio. The reporters and paparazzi who had been waiting outside were already excited when they saw Wayne come out, and then they saw the Black Beauty holding his arm, and they were so excited that no matter whether they could get information about the other party's new project, at least they had something to write about. Hey, Wayne, can you talk about the new movie? Director Greenberg, are you and Holberry getting back together? Harry, are you dating Wayne? When did you get back together? Wayne, can you briefly talk about the story of the new project? As soon as he walked out of the Warner Brothers studio gate, a large group of reporters surrounded him in an instant. Even though Wayne was mentally prepared for this situation, he was overwhelmed by the questions that came his way. He could only keep his head down and walk to the other side under the protection of security personnel and surgery. These reporters were simply too enthusiastic, buzzing in his ears. He found that most of the questions they asked were related to the new project. Before leaving, Wayne still said to the messy recorder, I know everyone is curious about the new film and what kind of story it is. Well, I can tell you that it is a gangster film. Oh no. I said he is not so kind. Shit, everyone knows that this is a gangster film, but are we going to write it like this? In the constipated expressions of the reporters, Wayne grinned and led the way into the restaurant opposite the studio. Nina and Sergey consciously sat at another table, leaving space for Wayne and Holberry to communicate. Even the agent who had been following silently sat aside with a discerning look. Tell me, what do you think? Wayne chewed the steak and tilted his head to look at the woman opposite. He didn't ask what happened specifically. This kind of thing would be clear, as long as you think about it. It happens every day in Hollywood. I want to fire my agent and leave William Morris. The woman was silent for a while, and finally spoke, looking at the man who was swallowing beef with pleading eyes. This man once gave her a career start that more than 90% of the actors in the circle had, and he once tortured her all night long, satisfying his tyrannical desires, and letting her leave the manor with bruises all over her body. In front of the public, he is the representative of the mysterious American dream. He is calm, rich and handsome, but Holberry has seen with her own eyes that this man has another tyrannical side. He never treats women other than Naomi Watts as human beings. It was because she knew that these women were just toys in the eyes of the other party that she resolutely stopped contacting the other party. On the contrary, as long as she had a thicker skin after the end of Stone City Paradise in the first 2 years, it would never be so difficult. After all, no matter what, this man is very good to the women who appear around him. Please, can you help me again? Leave William Morris? Wayne took a sip of lemonade and continued to cut the beef on the plate. Okay, after you fire your agent, contact Jimmy and tell him that I asked you to go. He has opened a small agency. In any case, Jimmy will not force you to trade your body for a role, although it is very common to do so. Do you need me to go back to the manor with you? Holberry let out a long sigh, as if she had suddenly given up something, and her tone became calm. You know, this is all I can give. After taking a closer look at the Black Beauty, Wayne continued to eat beef, and did not accept her proposal at all. After eating, go back and have a good rest. Jimmy has good resources. There may not be a heroine, but there should always be a supporting role. After lunch, ignoring Holberry who was in a daze, he gave Julian a warning look, took his assistant and Sergey, and walked directly into the Warner Brothers studio. He still had a lot of work to do, and the new project was about to get busy. After the audition, after a simple preparation, the busy shooting work followed. He didn't have the mind to play tricks to guess women's thoughts at this time. And helping the other party, for him now, is just a matter of 2 words or a phone call, and he didn't take it to heart. Call Jeff and tell him that I don't want Stuart Baird, a British guy, to appear in any project of Warner Brothers. Back in the office, Wayne pointed to the phone on the table and told Nina casually, "Please dial the number of Thompson Rothman at 20th Century Fox after you're done, and tell him that I need his help." After saying that, he ignored the assistant lady who had a look of as expected, took out the director's notebook, and began to supplement the storyboard. If Wayne was learning and maturing step by step in the previous films, the difficulty of filming was also increasing at the same time. Then there is not so much to consider for this film. This is completely a film used to present the results of learning, and it is relatively not as difficult to shoot as the previous ones. Realistic films, coupled with less literary drama and almost zero special effects, all mean that the production speed of this project will be much higher than superhero comic adaptations or science fiction commercial films. As a former Oriental soul, he did not understand at that time that the broken thing made by old Martin was like completely losing the soul of the original. The strong poetic essence in the film was not shown at all, and it actually won so many awards. It was not until life started again from another perspective that he realized how terrible the cultural barriers were. Sometimes the aesthetic views of the East and the West were completely diametrically opposed. In this society, the underworld has always been bloody, violent, and direct. There is no sentimental poetry. Doing so will only be spurned by the public, who will think that he used the name of a gangster film to shoot a film that is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Therefore, in some ways, movies have always had a strong national attribute. Of course, Hollywood is the best in this regard. The reason why commercial films here can be popular all over the world is that they constantly integrate various styles and are produced quickly in an assembly line style. Boss, Townsend Rothman's phone is connected. Nina handed the phone over and called him softly. "Hi, Wayne. What do you want to talk to me about? Or do you have other ideas about superheroes?" As soon as he put the phone to his ear, Townsend Rothman's voice rang out. "I'm afraid those heroes of 20th Century Fox will have to wait for a while. This time I want to ask you for a favor." Wayne clamped the phone to his neck, and the pencil in his hand kept scratching back and forth on the notebook. "Okay, tell me, is this considered a favor?" Townsend Rothman's hearty voice came out. Both of them knew that helping each other with some harmless little favors would help increase the relationship and trust between the two sides. "You know, I have a good relationship with Will Smith. When we talked on the phone some time ago, he talked about your top project next year. I heard that the production cost of this film is $75 million US, right?" "That's right, Wayne, but Fox has sufficient funds and is not prepared to accept investment from insiders." At first reaction, Townsend Rothman thought he was optimistic about the project and wanted to invest in it. During this period, Greenberg Studios invested in 2 projects in succession, and almost everyone who was well informed knew about it. And I heard that the other party received hundreds of millions of dollars just from Batman's first share. This money must not be left in the bank to earn interest. "No, you misunderstood." Wayne stopped writing, closed the notebook, and looked at the time. He decided to skip the small talk and get straight to the point. "I heard that there is a black female supporting role in the movie Independence Day. What do you think of Halle Berry? What did that woman do to make you call me personally for a supporting role?" "Well, I will say hello to Roland Emmerich, and you can ask her to report to the crew." "Thank you, I have something else to do. I will buy you a drink when I'm free." This is Wayne's plan to push Halle Berry. If this woman's career has not improved after Independence Day, at worst, he can get Monsters Dance out in advance, provided that she stays honestly in her own agency. "Is Jack Nicholson here?" After hanging up the phone, the two walked towards the audition room. "Here he is, the old Joker. He has always been interested in your project." Schwartz chased after him and shrugged. Chapter 334, Veteran Actor. After lunch break, the audition started again. Every time before the filming of movie, this tedious and drowsy work is indispensable, but it is one of the most important parts of the movie. "Mr. Nicholson, your performance is fully qualified for this role, there is no doubt about it." After a simple performance, Wayne recalled what he had just seen through the camera lens, smiled and clapped his hands twice, and praised the performer sincerely. The Joker in the first version of Batman in the center of the audition room is one of the best people he has met in recent years in terms of acting skills. It is not an exaggeration to describe him as a master actor. The naturalness of his performance is not possessed by many young people. This is not the immersive performance of Christian Bale, but a taste of returning to nature and being free and easy. Thank you. Jack Nicholson, dressed in a well-tailored suit, bowed slightly and said with a smile on his face, "Wayne, this is the third time I have come to audition for your project. I hope my performance this time can impress you. I have wanted to work with you for a long time, but unfortunately, none of the films such as it could be made." Although it was very pleasing to hear the courtesy of this old actor, Wayne did not take it too seriously. This kind of old-timer who has been in the industry for decades has a unique vision for choosing projects. If the other party is not optimistic about the film or director, it is always costly to invite such a old-timer. No matter how the two greeted each other and praised each other for business, what he was going to say next was the main purpose of this audition. "Then I will say it directly, Jack." Wayne smiled and nodded, observing the other party's expression. "Your acting skills have never been a problem for me, and this kind of role won't be difficult for you, but the investment in this film is relatively low. If you want to join this project, the crew may not be able to offer you a salary that matches your worth." In fact, Jack Nicholson had thought about this issue after accepting the audition invitation. If the purpose of this film is to win an Academy Award, the issue of salary is not out of the question. "Give me some time to think about it when I go back." Shrugging his shoulders, Jack Nicholson looked at Wayne and said, "I need to discuss this matter with my agent. I can't give an answer now." "Of course, but don't take too long. We have to decide on the actors as soon as possible to leave more time for filming." Wayne stood up and walked out from behind the table, extending a hand enthusiastically. "I hope we can reach an agreement. I really can't think of anyone else who would be more suitable for this role except you. You're too polite." "That's it. I'll reply to the crew as soon as possible." The two shook hands politely, and Jack Nicholson nodded to the other staff members, opened the door, and walked out of the audition room. "Do you think he will agree?" Sitting back behind the camera, when he picked up the resume on the table and began to flip through it, Schwartz asked curiously, "Even if we know the purpose of this film, it will be difficult for him to accept $1 million salary. He never lacks a role to play." The casting director said the reality. Old actors like this who have been famous for many years, whether they play the leading role or the supporting role, are scarce resources. Actors like them never lack project invitations. He will agree, otherwise he would not come to the audition. Wayne didn't even raise his head, looking through the audition actor information for tomorrow's heroine. He was not worried about whether he could invite Jack Nicholson. Old guns like this in the circle, if they are unwilling to accept the conditions of a pay cut, they will not come to the audition at all. People like them are all extremely realistic inside. Unless they have already made psychological preparations, they will not waste this effort. While talking, he didn't expect to see Cameron Diaz's resume, and couldn't help but tilt his head to look at the casting director. "Has this woman contacted you?" Schwartz nodded, smiling and spreading his hands. "Her agent contacted me and kept hinting at the relationship between her client and you on the phone. Anyway, the role hasn't been decided yet, right? It's not bad to have one more choice during the audition." After several years of cooperation, the two have become relatively close. At least such teasing will occasionally appear between them. "Okay, notify the next one. Boss." Bruce Resendblum of Warner Brothers. Before he finished speaking, the assistant pushed open the door of the audition room, pointed to the director's office, and made a gesture to answer the phone. Wayne waved to the casting director before leaving. "Okay, Schwartz, you continue. No need to wait for me. Leave a backup plan for the male lead in case something unexpected happens to Brad Pitt." In fact, what he wanted to see most today was the audition performance of the two protagonists. Brad Pitt and Jack Nicholson did not disappoint him. Their audition performances were in line with the role requirements. As for the other actors who participated in the audition, the purpose was more to increase the selection. Even if something unexpected happened to Brad Pitt, there would not be another large-scale audition. Before the main role signed the contract, everything would be based on insurance. Rushing back to the director's office, Wayne picked up the phone on the desk. "Hello, this is Wayne Greenberg." "Hey, Wayne, I hope I didn't disturb your work." Bruce Resemblam's voice came from the phone. The relationship between the two has always been very good, so they talked relatively casually. I heard about what happened at noon. This Highest Danger is a project initiated by Spencer. He called me here. That British director. The project hasn't started shooting yet. Let him go. For your sake, I won't pursue it anymore. Okay, poor British guy. The first movie he directed, he was fired before he even picked up the camera. Bruce Resemblam's tone was full of gloating. In fact, he didn't take such a small person to heart. I will report this to Jeff, and the Englishman will resign on his own. The project that the other party was going to shoot was originally invested and produced by Warner Brothers, but he was unlucky enough to offend the major shareholder of Warner Brothers. This is a complete example of courting death. Relatively speaking, this result is already quite lucky for Stuart Baird. He just lost a job opportunity. As long as Wayne doesn't want to pursue it, he can go back to being his editor. The two people who were on the phone understood that, as long as Wayne spread the word, this British man might not even have the opportunity to work as an editor in Hollywood in the future. There are many people in this circle who don't mind stepping on him to get a relationship with a big director and get the other party's favor. Okay, I still have an audition here. We'll talk when we have time. Wayne was not surprised at all about this result. If the other party pointed at his nose and spit swear words at him, there would be no consequences at all, which would be the biggest surprise. He never had a broad mind. He was able to not continue to pursue it because of Bruce Resemblam's call. Just as he was about to hang up the phone and go back to see if other people's auditions could bring some surprises, another voice came from the phone. How did Hector perform? Do you think he has the potential to become a producer? Thinking back to his second producer, Wayne said to the phone, it's still hard to tell now. He went to Boston to scout locations and has to arrange the crew's logistics there in advance. We haven't had much contact during this period. Okay, then I won't disturb your work. After hanging up the phone, Wayne was not in a hurry to return to the audition room. He leaned back in his chair and thought for a while, then looked up at Nina. Please call Hector for me and urge him to work and ask him to come back to discuss the actor's contract. Okay. The assistant nodded. Since Bruce Resemblam wanted to give Hector a chance and train him to become a qualified producer, Wayne didn't mind letting him participate more in the work. Talking about contracts with the actor's agent is itself the scope of the producer's work. At 5:30 in the afternoon, after a day's work at the studio, the car had just returned to the manor. The housekeeper Hella was waiting by the fountain in the small square. When the few people got out of the car, she came to greet them. What happened? Wayne asked curiously, handing the briefcase in his hand to the housekeeper. Hella pointed in the direction of the lawn. On the lounge chair under the awning, the Australian girl was wearing a pair of sunglasses and holding the golden retriever Fendi, as if she didn't see them coming back. Ms. Watts is not in a good mood. She broke a cup in the afternoon. Boss, you'd better go and see. What's wrong with this woman again? Muttering softly, Wayne walked towards his favorite awning. Since this woman's belly slowly showed signs of pregnancy, it seemed as if another personality switch was turned on. Her emotions often became unstable, and she would become anxious from time to time. Even when watching a melodramatic TV series, she could cry for inexplicable reasons. This was completely different from the rational and tenacious Australian actress before. Naomi, are you asleep? I heard Hella say. As he approached, he understood why the woman was angry before he finished speaking. On the white table next to the recliner, there were 5 or 6 entertainment newspapers placed in a mess. This second-rate media was very timely, and a large photo was uniformly placed on the front page. He was photographed as he hugged Hallberry and lowered his head to the restaurant. No one knew how this woman got these newspapers. Listen, Naomi, I'll only say this once. Wayne knew that she was not asleep, but was just pretending to close her eyes while hugging the golden retriever. This was just a silent protest. Harry ran into some trouble, and Nina and I happened to meet her at noon and helped her. It's that simple. Is that it? Chapter 335. This is just a warning. That BXXXH. Muttering softly, Naomi Watts took off the sunglasses on her face, let go of the golden retriever that kept crawling towards Wayne in her arms, and simply sat up. Wayne, I know I shouldn't have such a bad mood, but I can't control myself when I see these things. Hey, Naomi, you should know that those are all written by the media for sales. Wayne simply sat down next to the woman and looked at her belly tenderly. It is normal for women to have some small emotions during this period, so he has been controlling his behavior to avoid irritating the sensitive nerves of the expectant mother. The golden retriever stretched out its big tongue and licked his hand. This dog accompanied Naomi Watts every day. It might be the departure of the other dog that made it particularly unwilling to stay alone. When the doctor examined it, he said that it was too old and had not much time left. It was unknown when it might leave this world in its sleep like its brother. In a way, the Australian girl was accompanying the dog on his behalf. Tell me, where did these things come from? Wayne gently stroked the golden retriever with one hand and picked up a newspaper with the other hand, wanting to see what the reporters wrote. Naomi Watts shook her head. No, Wayne, I promised others that I must keep it secret. I know even if you don't tell me. It's just that the gardener or the security guard is your fan. Forget it, just pretend I didn't ask. After careful observation, he found that these newspapers were not only gossip tabloids, but also two relatively large entertainment media, such as the Los Angeles Daily Entertainment in his hand. The newspaper did not distort the report, but only suspected that he and Hallberry rekindled their old love and started dating again, but it was accompanied by a photo with a strange angle, which was very misleading. Don't think that ordinary people in North America are well educated. The reason why the entertainment media is happy to report celebrity gossip is because this stuff has always had an audience. The more famous the celebrity, the more interested ordinary people are. In this regard, the whole world is no different. After sending me to the studio tomorrow, Sergi will come back to take you to the hospital for examination. Or should I transform a small infirmary at home? After looking at his gossip for a few times, he threw the newspaper back and turned to look at the woman beside him. Tomorrow is the audition for the heroine. I can't accompany you to the examination. Okay, actually I can drive there by myself. Well, I know you won't agree, just pretend I didn't say it. Naomi Watts rolled her eyes. At this time, she still chose to forget the news that made her feel bad. As for transforming her infirmary in the manor, forget it. It's too troublesome. Anyway, we are not far from the hospital. Wayne, if our baby is born, how about calling him, Fendi? Now Fendi is with us every day, and it is much more reliable than you. Bullshit, giving the child a dog's name. Wayne didn't know what she thought about this. Anyway, he would never agree. Considering the social situation here, there is no taboo about this kind of thing. Instead, they think it is a kind of commemoration, a very meaningful name, just like inheriting the name of a grandfather, just a simple means of commemoration and nostalgia. Well, don't worry, maybe we can see the gender of the baby and consider what to call it. Wayne quickly perfunctorily said a few words, hoping that after a while, this stupid woman would forget about it. As an Oriental soul, even if he is thoroughly westernized, he can't accept letting his child be called this name. He treats the two golden retrievers as family members, but he can't get over it. He has been here for so many years, and there are some things that Wayne still feels unacceptable after seeing them. This is a fundamental difference. There was a real thing that happened to him. When he was in high school, there was a new Russian immigrant child in their school who had been bullied on campus. In the end, the child was so anxious that he said something like FXXKUMXXXR. He not only said this, but also really did it. He slept with the mothers of several children who bullied him. However, those school bullies not only did not feel that this was a humiliation, but were happy for their mothers. This is the most authentic difference between Eastern and Western cultures. If you want to insult someone here, don't mention their relatives. That's useless. The biggest insult is to insult them personally. Also, the way people here name each other is always so casual. You can often see grandfathers named Maximum, fathers named Maximum Second, and grandsons named Maximum Third, or Maximum and Maximum Second. There are quite a few such cases. The next morning, after Wayne arrived at the studio, he plunged into the audition room again, perfecting his storyboards, shooting plans, camera layouts, and other issues while waiting for the audition to begin. That Mark Wahlberg, or this Martin Sheen, wait for Hector Henry to come back tomorrow and let him talk to their agents about the contract. When the last actor walked out of the audition room, Wayne took out 2 resumes, put them together, and explained to Schwartz. After the audition, the casting director will change his identity and take up the position of the second assistant director of the crew and will also join the filming of the film. Okay, I will remind Hector. Schwartz put away the 2 resumes. The pay for such supporting roles is not high. In order to join this project, they will not ask for too much. Hector's task is relatively easy. Rubbing his forehead vigorously, Wayne lit a cigarette again, sat behind the camera, and prepared to continue observing the performance of the actors. Then, only the heroine psychologist is left. Let's start as soon as possible. At this time, in the lounge not far from the audition room, Jennifer Connelly looked in the mirror and carefully modified her light makeup. For such an important occasion as an audition, she would never let a strange dressing room touch her face. Those who have been in this circle for a long time know that the most competitive place in Hollywood is the audition site of the crew's new project. Everyone shows their abilities for a role, and usually all kinds of tricks are very effective in this occasion. Her agent Renisha, standing behind her, kept reminding her, Jennifer, seize this opportunity and try to impress Wayne Greenberg. Getting this role may save you several years of hard work. You can see the reporters outside. His projects are naturally very popular. Nah, I know how important this opportunity is. Jennifer Connelly never looked back. She carefully examined her face until she confirmed that her makeup was natural enough. Then she whispered back, as a child star who has been beautiful since she was young, she has never lacked roles to play. Although the strange case of the Lost Ark 2 years ago brought her a lot of praise, it had limited promotion for her career. Apart from the praise, she did not receive any awards or increase her value. However, opportunities always come inadvertently. Through a little personal connection, she got the audition opportunity for this project. It is now recognized in Hollywood that participating in Wayne Greenberg's project may not make much money, but it is a shortcut to fame, which can increase fame and value in a short period of time. Jennifer Connelly and her agent have analyzed that joining this project called The Departed will not only gain her popularity and fame, but also make her a guest at the Oscars. This is very tempting for an actor like her who is neither good nor bad. I'm still helping you with CIA. Let's see how things go here. If you can pass the audition, I'll help you think of a reason to turn down the invitation for that movie. The door of the lounge was suddenly knocked, and then a staff member reminded her, Ms. Connelly, it's your turn soon. Go directly to the audition room when you are ready. Okay, I understand. Let's talk about it when I come out. Jennifer Connelly stood up and adjusted her clothes again and asked, how do I look? Is there anything wrong with me? No, it's perfect. Agent Renisha nodded, opened the door behind her, and walked her client to the audition room. There have long been rumors in the industry that Wayne Greenberg, like other bigwigs, likes women with pretty faces. He is a playboy himself and never refuses beautiful people. At least his client's appearance has a big advantage in this regard. Men are all the same. They are always more tolerant of pretty faces. In the audition room, the second actress has finished the basic performance and stood there staring at the director behind the camera. Cammy, this role is not suitable for you. It doesn't match your natural temperament at all. This was the first time Wayne spoke since Cameron Diaz came in, but he rejected her straightforwardly. Go back and tell your agent that if she dares to use my name to make trouble next time, let her think about the consequences herself. Look at me, do you understand? There were not only Wayne and Schwartz in the audition room, but also prop master Wix Hart and 2 assistant casting directors. In front of so many people, he said mercilessly. Looking at the woman standing there, at a loss without a warm smile, Wayne sighed softly. The necessary warning must be given. She was smart enough to use her name to get in this time, but who knows what she will do next time. Cameron Diaz was not included in the initial audition invitation. This woman was completely different from the role setting and was not suitable for playing a psychologist at all. The most suitable role for her was a sexy big girl of the wildcat type, not a gentle and considerate psychologist. The woman bit her lip suppressed her shame and nodded. Okay, I understand. Next time you have something, you can come to me directly. Don't play such tricks. You go back first. Hearing Wayne's next words, Cameron Diaz forced a smile and walked out of the audition room with her head down. At least now she can be sure that this incident will not affect their relationship. It is just a warning. Chapter 336 Team. That woman came out. It seems that the result is not very ideal. Her expression is wonderful. Jennifer Connelly sat quietly on the lounge chair, patiently waiting for the audition to begin. Her agent stared at the door of the audition room and reported the situation frequently. It will be our turn soon. There is not much time. Jennifer, listen to me carefully. Agent Renisha said with a tense face and a very fast tone. According to the analysis of me and Brown in advance, if this role is suitable for Cameron Diaz, then there is nothing to say. We can't compete with each other. Her relationship with Wayne is well known. Just go back and fight for CIA operation, assassination. But looking at the face of the woman just now, it is clear that the result of this audition is not very good, which means that the role to be auditioned is not suitable for her at all. Listen, now it has been determined that the role is not a hot and sexy type. Show your intellectual gentleness and let the director see more of you. The agent instilled his analysis results to the client in a very short time, regardless of whether she understood it or not, and walked into the audition room staring at her back. In the Hollywood world of fame and fortune, it can be said that every person who is in the limelight has several to dozens of people serving them in places where the spotlight cannot reach. Any achievements that the stars can achieve are closely related to these people. Although Jennifer Connelly has not reached that point yet, it is not just Renisha who analyzes her work and plans her career. Just like the preparation for this audition, several behind-the-scenes agents have analyzed several plans based on limited information. The team behind the scenes of stars like this is generally not easily replaced. In the long-term cooperation, they not only plan everything for the stars standing on the stage, but also often have a lot of shameful inside stories or celebrity scandals. Many stars have been suddenly exposed to the scandal of the collapse of their personalities because of problems with these behind-the-scenes teams. This is a heavy blow to the people standing on the stage. The relationship between the two has always been interdependent and mutually beneficial, and this rule includes even first-line superstars. Here we have to mention the famous Hollywood star Tom Cruise. He has been working with Pat Kingsley since the beginning. The reason why he can develop so quickly is definitely inseparable from his own efforts and luck, but the sharp vision of his agent in selecting films also played an important role. In addition, Pat Kingsley's team has been creating a perfect public image for Tom Cruise day after day, which has kept him in the first line position and never worried about being out of date. But after Tom Cruise failed to hit the Oscar for Best Actor, anger and frustration dominated his mind. He simply attributed the failure to his agent, blaming her for investing too much thought in Nicole Kidman and ignoring his Oscar journey, and then immediately terminated the agency contract between the two. The two have cooperated for many years. Pat Kingsley is not only his agent, but also the head of his public relations team. He knows too many inside stories. Then the angry former agent Pat Kingsley immediately stabbed him in the back, and various scandals began to break out from the media. Even a star in the circle like Tom Cruise was embarrassed for a while, and even affected his career. From the various revelations of his surname orientation, his participation in the abnormal beliefs of Scientology, to a series of behavioral quirks, the scandals that seem real and fake have never stopped, allowing North American and global movie fans to eat their fill of superstars. So the behind the scenes team is very important. Everyone who stands in front of the stage cannot do without it, including Wayne. He still needs his own team to deal with many tedious issues. Now that he is separated from Nina Clean, I'm afraid that even his personal life will become a mess. With a click, the door of the audition room was pushed open again. Less than 20 minutes had passed, and Jennifer Connelly walked out with a happy face, raised her hand, and made an okay gesture to the agent. Your analysis is correct. That is the role of a psychologist. Although it is different from what you and Brown guessed, there is no problem in the general direction. I can see that Wayne Greenberg is very satisfied with my performance. He whispered to the agent who looked concerned about the audition situation, and the two walked out of the studio together. The audition went so smoothly that it was unbelievable. Moreover, from her own observation, she found that the young director's eyes were full of appreciation for her appearance and performance. "Nah, I believe the crew will call you soon." After getting on the tram, Jennifer Connelly lowered her voice and approached her agent and said, "Don't worry about the salary and treatment. These are not so important compared to the opportunity to work with Wayne Greenberg. As long as the conditions proposed by the crew are not excessive, agree to them as soon as possible." Renisha nodded. "No problem. We will finalize the contract with the crew as soon as possible to avoid any accidents." When the tram arrived at the entrance of Warner Brothers Studios, the first thing they saw was a group of reporters and paparazzi waiting outside. These people were very patient and wanted to dig out some inside information about the departed. Sometimes things are like this. The more mysterious it is, the more interesting it is. This film is not like Batman Begins, which revealed enough storylines at the signing conference. Now the media and fans know nothing, except that it is a realistic gangster film. In the past 2 days, even the actors who came to audition were not stupid enough to reveal the content of the audition, so the reporters and paparazzi, except for taking pictures of Wayne suspected of dating Halle Berry, really didn't get any news of sufficient weight. The two came out of the studio and didn't attract the attention of those reporters until they walked into the parking lot and got into the car. Jennifer Connelly is indeed famous, but it seems that it is obviously not big enough now. Looking at those media practitioners before leaving, the agent suddenly turned his head and stared at his client's eyes. "See, this is the influence of Wayne Greenberg's project. He never deliberately creates topics, and the media will stick to him eagerly. This is your chance, especially after joining the crew. You know what I mean?" After saying that, she started the car and left here without waiting for her client to respond. Renisha believed that the other party understood what she was saying. As a girl who has been beautiful since childhood, she has to create her own opportunities, even if there are no opportunities. Even if nothing really happens, just linking her name with Wayne Greenberg can also gain unexpected attention. In the audition room in the studio, the assistant was busy cleaning up the scene. Schwartz put away the camera and sat next to Wayne. "Is Jennifer Connelly the heroine? Let's pick her. This is a pure man's play. The heroine's role is just a foil." Wayne reached out and rubbed his eyes and closed the book in front of him. Her performance just now was quite good. Even if this girl didn't know what role she was auditioning for, she did a lot of preparation in advance. I like actors who work hard and are willing to use their brains. The casting director shrugged. "It seems that our agent team is very good. They have learned about your aesthetics and the girl's dressing style." Hey, Schwartz, you like gossip?" Wayne rolled his eyes, put away his things, and turned to walk outside the audition room. I have to say that what the casting director said does make some sense. Jennifer Connelly's dressing style just now is in line with his aesthetics. Even if a man is sober, he will naturally give some good feelings when he sees something that meets his aesthetics. It is not difficult to find out about this aspect. Even many entertainment media have summarized Wayne's aesthetics. He likes tall and sexy model figures and delicate faces. This is different from the aesthetics of many people. Most men here love bombshell figures the most, and faces are not that important. From the details of preparation work, it can be seen that Jennifer Connelly's agent team is really excellent. In fact, it is the same for Wayne. Since the filming of the first movie, he has been building his own core team. A few years have passed. Some people have joined in, and some have left early. Those who have stayed until now have formed a working team with him as a core. The public only sees Wayne's success, but will not think about it carefully. Behind every success of his, there is a group of people working hard outside the spotlight. You know, a normal person cannot be omniscient and good at all jobs. If he wants to continue to succeed in Hollywood and stand out in competition again and again, he needs a strong and united core team behind the scenes, a team that will not easily have problems. But how can we keep the people around him united? In addition to a relatively solid relationship, the most important thing is to have common interests or to bring them benefits continuously. As a personal assistant, Nina can get a salary of millions of dollars, and Jimmy has become a partner in a small agency. After each project is completed, he can also get a lot of money. And people like Luke Simmons, Steve Wilson who is in charge of the lighting team, and Robert who is in charge of the camera team have also risen sharply in the industry with Wayne's continuous success. The salary they get for each project is also the top in the industry. All of this was brought to them by Wayne. If these people want more, they will only work harder to help him make every film or handle the work he assigns. Because he can constantly bring benefits to those around him, everyone's work goals become consistent with him. This is the best way to ensure the stability of the team, and it will always be like this. I'm sorry to the people. There is only one chapter today. I overslept and didn't write it out. Chapter 337, A Place of Racial Discrimination. The day after the audition, Hector Henry hurried back from Boston. Without any rest, he immediately started intensive negotiations with the actor's agent about the pay and treatment. Because all the actors involved in this film have already known their purpose, and that the crew could not give high pay, they have already prepared to reduce their pay to perform, which made his work progress amazingly fast. On the same day, Jennifer Cannelli's agent Renisha reached an agreement with the crew on behalf of her client. Before leaving get off work, she called her client and lawyer and wrote her name on the contract of less than $1 million US. Such an easy contract negotiation was completely different from Hector Henry's preparation. The salary link, which was originally the most time-consuming and most calculative, did not make him spend any effort at all. The persuasion excuses prepared by staying up all night the day before were completely useless. You know, he has been working in this circle for 2 years and is very familiar with the normal negotiation procedures. Perhaps those actors are easier to persuade, but the agent team behind them is a group of vampires who can fight with the crew for 2 months to earn an extra cent. These are just ordinary second, third and fourth tier actors. At most, they will only argue a little about the pay. As long as the crew insists, there will generally be no big surprises. The trouble is the daily treatment after joining the group. For example, according to the star-rated hotel, the level of the hotel room, the amount of daily meals, whether there is a professional trailer for rest, whether there is a special MACU trailer for single use, and so on. These trivial matters in the filming work must be clearly reflected in the contract. The more famous the actors are, the more they will care about these. In this circle where the reality of flattering the high and trampling the low is extremely high, they never compare with each other. It is almost a common phenomenon to overestimate themselves. After a period of wrangling, this kind of contract will eventually be successfully signed, but the headache-inducing negotiation work in the middle is something that every producer cannot avoid. This is just a minor actor. If the crew happens to sign a first-line A-lister, it is not something that can be negotiated in a short time. Whenever it involves the scarce resources of Hollywood, such negotiations will last at least 3 or 2 months, just like the contract signed by Wayne, which may be more than a few hundred pages long, like a big book. In fact, it is not bad nowadays. The box office appeal of each superstar is amazing. As long as they are sure to join the film, they can get basic guarantees at the box office. Compared with the high salary and the sky-high share of the post-production, the production company is willing to spend money. But after another 10 or 8 years, after entering the new century, Hollywood production companies will become more and more annoyed with the return on investment of blockbusters, because superstars and famous directors such as Tom Big and Steven Spielberg have become the biggest winners because of the box office share contract system. In this period, when their appeal is the strongest, in order to get them to sign the contract smoothly, in addition to the money figures that can scare people to death, there are also a series of other strange conditions and treatments. In the last 2 Caribbean movies, Johnny Depp not only received a sky-high salary that made Disney bleed, but his treatment at work was unimaginable. Not only did his group of assistants and friends have to get salaries from the crew, but the crew also had to hire a caretaker for his pet dog. In addition, Johnny Depp's weird and difficult personality, and his behavior of causing trouble from time to time during filming, made him the most famous difficult person in the circle. Others are just playing big names, but he has taken playing big names to another level. However, this is only his appearance when facing the crew members. When facing his fanatical fans, he will become another appearance, all kinds of friendly and kind, definitely a high quality idol, just so weird and twisted. This is not a rare exception. Most actors who can reach the A-list have more or less difficult aspects. These people have to show their special treatment all the time, especially in the crew. Their status is even higher than that of normal directors. This is also one of the main reasons why Wayne never considers, even if he has the capital, to invite A-level superstars to join. They will indeed bring great benefits, but who knows how much trouble they will bring to the work behind the scenes. Done. Well done. Before leaving get off work, Hector Henry delivered the contract to Wayne's office. Facing the praise from his idol, he just smiled a little embarrassedly. After half a day of careful thinking, he knew that the main reason for the smooth completion of the contract was the person in front of him. The reason why those actors couldn't wait to sign had nothing to do with their business ability at all. They wanted to join Wayne's project as soon as possible to avoid any unpredictable accidents. I just talked to Brad Pitt's agent on the phone. From the other party's tone, it should be smooth. Hector Henry put away his smile and began to report to his idol. From this point of view, it will only take half a month at most for all the actors to join the crew. When he said this, he carefully glanced across the desk. It's just, Wayne was flipping through the contract while listening to his report. When he started to hesitate halfway through, he looked up. If you have anything to say, just tell me. I will put my energy into the filming after the work starts. If you have any questions, raise them now, otherwise you will have to solve them yourself after the filming starts. No, you misunderstood. Hector Henry shook his head quickly, knowing that the other party did not understand what he meant. I want to ask you, how should we negotiate Christian Bale's contract? Will the actor's salary and treatment be the same as others? This question was what made him most puzzled. Everyone in the crew knew that Christian Bale did not participate in the audition at all. He was one of the leading actors selected by Wayne. Moreover, Hector Henry had specially inquired that the British Batman had a good relationship with the director. As early as the filming of Batman Begins was just over, he had already been selected for this role. Christian Bale had also been waiting and preparing for this role, and did not accept other invitations. To put it bluntly, this crew belongs to Wayne. All matters must be decided after consulting him. Who can guarantee what treatment the crew controller wants to give his favorite? Hector Henry doesn't want to offend his idol in his first important job. Think about another alternative director, Tim Burton, who takes Johnny Depp with him wherever he goes. In his perception, Christian Bale is obviously the kind of role that Johnny Depp plays. Let's talk about it as we should, Hector. Wayne saw his cautious expression and roughly understood what he was thinking. Christian's salary and treatment should be based on the standards of Brad Pitt and Jack Nicholson. Try to keep their salaries as low as possible. That's what you should consider, instead of using your mind to guess what I think. Don't worry. You are the producer of the crew now. No one can question your work except me. Have I made it clear enough? Huh. Hector Henry let out a long breath and nodded solemnly. I know what to do. I guarantee that within half a month at most, all the actors will join the crew to prepare for filming. He understood that this was the first step in his transformation to a producer. Now that Wayne, the big boss, was standing behind him, his work would be countless times easier. He must seize this good opportunity to learn as much as possible about how to become a qualified producer. As long as he could complete his work smoothly, with Wayne's success rate in producing projects, he would most likely succeed with him. After that, he would return to Warner Brothers and become a veritable producer. In the future, all kinds of projects invested by the company would have the opportunity for him to be the leader. Other projects were not as special as Wayne's. More than 90% of them were centered on the producers of the film companies. The director was just a tool for shooting footage. Whether he could join the post-production work depended on the producer's opinion. Mr. Greenberg. Oh, okay, Wayne. Hector Henry shrugged, his body completely relaxed, and his nervous mood gradually calmed down. Compared to Los Angeles, Boston is much less friendly to workers of other skin colors. We have to inform everyone before we leave, especially those low-level workers, otherwise there will definitely be trouble. The deepest impression he had on Boston during this trip to scout locations and book logistics hotels was not the economy or living conditions, but the local social atmosphere. There was a general discrimination against people of color. It was dominated by white people there. Apart from that, he could feel the unfriendliness in all aspects. Wayne nodded, turned around and put the contract he had just signed into the safe. No problem. You can remind Schwartz and Gilmore later to remind the heads of all departments to restrain their employees. He knew that the other party's reminder was right. Boston was famous for discrimination. Those old school white people could even be compared with the rednecks in Texas. Not to mention ordinary people of color, even the heroes of that city, several legendary stars of the Boston Celtics, did not get a bit of respect, which was even more excessive than Texas. From the King of the Rings Bill Russell, the first generation of Iron King John Havlicek, to Tom Heenson and others, none of them have ever been treated as city heroes. Ironically, these great stars have great reputations, and have gained enough respect in places other than Boston. The two then chatted about the local situation for a few more words. Wayne glanced at the time, happily ended their first conversation, and prepared to go home after get off work. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338. I Want Iron Man and Black Widow. Where's Jimmy? After packing up his belongings, Wayne put the storyboard he had drawn and the documents on the camera arrangement that he had prepared in advance into the safe. The assistant glanced at the time. He called 15 minutes ago and should be here soon. We can go out and wait for him. Taking the notebook handed over by her boss, Nina put it in her briefcase. The two of them left the office, locked the door, and walked out of the studio together. As soon as he started working, Wayne would lose most of his ability to live. Almost everything from eating and drinking to dressing had to be taken care of by the assistant at any time. Even the cigarettes he carried with him every day were prepared by Nina. She had long been accustomed to such days. She understood that this was where she could show her value, and it also showed that her boss fully trusted her. It was relatively better now. When the real shooting period began, Wayne would focus all his energy on work and ignore all problems other than work. He would shoot lens materials normally during the day and customize the shooting plan for the next day at night. There was no such thing as overtime or not, because basically, except for sleeping, he was doing things related to the film. Excuse me. As soon as he walked out of the studio, a middle-aged white man came up to him. It seemed that he had been waiting for a while. Hello, Mr. Greenberg, I'm Spencer Franklin. Can I take a moment to chat with you? Hello, nice to meet you, Mr. Franklin. Squinting his eyes slightly, Wayne stretched out his hand to greet him, while looking him up and down. Of course, no problem. Bruce mentioned you to me. He waved to the assistant and Sergey, indicating that they didn't need to rush, and the two turned and walked towards the rest area at the entrance of the studio. Stuart Baird has resigned voluntarily. The first sentence of Spencer Franklin, after sitting down, was to point out the purpose of coming here. I didn't expect this to happen. Please apologize to Ms. Berry on my behalf. Although he said it lightly, it is actually very difficult to force a director who has signed a contract to give up voluntarily. He certainly knew about the mess between Stuart Baird and Hall Barry. If it weren't for Wayne Greenberg, he wouldn't bother to ask about such trivial matters. But when it came time to turn against each other, he didn't hesitate. Even if the director of the film was found by himself, he wouldn't hesitate to turn against someone. If Ms. Berry is willing. Spencer Franklin saw that the other party didn't express anything, and continued, you can continue to come back for auditions. The highest danger welcomes her to join at any time. Shaking his head slightly, Wayne knew that the other party was taking this opportunity to establish a relationship with him. Forget it, Hall has taken on other projects. That's it for today. I have a date. We are neighbors. We will have a chance to have a drink together in the future. It's settled. When Spencer Franklin heard this, he knew that his goal had been achieved, and the other party recognized his favor. The two stood up and shook hands again before saying goodbye politely. He watched the other person get on the tram and then turned around and walked towards the studio of the greatest crisis. With Wayne's weight and voice in Warner Brothers, it was completely worth it for him to come here to sell himself. Who knows if there will be any intersection in the future. This circle has never been as big as imagined. Paul Berry has signed a 3-year agency contract with the company. After getting on the car at the entrance of the studio, Jimmy didn't waste any words and began to report on his recent work. It has been confirmed that she will be given a role in the Independence Day of 20th Century Fox. I will go to discuss the contract tomorrow. Wayne nodded. This was just a small black supporting role. Townsend Rothman gave him enough face and let Paul Berry join the role without an audition. No matter what his purpose was, he would remember the other party's favor. Jimmy mentioned this matter and passed it over. What I'm going to say next is the main reason for coming here today. After several contacts during this period, Marvel Comics' attitude has softened, and they have gradually seen the reality of your idea of adapting their heroes. The first 2 times I contacted Kevin Feige, they rejected the proposal to sell their heroes very firmly, but this time their tone has obviously softened, and I have lowered my goal to only take the 2 characters of Iron Man and Black Widow. That's right, when faced with the invitation from Marvel Comics, Wayne never thought about cooperation at all. The reason why he let his agent hang on them was that he was thinking about the other party's sons. In this special period, it may be the only chance to get Marvel heroes. In order to avoid accidents in the future, he would rather take advantage of the fire to buy them back and eat dust, and he would never let go of a good opportunity easily. How did you make them loosen up? Nina, who was standing aside, opened her mouth in surprise. She has been helping Wayne collect information and understands how tightly the companies that hold the copyrights of superheroes have been watching the copyrights of these characters since the emergence of superhero movies. Jimmy opened his mouth and raised his eyebrows, laughing like a fox. I just contacted Wells Fargo and asked them to collect the loan in advance. I didn't do anything else. The assistant understood immediately. Marvel Comics, which is now relying on scraping together money, has a very tight capital chain. If a bank doubts their repayment ability at this time, it is normal to make the decision to collect the loan in advance. But this is a straw that breaks the camel's back for Marvel Comics. In the absence of investment, they dare not even make this matter public, in case other banks and investment institutions come to collect the loan together. If this happens, it will definitely be like an avalanche, which is out of control. Wayne's financial transactions, including the loan for investing in Warner Brothers, are all in cooperation with Wells Fargo. Jimmy wants to ask them for a favor, basically without paying any price. We only want Iron Man and Black Widow. Wayne showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He was ready to break the roots of Disney's future. As a major shareholder at Warner Brothers, he was willing to take any possible threat to himself. Jimmy, while lowering the price, you have to reduce the share of the film after the film and television adaptation. If necessary, you can make some concessions on the price of purchasing the copyright. Also, let Wells Fargo cooperate with your negotiations and put pressure on them. Okay, I understand. The agent nodded. This is also a preparation for the future. If you want to buy the copyright of Marvel's characters, you must give the other party a share of the film and television adaptation. This is the case with 20th Century Fox. Sony, Columbia and Universal Pictures have signed such contracts, and I'm sure that there will be no exception. Even if Marvel is in a difficult situation, it will not make concessions on this. This is one of the fundamentals for them to maintain the company in the future. So Wayne would rather give more cash than more film and television share. Who knows if he will launch the project of these 2 heroes in the future. Even he himself is not sure about this. Warner Brothers certainly has the ability to produce it, but it depends on whether he is willing. For 2 heroes with superpowers, who are also rich, Bruce Wayne and Tony Stark are quite similar. Even if they are independent of the DC universe, it is not completely impossible to start a series for them to connect. In addition, 20th Century Fox still has a huge treasure in its hands. At some point in the future, cooperation is completely feasible. Iron Man and Black Widow are one of the assets he will use to negotiate with 20th Century Fox. While Wayne was calculating Marvel superheroes, another person who was unlucky because of his phone call was also gritting his teeth. and trying to calculate him. Stuart Baird has been in Hollywood for many years. Although he has never been a big shot, just a good editor, he has a good network of relationships with many grassroots people. When a lucky paparazzi took a few special photos, he got the news through his friends and immediately contacted the paparazzi who was waiting for the price $250,000. In order to get a few photos and negatives, he paid a full $250,000, and these things cannot be kept and must be used as soon as possible. No one dares to guarantee whether the paparazzi still has negatives. If there are other photos, selling 2 is just basic operation, and it is not impossible to sell 3 or 5. These low-level people who are not even serious journalists do not know what the bottom line is for money. Stuart Baird ran to the city center and found a small store for developing photos. He went into the darkroom and developed dozens of the same photos. When he was sure that there was no problem with the photos, he immediately made a phone call and asked a friend of his to risk his life in the park in the city center. The two discussed for a night. They knew what it meant to do this. If they didn't protect themselves carefully, the consequences would be very serious if the young man really pursued it. If you want to stain a celebrity in the circle, expose a scandal that makes fans quit, and bring enough trouble to the other party, there is a most direct way, that is to collapse the other party's personality, which will break a large number of fans' perception of idols. It's okay for fans to turn passers-by, but it's normal for fans to turn haters. Respect women. The dream lover of North American women, Stuart Baird gritted his teeth, muttered, and drove carefully out of the city center. Maybe doing this would only cause some trouble to the young man, and it might only make some women go from liking him to hating him, but it wouldn't cause him too much harm. But the British man was still willing to try. Even if there was only a slight possibility of causing trouble to the other party, he was willing to do it. He was just more obsessed with black beauties and wanted to complete his hobby through normal transactions. What's wrong with that? He was not the only one in this circle who did this. Continuously swearing at Wayne was just a normal reaction. He didn't know he was Wayne Greenberg, so why did he wipe out the opportunity he had worked so hard for many years with just one sentence? What would the consequences of doing this be? Stuart Baird couldn't see clearly, but he knew that doing this would make him feel a little better, and just a little was enough. Chapter 339, Flying to Boston. Before the last day of November 1995, Hector Henry had finalized all the actor contracts, and several main role-playing actors began to report to the crew one after another. A black Rolls-Royce Silverthorne was driving steadily towards the Warner Brothers studio. Wayne leaned on the sofa with a bottle of water, and a trace of fatigue could be seen between his eyebrows. Nina sat opposite and flipped through a fashion magazine, looking up from time to time to cast a concerned look. In the past few days, the script of The Departed has been handed over to several main creators of the crew. Everyone treats the complete script very seriously. Even after get off work, they will discuss their views or understandings with him over the phone from time to time. After the first reading of the script by several main actors, such discussions gradually decreased. Wayne gradually put all his energy into the work. When he saw that the crew was about to move to Boston and officially start filming, Fendi, the golden retriever who had been with Naomi Watts at home, passed out in shock on a sunny afternoon. After the pet doctor examined it, he concluded that it was too old and its body functions were seriously degraded. It only had a few months left. During this period, any sleep could make it leave this world. But Wayne knew that this was the law of nature, and no one could resist it. No amount of money could buy more time. Seeing that the film was about to start shooting, he could only put work first, and put all these troubles behind him. The Rolls-Royce stopped outside the Warner Brothers studio. Several people ignored the questions of reporters, took the tram to the studio in preparation, and walked directly into a large conference room that was temporarily arranged. They came relatively late. When they came in, they found that the main creators of the crew had gathered most of the people. The actors and the behind-the-scenes staff were clearly separated. Except for Guillermo and Robert, who were discussing the camera position in a low voice, everyone else looked at each other in silence, waiting for the meeting to officially begin. Oh, look at our Mr. Batman. He has changed a lot. After sitting at the end of the conference table, Wayne teased Christian Bale. A few months ago, the British actor was still tough and gloomy. After this period of time, the biggest change in his temperament was his temperament. Those sharp and strong ones were put away, and he became more and more like an ordinary person. Time is always a good medicine to dilute everything. After a few months, the symptoms that he had left, because he was too immersed in the play and often couldn't distinguish between the play and the outside world, have now completely disappeared from him. Christian Bale smiled. This period of time is mainly for in-depth experience. I have to say that playing a policeman is much easier than playing Bruce Wayne. At least I don't have to lock myself in the room and practice gloomy feelings in front of the mirror. Okay, it seems that these 2 months of police career have really helped you a lot. Wayne shrugged, quite curious about the other party's current state. Unlike other actors in the crew, Christian Bale got the general storyline of the script early and knew which role he would play a few months in advance. Because he didn't have to be distracted by the audition problem, this brought considerable convenience to his preparation work. Just 2 months ago, the British actor joined the Los Angeles Police Department through the relationship of Warner Brothers and became a trainee patrol detective in Beverly. Of course, he did not have any law enforcement power. The reason for doing this was just to experience the real life of a police officer. The profession of police seems to be very close to ordinary people. You can see them on the road almost every day, but if you ask passers-by what kind of life the police live and what their professional status is like, 80% of people probably don't know. This kind of law enforcement around you is a semi-mysterious group. Although this profession appears frequently enough in movies and mostly appears as a negative role, their real working conditions in reality are still unknown to most ordinary people. This is indeed not an easy job. Christian Bale saw that everyone around him was staring at him, and he knew that everyone was very curious about his 2-month internship. Raising an eyebrow at several acquaintances around him, he said with lingering fear, "In the past 2 months, I believe I have seen a lot of ugliness in human nature. Guys, this is in the wealthy area of Beverly. When I think of other places in Los Angeles, I feel very uncomfortable. Not only does the job of a policeman not pay much, but he also has to face sudden troubles and dangers at all times. You know, about half a month ago, when it was almost time to get off work that evening, 2 of my colleagues forced a suspicious Chevrolet sedan to stop. That kind of broken car should not have appeared near Beverly Park. When we walked forward for a routine check, the driver directly pulled out a revolver and shot at us. Fortunately, he was shot dead directly. No one expected that the actors who simply wanted to experience the life of a policeman would actually encounter a street firefight. They are not real patrolmen whose lives are worth less than paper. Each of them is a millionaire. For the sake of acting, whether it is worth taking such a risk depends on personal thinking. And then, Chris, prop group supervisor Wick's Hart, sitting opposite him, asked curiously, "Hey, you didn't pee your pants when you were scared, did you?" Christian Bale rolled his eyes at him. The two had a lot of contact during the filming of Batman Begins. All the props used by the protagonists were made by each other, so the two have always had a good relationship. I was really scared at the time. Even in front of so many people, he did not hesitate at all and said his truest feelings. You don't understand how it feels when someone points a gun at you, especially the whoosh sound of the bullet. It's terrible, totally different from what you see in the movies. Fortunately, I was following a pair of senior detective partners, and they emptied the magazines directly on the gangsters. Afterwards, when I calmed down, I found that they had found more than 10 kilograms of contraband from the car. Damn Mexicans. Are they going to turn Los Angeles into a contraband dumping ground? It can be seen that after this incident Christian Bale was full of disgust for powdered contraband, and the expression on his face was not concealed. Hey, Chris, don't kill everyone with one stick. Schwartz tapped the table lightly and pointed at the assistant director next to him. Guillermo is also Mexican, but he is different from those dealers. He is a very easygoing guy. Christian Bale quickly said, "Sorry, Guillermo, you know I don't mean that." Guillermo obviously understood the other party's thoughts, smiled and nodded to him, indicating that he didn't care. "You're not a real policeman, Chris." Seeing that almost everyone in the conference room had arrived, Wayne put out the cigarette in his hand in the ashtray and interrupted their small talk. So, just know a little about their working conditions. Don't think too much. Besides, even if there were no Mexican dealers, Los Angeles would have been a dumping ground for those things. This sentence made everyone in the conference room laugh. Yes, there is an extremely developed entertainment industry here, and with the entertainment industry, there are always all kinds of contraband. Whether it is a big star or a practitioner behind the scenes in the circle, they have more or less been touched by these things. There are countless carnival parties in this city every day, and this kind of exciting thing is the absolute protagonist of the party. Okay, I called everyone here today because we will fly to Boston in 2 days to start the official filming. Wayne knocked on the table, and after the meeting room was quiet, he continued, "Go back and deal with your personal problems. The main shots will be shot in Boston, so we will stay there for 2 to 3 months. During this time, I don't want anyone to cause trouble for me. I believe you have all received the notice from Hector, right? Take care of your minority staff. If there is any trouble, I will only find you." After saying this, he looked around the meeting room sternly, making sure that everyone listened carefully. Then he retracted his upper body, leaned on the back of the chair, and looked at the second producer of the crew. "Hector, are the filming locations and hotels over there sure to be okay?" "No problem." Hector Henry nodded. "I have communicated with the local city government and signed a contract. For those outdoor scenes that need to be cleared, they will help clear the streets and cooperate with the crew's work." "Okay." After saying this, he turned his gaze to the actors on the left, scanning Brad Pitt and others one by one. "Many of you are working with me for the first time, so I have something to say in advance. There can be no contraband in my crew, or anyone who smokes those things will affect the work. I will speak directly with the contract. Like all previous projects, whether it is the actor's contract or the backstage staff contract, the anti-drug clause is clearly marked on it. Everyone knows that it is not very meaningful to write it down. No one will watch you smoke leaf tobacco after work. But it can remind everyone that the crew can take out the contract at any time and deduct the remuneration you should have received for your hard work. How to choose is a matter of opinion." Then Wayne and several backstage supervisors exchanged work arrangements after the start of filming, and then ended this final preparatory meeting. The shooting cycle of The Departed is expected to be about 10 to 12 weeks. For this kind of realistic film, if the shooting goes smoothly, the time may be less. There are not a lot of special effects shots in the film, so the pressure of post-production work is naturally reduced a lot, so Wayne prepared plenty of time for the shooting. At most, he will slowly polish one shot at a time. His requirements for the actors' performances will be relatively strict. This is not a purely commercial film, and its purpose is not just box office numbers. It will eventually win an Oscar, so the actors' performances cannot be perfunctory. 2 days passed quickly, and most of the crew members boarded a chartered plane of Warner Brothers and flew to Boston to start the formal filming of the film. Chapter 340. I don't think something is right. Just as Wayne and his companions boarded the plane to Boston and prepared to start the next stage of work, a local Los Angeles newspaper called Entertainment Herald suddenly published a set of photos and news. Although the name of the newspaper seems very grand and gives people the impression of being an authoritative entertainment media at first glance, in fact, it is an entertainment tabloid that focuses on celebrity gossip and specializes in gaining the public's attention as a profit goal. In fact, Scott Cate, the editor who wrote this news, got this set of photos and a cooperation agreement with a confidentiality clause through the matchmaking of a journalist friend. Along with the photos and the agreement, there was also a thick stack of Franklin worth up to $40,000. Scott Cate is just an editor of a tabloid. He has been in the industry for 7 or 8 years and his income has always been at the bottom of the circle. This unexpected fortune can be compared with his normal income for a whole year. If it is according to the unwritten rules in the industry, he should consider whether to report directly when he gets these things. After all, the power of the person involved is really not small. When facing ordinary stars, tabloids like them are not afraid of anyone. No matter whether my report on you is fabricated or not, you can sue us directly if you are not satisfied. Gossip tabloids usually hope that celebrities will sue them to attract more attention and increase their popularity. But if the other party is a real big boss, they have to be careful in their reports. Those people usually have huge capital power. They will not just condemn verbally like stars, but will really find ways to make the newspaper pay the price. Faced with various concerns, even if Scott Cade received hush money, he did not dare to speak nonsense and speculate in the news. He just enlarged a few photos and published them, and then added a huge headline. Naomi Watts is unexpectedly pregnant, and the father of the child is suspected to be Wayne Greenberg. From the enlarged photos, it can be seen that these backgrounds are all in the hospital, and it can be seen at a glance that they were obtained by candid photography. Naomi Watts' belly is very obvious, and she is accompanied by Wayne's personal security surgery. After the newspaper went on sale, it did not immediately cause any stir. Even if someone saw it, they would only discuss it privately. After all, the sales of this kind of gossip tabloid are never too high. After half a day, there was no scene of people scrambling to discuss it. This made Scott Cade feel relieved for a while. He thought it would be best to drown out the news directly, so that he could make money and minimize the risk. However, the opposite happened. Although no one paid attention to the report at the beginning, more than a dozen second-tier media followed up on the same day, completely delivering the news to the public and triggering public opinion. Then it immediately attracted the attention of more media. Countless reporters rushed directly to Greenberg Manor, wanting to interview the parties involved and confirm the truth of the news. Countless calls were made to Jimmy's agency. When the reporters rushed to Warner Brothers Studios, they learned that the crew had flown to Boston. Some people started to book tickets, and some picked up the phone and called the Boston branch. Not only the media reporters, but also the ordinary people who first saw the report were all curious, waiting for the follow-up development and truth of the matter. You know, the representative of the American dream in Hollywood in recent years has never announced that he has an official girlfriend. Now it suddenly broke out that Naomi Watts is pregnant and the father of the child is Wayne Greenberg. This has attracted a lot of attention in a short period of time in the relatively cold movie schedule in Hollywood in early December. Director Greenberg is the father of Naomi Watts' child. Wayne, can we chat for a few words? When are you going to propose to Ms. Watts? I heard that you have secretly married. Is that true? As soon as they entered the airport terminal, Wayne and others were surrounded by crazy reporters. However, the questions asked by the reporters made him frown deeply. This matter has been kept confidential. He didn't want the media to disturb Naomi Watts. It would be best if the child could be born quietly. However, since the media had already received the news, he didn't care too much. Now he was thinking about how to strengthen the security measures of the manor to prevent the Australian girl from being disturbed before giving birth. The reporters were still surrounding him, and all kinds of flashlights were flashing. Under the protection of surgery and the airport security, Wayne lowered his head and said nothing, slowly moving towards the exit of the hall. He didn't look at the assistant until he got on the car to the hotel. Call the manor and tell Naomi not to go out unless necessary. What we need to do now is to wait for these people's curiosity to subside or the heat of the matter to pass. Also, tell her not to accept any interviews. Now the crew has just arrived in Boston, and he can't just abandon everyone and go back to Los Angeles immediately. Besides, there is nothing to be afraid of in this matter. Neither of them has a boyfriend or girlfriend or family, and it doesn't involve the moral level. In Wayne's eyes, it's nothing more than the loss of a quiet environment. However, both he and Naomi Watts have long been accustomed to living under the spotlight. It's just a little more trouble, and it won't cause him too much trouble. Heller said that the gate of the manor has been surrounded by reporters. Now even the employees who go in and out to buy vegetables will be stopped by them for interviews. Nina put down the phone in her hand and said to the boss who had been thinking. Naomi is still in a relatively stable mood. She has been prepared for this situation. After all, you are all public figures. Huh. Wayne raised his hand to rub his forehead and exhaled a large puff of green smoke. He has always been unwilling to have his private life disturbed too much by the media, but this is always just an illusion. Since entering this circle, he has been destined to live under the spotlight. Let's do this for now. Shaking his head, he closed his eyes and began to think about the shooting plan. Now that the news of Naomi Watts' pregnancy has suddenly broken out, it is obviously impossible for the crew to start shooting quietly, and the shooting sequence prepared in advance must also be adjusted. Ring, ring, ring. The car just entered the hotel parking lot, and the mobile phone in Nina's hand rang. After she answered it in a low voice, she handed the phone to her boss, who opened her eyes. "It's Bruce Rosenblum. Give it to me." Wayne took the phone, opened the car door and walked out. "Hey, Bruce, you are not calling about that shitty news too, are you?" "No doubt, that's it." The voice of a Warner Brothers executive came from the phone, and his tone was full of ridicule. "It won't take until tomorrow for all your fans in the United States to know about this. So, are you ready to receive countless blessings?" Nami's popularity has always been high. You have to be careful not to get blasted in the head by her fanatical fans. Bruce Rosenblum was joking about the Jodie Foster incident. After that incident, no one would be surprised if the fanatical fans did something crazy out of jealousy. "Hey, I don't have time to deal with that shit right now." Wayne waved to Hector Henry, who was waiting in front, and motioned him to take him to the reserved room. "You know what? Because of those annoying reporters, I have to adjust my first day's shooting plan, so don't ask me for blessings now. I just hope to start filming quietly. Okay, it seems that you are in good condition, so I don't have to worry about it. There are at least 40 or 50 people downstairs in the company now. It seems that the news about Nami and you this time will keep many tabloids alive for a long time. The public likes to read these, don't they? Aha." Wayne perfunctorily said to the phone, followed the producer out of the elevator, and stopped in front of a suite on the top floor. But he didn't rush in. As usual, Sergey carried a black briefcase and went in first to check everything carefully to prevent the presence of small equipment that shouldn't be here and some safety hazards which also could not escape the eyes of the Russian man. "Do you need the company's public relations department to come forward?" Bruce Rosenblum's voice came again. "How do you want to deal with this? In my experience, the colder it is, the more curious the public and the media will be. You and Naomi are too well known. What do you suggest? Hold a press conference and make an official announcement. Otherwise, you will all be living under the spotlight during this period." Wayne was silent for a moment and said to the phone, "Let's talk about it later. I'll think about it." That's it. I still have to adjust the shooting plan. After hanging up the phone, he thought of the unborn child and felt irritated. The child in Naomi Watts' belly was both lucky and unfortunate. Fortunately, she has not been born yet, and it is certain that she will not worry about material things for the rest of his life. Unfortunately, she will live in the spotlight as soon as she is born. With parents like them, the child will only receive more media attention, and it is basically impossible for him, to have a normal childhood. "Boss, it's alright, come in." Sergey's voice came out. "Fuck, the last break is over. Shit." Wayne muttered dirty words and walked into the living room of the suite. He ignored the assistant who was packing his things for him, took out the director's notebook from his bag, and began to adjust the shooting plan for tomorrow. Originally, he planned to shoot the scenes in the police academy first, starting with simpler shots, so that everyone who had rested for a few months could find their tacit understanding, and give several actors more time to get into the state. But now he changed his mind. Shooting the scenes involving a large number of people at the beginning may be okay for the main actors, but those small actors and extras will definitely be affected by the media reporters surrounding the crew. Directly shoot the rooftop scenes. Since the simple shots were not going to be shot, he planned to start shooting on the first day and directly shoot the rivalry between the two protagonists on the rooftop. This scene can be said to be very difficult, and his shooting plan gave a full 3 days to prepare for several shots of this scene, and he was prepared to give the actors enough patience to slowly grind. Just when Wayne had just adjusted the shooting plan and looked at the time and wanted to order something to eat, Nina came over with an ugly face and a mobile phone in her hand. "Boss," Nina's former agent Jenny accepted an interview and confirmed the authenticity of the pregnancy news and pointed out that you are the father of the child. "Forget it, the media will know it sooner or later." Wayne tiredly lit a cigarette and waved to the assistant. "That woman didn't say anything else, did she?" Nina hesitated and nodded. Not yet, but I think something is wrong. This seemingly one-on-one revelation method made the assistant feel familiar, but she just felt a little bad and couldn't explain it. Chapter 341. Put aside the disturbance and start shooting. Wayne stood in front of the French window in the top floor suite of the Four Seasons Hotel Boston. The night scene under his feet was bright with lights and busy with people. This place was different from the glitz and bustle of Los Angeles and had a more modern atmosphere. Ever since the assistant said that she felt something was wrong, he fell into silence and stood alone in front of the window all night until it was completely dark. The ashtray at hand was already filled with cigarette butts. Many things can't be concluded by just guessing from clues. Just from the current situation, it doesn't cause him any trouble at all. This is the most confusing part. It's just a few photos. Even if he publicly admits that he is the father of Naomi Watts' child, what can he do? According to the usual trend of public opinion, this will only make the public discuss for a while. Perhaps most people will give their blessings, and then the media will follow up and hype up a wave of golden boy and jade girl characters, which is in line with the normal fermentation of things. But the former agent who was fired by Naomi Watts suddenly appeared and was willing to risk offending himself and identify the child in the media, which made Wayne smell something unusual. Someone gave her greater temptation and benefits. He muttered softly. This was the only thing he could think of. However, even so, he still couldn't guess what it meant. Nina. Wayne extinguished the cigarette in his hand again, turned around and called the assistant. Tomorrow morning, contact Anthony Pellicano and ask him to investigate who the first photo leaked from. Nina nodded. Okay, boss. If there is anyone who is the most useful information collector in the Hollywood circle, it must be Anthony Pellicano, the Eye of Hollywood. The assistant has been in contact with the other party for the past 2 years. As long as someone collects information about Wayne, they will know it first. Compared with his charging standards that far exceed those of well-known private detectives, his work efficiency is also far higher than that of ordinary people. In Wayne's mind, this person is like a data analysis master who can always find the information he wants to know from clues. Let's leave it this way for now. At least I can't see clearly what harm it will do to me. He shook his head at the assistant and walked towards the bedroom without eating dinner. No matter what happened, the first task in front of him was to shoot the film. As for other problems, Wayne could only wait and see what was going on. Early the next morning, nearly 150 people from the crew walked out of the hotel in an orderly manner in the hustle and bustle of the morning, forming a long convoy and quickly arriving at the filming location prepared in advance. A building here was rented. Outside the isolation zone of the crew downstairs, dozens of local fans and media reporters gathered. Because there were too many people on the scene, Wayne had to ask Nina to notify Hector Henry to contact the local police department to maintain order. Before everything was clear, he would not accept any media interviews. Even if some of the fans who were watching came for him, he had no intention of stopping to sign autographs and say hello. After the car stopped, he went directly into the building with his head down. Since the morning, there have been staff members who have been congratulating him. Today, the news has been completely spread. Almost everyone knows that he is going to be a father. In the minds of normal people, this is a good thing. Originally, the film had a large number of media onlookers as soon as it started shooting. This was a mixed blessing. Although the filming environment was lost and too much media attention would slow down the work, it could also gain more attention for the film and play a role in early publicity. When this kind of suitable opportunity came, Wayne should have accepted the interview to create more eye-catching topics and give the film a wave of free publicity. If it weren't for the revelation of Naomi Watts' former agent, he would not have hesitated to do so. Although his previous films had achieved great success at the box office, if you think about it carefully, the first two films were mostly tricky, while the latter films themselves were adaptations, which were naturally well known and topical, giving the film a good foundation for creating high box office. Frankly speaking, The Departed can be regarded as an original script. Even if the word of mouth is good after the filming, it can't get rid of the limitations of non-sequel adaptations. This limitation is not only him, but no one in this circle can break it in another 20 years. Movies still have to make money after all, not to mention that Greenberg Studios holds 50% of the investment, so he can't let his money go to waste. The Oscar statuette is not that expensive. How about I organize those reporters and let Brad Pitt and Chris be interviewed to promote the film? Hector Henry walked to Wayne and looked at the crowd through the window with him. Faced with such a good publicity opportunity, as the second producer, he was also tempted. This is simply a free promotion channel in advance. No, these people are not thinking about the film. We are mainly shooting. Wayne shook his head, took a last look at the crowd, turned around and walked towards the elevator with his assistants. Gilmore, Schwartz and others have been upstairs for a while. They are coordinating with various departments to arrange the shooting scene and setting up the camera positions and adjusting the lighting in advance. According to Wayne's idea, although this film has commercial attributes, the production method is more similar to independent films. There is no clear release date, which naturally leaves enough time for shooting, as long as it can be completed before April or May next year. It is now early December. As long as nothing unexpected happens, the film will be screened in Los Angeles before the summer season next year. It will be screened for a long time to get a ticket to the 1997 awards season. This kind of non-sequel adapted realistic gangster film is a type of 18+, so it is naturally impossible to have a large market. It can't be compared with science fiction or action movies at all, so the awards season is the best place for it. Even the co-investor Warner Brothers knows that if Wayne's new film wants to get a North American box office of more than $300 million, even if God comes, it will be impossible. The natural audience group determines the upper limit of the film's box office. The camera position and lighting have been adjusted on the roof. Christian Bale and Brad Pitt are constantly rehearsing their lines during the intervals. They have practiced the specific performance requirements, but the first scene is to shoot the ending of the film, which is something no one expected. This makes the two unfamiliar people face greater challenges. After arriving at the main camera, Wayne checked them one by one again and confirmed the work with Robert, Steve and others before the official shooting, so as to avoid negligence and problems after the official shooting began. Even if many films have been shot, the start of each new project is the beginning of a new challenge for the director. Any negligence in the work may waste the work efforts of dozens or hundreds of people in the crew. So, no matter how many successes there have been, every new film shooting is a journey for the director to constantly solve difficulties. After making sure that there are no problems with these, Wayne walked back to the reserved monitor, picked up his director's notebook, took a look, and compared the on-site arrangements. The director's sufficient preparation in advance determines the efficiency of the next shooting. He never likes to play with inspiration and play on the spot. This is Hollywood. Even for this type of film that targets the awards season, there is no requirement for tight production time. He can't be like Zulaigwe, who shoots a film for several years. Through the images transmitted to the monitor by the camera, Wayne picked up the loudspeaker on the table and shouted to Steve Wilson, "The light is harder. It's softer now. Yes, darker. I need to show a cold effect." As the lighting team quickly adjusted, he pointed to the background wall on the side of the rooftop. "Wicks, adjust the position of the old paint buckets under the wall. Now they can't show from behind the camera. It will be done soon." Wicks' heart nodded quickly and ran over with two prop assistants. "Is there anything else that is not appropriate?" Gilmore, the assistant director, came to him and asked nervously. "I mean about the set or other preparations." All of this was coordinated and arranged in advance by the assistant director. Since it was the first time to work with Wayne, he hoped to understand each other's shooting habits more. "It's just some fine-tuning. Don't be nervous." Wayne understood his thoughts and pointed to the monitor. "The construction of a film scene can never tolerate any carelessness, and it must be refined. This depends on the story that happened before the shot, the on-site shooting, and the crucial post-production." While the staff were adjusting, Gilmore immediately perked up when he heard Wayne's words. He knew that these were all the work experiences accumulated by the other party, which were quite rare for him. Just like the lighting just mentioned, if we want to change the tone according to the needs, the easiest way to achieve the effect you want is the most important thing, the lighting. The lighting obtained through post-production adjustment is far inferior to the correct lighting on the scene. Wayne kept talking casually so that he could get into the working state as soon as possible. Forget the media reporters surrounding the set downstairs. Forget his own child who was about to be born in Los Angeles. Forget all other irrelevant things and concentrate on what he is best at. The lighting is okay. The set is fine. The camera is ready too. The crew members all retreated outside the camera. After everything was ready, Brad Pitt, who played Billy, and Christian Bale, who played Colin, walked into the camera together. Everyone looked at the director's seat, waiting for Wayne to start shooting the first scene. Chapter 342. It's interesting. The set gradually quieted down, and everyone looked at Wayne. He waved to Guillermo, signaling that it was time to start. The Departed, Act 1, Scene 1. After receiving the order from the assistant director, the stage manager held up the stage manager's sign in front of the main camera and shouted, "Start now." Today's sky was a bit gloomy, and the sun was almost invisible. This was what made Wayne most satisfied. The two people in the center of the camera immediately entered the acting state when they heard the start. Neither of them was a novice, and even though they had to do a difficult role at the beginning, they did not panic at all. Christian Bale had blood on his nose, and his hands were struggling to be handcuffed behind his back by Brad Pitt. His face revealed an excited and anxious look, and he kept looking back at his opponent. "Shit. What is this? Are you going to arrest the police?" "Shoot." Faced with provocation, Brad Pitt frisked his opponent who was handcuffed, and took out a pistol, and pointed it at him. Christian Bale continued. "There is only one policeman between us, Bill. Did you know that, Bill? No one knows. Damn it. Shut the FXXK up." Brad Pitt held a gun in one hand and put his other hand around the other's neck, shouting angrily and pushing him forward. Christian Bale was pushed forward while looking back. "I'm a Massachusetts police officer. Who the FXXK are you? I deleted all your police files." Hearing this, Brad Pitt showed shock at the right time, pushed the other person against the wall, and pointed the gun at his head. "You deleted my police file? Huh. Yeah. Shoot the police. See what will happen to you." Cut. Before Christian Bale could finish his lines, everyone heard Wayne's voice calling for a stop, which came from the loudspeaker. Guillermo, who was standing not far from the director's seat, raised his hand to scratch his hair, and walked behind the monitor. He thought this performance was very good, and didn't understand why it was called off. Before this, he had been shooting Mexican-style films, which did not require such strict performances. When the director called for a stop, he really did not understand what the problem was. The two leading actors of the film turned around and looked here with confusion. Wayne sat in the director's chair and waved to the two of them. "Brad, Chris, come over here. It seems we need to talk." He turned to look at Guillermo. "Let the crew take a break. We will start shooting in 15 minutes. Not only did the two leading actors come over together, but the gang leader Jack Nicholson, who had been watching on the side, also came over behind them. He wanted to get familiar with the director's shooting requirements as soon as possible. "My problem?" Christian Bale pointed his finger at his face and asked first. Wayne habitually lit a cigarette, thinking of the short rivalry between the two just now, and nodded slightly. "It's not just you, it's both of you who have some problems." As he said this, he stretched out a finger and pointed at Christian Bale's face. "I don't know what you have learned in your 2 months of internship as a detective, but your performance just now clearly proves that you may have done a useless job. Chris, once you enter the performance state, I seem to see Bruce Wayne. I can see that you are trying your best to restrain yourself, but the state is indeed contradictory. Colin does not need to have a gloomy temperament. I say it again, forget all your previous performances. You are now an undercover police officer. This is a heavy reprimand for the British actor, but it is only for him alone. As a person whom Wayne absolutely trusts, he will give him a stricter standard." Christian Bale was obviously stunned by the reprimand, then nodded silently, looking at the icy face of the director who entered the working state, and slowly sat aside. "Brad, your expression is also problematic. Note that I'm only talking about the expression. The emotions and eyes are very good." Wayne turned his head and looked at Brad Pitt, who was instantly nervous. I don't know how you and the director worked together in 7 or the previous films, but I can't be perfunctory at all." He pointed at the corner of the other person's mouth and continued, "Your current anger has turned into rage. There is nothing wrong with that, but you don't have to be so outwardly expressive, and rage doesn't mean you need to be exaggerated. Okay, I understand. Give me a few minutes, I can adjust my facial expression." Brad Pitt knew that there was no contradiction between him and the director, and the other party didn't just have too high expectations of him. Compared with the other male lead who was scolded, at least he wasn't called shit, right? Wayne liked actors with good attitudes. Seeing that Brad Pitt, who was working with him for the first time, was quite obedient, the tense muscles on his face relaxed a little and gave him a smile that was not quite a smile. "The shooting task I set today is only this set of shots, so you two have enough time to adapt and practice. If you can't meet my requirements, I don't mind shooting this set of shots for a few days in a row." Hearing his words, the 2 male leads, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, looked at each other and felt toothache at the same time. Just think about how boring and painful it would be to work on the same shot for many days in a row. Are Wayne's requirements always so strict? Jack Nicholson turned and retreated silently and asked Nina beside him softly. He knew that this woman with mediocre appearance was more than just a personal assistant, and he never looked down on her. "It's for the film division." The assistant had a good relationship with the main creators of the crew, and she didn't mind revealing some unimportant information. For example, in The Last Batman, his requirements for many shots were not strict. As long as it was acceptable, he would not stop the performance. After all, it was just a commercial film. Jack Nicholson smiled. He understood what it meant. This young director was too sober. For this not so commercial film, strict requirements were definitely a good thing. Otherwise, how could he impress the old men in the academy? After a short break, the 2 male protagonists simply touched up their makeup and walked to the center of the camera again, ready to start the next countless performances. As said, Wayne was not in a hurry at all. Since he chose the relatively difficult ending scene, he was ready to spend a few days to help the actors find their character status and to improve the tacit understanding of the stuff behind the scenes. Boston officially started filming, completely ignoring the curiosity of the media and the public. Now everyone is waiting for Wayne or Naomi Watts to stand up and announce the good news to the media and fans, and then receive a large number of blessings. It took only 2 days for the news to break. Today, the media did street interviews. Faced with the combination of a young Hollywood director and a well-known actress, most passers-by gave positive feedback, thinking that this is a golden boy and a beautiful girl, and expressed the hope to see them walk into the marriage hall and give the unborn baby a complete home. Wayne's movies are very cool. Naomi Watts is also very hot, and their children will definitely be very cool. Hey, I've long felt that there was something wrong between the two of them. How could Wayne, an ordinary friend, bring Naomi Watts with him to any event? But they are really a good match, aren't they? The unborn baby is really lucky. His father is a great director who shoots movies, and his mother is also a big star. You ask what I think. Of course they are a great combination. I really hope they can make it official. In the live broadcast of the TV station's entertainment channel, many passers-by interviewed were very optimistic about this matter, especially the young people interviewed, a large part of whom were Wayne's fans. When people were thinking that this was another sweet love relationship that had to be exposed because of the child, many talk shows on entertainment channels began to discuss it non-stop. The topics they discussed were different from those of ordinary people. They mainly discussed Wayne's wealth, the income analysis of the movies he produced, the speculation of the shares of Warner Brothers, and the internet investment information that could be found on the surface. Everyone knew that he made a lot of money, but when all this was laid out, countless people in North America were shocked. Wayne has never been the top earner in Hollywood, and no rich list has ever included him. Now people know through vague analysis that his net worth may be around $1 billion US, or even more. When the topic of wealth is constantly brought up, the term American dream is also constantly mentioned. Whether it is ordinary people or colleagues in the circle, they all think that Wayne is the biggest representative of the American dream since the beginning of the 1990s. Things have gradually changed. The eyes of most people and the media have deviated from the original purpose. After the huge hidden wealth was discovered, the focus of people's discussion became Wayne himself. From his college days to his Hollywood period, he has been constantly studied by countless people. At the same time, the women around him, and those rumored girlfriends reported by the media are also discussed. There is no doubt that he is an out-and-out playboy. Wayne Greenberg never respects women. He is like a violent demon and a beast who will only hurt more women for his perverted desires. The crew has been working on the rooftop scenes for 3 consecutive days. Originally, today's filming went very smoothly, which made Wayne in a very good mood. However, after returning to the hotel, he received a message from the public relations department of Warner Brothers, which completely aroused his vigilance. This is a preview of a talk show, and the woman who appeared on TV and spoke was someone he had almost forgotten. After a period of trance, he remembered that she was a member of the cheerleading team and the one who had slept with him the most times. He vaguely remembered that this little blonde wildcat named Katie was with Adam Goodman before graduation. Interesting. Chapter 343 Wait and see. Boss. After returning to the hotel and receiving the notice from the public relations department of Warner Brothers and seeing the program introduction of CBS cable TV, Nina found that her boss had fallen into deep thought. She called out twice in a row and finally woke up Wayne, who was in a daze. Seeing that his eyes had regained their spirits, the assistant walked to the sofa and turned off the TV with a snap. There is news in Los Angeles as well. After Anthony Pelicano's investigation, those photos were leaked from a paparazzi, and the buyer was Stuart Baird. As for the subsequent events, he is still investigating. He only told me to prepare yourself mentally. There are many people following up this time, and the specific development of the matter is still unclear. Aha, can't see clearly? Wayne suddenly laughed contemptuously. Just after receiving the news, he thought about the whole thing from beginning to end. The reason why Nina felt familiar with this kind of ring-to-ring revelations was that it was the most common style of several giants. Think about how Warner Brothers coaxed Morgan Freeman. First, through its media, it attracted great attention from the public and society. Then, at the peak of public opinion, scandals about him broke out again and again. When people's discussion topics and eyes turned to him, a group of representatives of vulnerable groups, various female victims, jumped out. These women who were worthless before suddenly received a lot of legal aid. Like a group of sharks smelling blood, they began to bite black movie stars in the media. After Morgan Freeman's reputation was completely stinking, Warner Brothers bribed his wife and granddaughter through aid, and together with the female victims who jumped out, accused him in the media and court. Using the huge capital and media power of the media group to make a person black from the inside out, become deserted by everyone, and become a perpetrator who paid tens of millions of dollars in compensation. This routine will certainly make people feel familiar. Don't worry about the Hollywood eye. There are some things that he can't find any clues about. We don't need any evidence. Just guessing is enough. Wayne lit the lighter with a click, tilted his head and let the cigarette in his mouth. After taking a deep breath, he exhaled a long stream of smoke. Nina, guess how many people want me to be unlucky? The answer to this question is self-evident. The assistant lady didn't say anything, but just silently accompanied him to think. I'm afraid that except for Warner Brothers, the other 5 giants and a series of small and medium-sized companies in Hollywood are unwilling to see a director who continues to achieve huge success. This circle has always been like this. The market has always been so big. If you keep eating more and taking more, it means that others will lose a lot of benefits. So Wayne said that just guessing is enough. Now that things are not clear, even if you guess, you can only guess roughly. Before all the tricks are used, the people hiding behind will not easily surface. This is not something that Stuart Baird, that little editor, could have done. Nina reached out and pushed her glasses. At this moment, the eyes behind the lenses flashed with wisdom far beyond the usual. I guess he was used by someone, or he just wanted to disgust us, but he didn't expect that someone would join in the follow-up actions. First of all, Nami is pregnant with your child. This matter can indeed attract enough attention. A well-known Hollywood director and a popular female star naturally have enough topicality. Nina kept analyzing. Halfway through, she suddenly took out her notebook that she had been recording various things in the circle from her briefcase and flipped to the last few pages. Boss, this little bit of public opinion can't cause any harm to us now. This should be just the beginning. Maybe I'm overthinking, but we have to make some preparations. Wayne nodded gently and didn't interrupt the assistant's analysis. In terms of personal IQ, this woman is a true academic master who only appears in tens of thousands of people. She is much smarter than him, a cheater. Nami's former agent has resigned. Nina pointed to a new record in the notebook, her tone revealing the surprise of discovering a fox's tail. After she accepted an interview with the media the day before yesterday and personally proved that the child in Nami's belly was yours, I specifically contacted the public relations department of Warner Brothers to learn about this person. If I guessed correctly, this agent lady has already thrown herself into the arms of CAA. When Jimmy left CAA, I remember that it was not very pleasant. The current person in power, Martin Bob, has made several appointments with you, but didn't get the desired results. Just as Nina analyzed, CAA is definitely one of them who wants to make Wayne unlucky. If there is no opportunity, they may be able to keep their distance, but as long as the opportunity arises, they will definitely not mind secretly stepping on it. That's right. Wayne picked up the cold coffee, drank most of the cup in one gulp, and leaned back on the sofa with his whole body relaxed. With the various resources CAA has, it is fully capable of finding Katie. If only it were that simple. Nina frowned. That's right, it was definitely not that simple. No matter how much that woman argued, it would not have much impact on Wayne's current financial status. The planners behind the scenes would not be unaware of this. Even without her own intervention, the legal department of Warner Brothers could make a woman with no money and no power suffer to death. If she dared to say anything in the media, she would run a huge legal risk, and the price she paid was so high that it was hard to understand. What should we do now? Nina looked at her boss, who suddenly relaxed and tried to give her own advice, saying, should we let the Warner Brothers public relations department intervene? Whether it is to guide public opinion or to expose something else to divert public attention, it can divert many people's attention from us. She was talking about the public relations methods commonly used in Hollywood. It has been proven over the past many years that this method of diverting trouble is very useful, and many celebrities' public relations teams have been using it tirelessly. Don't worry. Waving to the assistant, Wayne shook his head and suddenly laughed. I'm not Morgan Freeman. It doesn't make sense for me to throw dirty water or play the victim game. We just need to continue filming and see who else will reveal themselves. I'm also curious about what those people are planning to do. When he said these words, although he was always smiling, his heart was extremely tense. There was no doubt that someone wanted to mess with him. Who was involved in this matter? What was the purpose? And what other means would be used later? These were more important to him. After being in this circle for a few years, he understood one thing more and more, that competition must be everywhere. If he wanted to have fewer messy things in the future, he should at least know who had calculated him. The filming continued the next day. The rooftop scenes went smoothly. Brad Pitt and Christian Bale gradually entered the state that the characters should be. The footage was shot one after another, stumbling around. Then Jack Nicholson's entrance gave Wayne enough surprises. The old actor's acting skills were solid, and he could easily interpret this negative role. When the opening scene was shot, the crew was packing up on the street and starting to move. Jack Nicholson walked up to Wayne and said, I have an idea for the next scene. The filming had officially started for a few days, and this was the first actor to take the initiative to propose an idea. Wayne looked up at him, also curious about what he wanted to say, hoping that it was not a suggestion to modify the story. Don't get me wrong, Wayne. Jack Nicholson spread his hands and quickly explained, when he found that several people around him were looking at him. I have no problem with the character setting in the script. It's just a personal idea. Since we want to show Frank Costello's debauchery, can we put the powder on the actress's naked buttocks when he is inhaling it, and then let the powder be scattered randomly during the sex scene? Wayne leaned back in the chair, stroking the stubble on his chin with one hand, considering the other party's proposal. Okay, let's try it during the filming. If the effect is good, I will use your suggestion. to shoot this set of shots. Regardless of whether Jack Nicholson looks like an old pervert, his suggestion definitely makes some sense, and Wayne doesn't mind shooting it to see the effect. After all, this is a pure American gangster film, and he is also afraid that he will be influenced by Eastern thinking. Although they are both infernal affairs, they are completely different things. It can be said that, although the two films have a high degree of similarity in the core of the plot, Wayne still made the story completely Americanized by changing the background when writing the script. Especially the police in the film, he set them up as a negative image just like other Hollywood films. As for the plot, unlike the rich Hong Kong-style plot structure, he is not going to play any tricks in the whole film. It is directly full of traditional American wildness, letting the two undercovers face to face, direct, free, foul language, blood, and bullets flying together, which is in line with the living environment and viewing values of North America. In the American's viewing experience, the feeling of the grassroots gangster brother is wild and direct. From entering the industry to getting ahead and then becoming rich, he relies on a burst of irritability. After success, he must be full of debauchery and has no spirit of senior cadres of the Hong Kong triad. So Wayne had no reason to object to Jack Nicholson's proposal. In some ways, the life experience of this old actor is indeed more useful. In the subsequent shooting, it was also proved that the other party's performance method was indeed effective. In the end, this shot showing the gangster boss Frank completely adopted Jack Nicholson's proposal. Chapter 344 Temptation. While Wayne was busy filming in Boston, Cameron Diaz, dressed like a girl next door, walked into a coffee shop in Century City, Los Angeles, with a hint of doubt on her face. She wore a simple pair of blue jeans and a white jacket. Her hair was braided into a ponytail, and she wore a pair of big sunglasses. This outfit concealed most of her features and hardly attracted anyone's attention. After asking the trainee a few questions, she was taken to a private partition. After her favorite lad was brought over, Cameron Diaz held a small spoon and stirred it in the cup. Her attention was not on the coffee, but on the purpose of the person who asked her to come. After more than 10 minutes, a short-haired woman walked in through the partition. She looked very capable in a professional lady's suit. The two looked at each other for a while before the woman said, "Hello, Ms. Diaz, nice to meet you." Looking at the woman sitting opposite, Cameron Diaz took off her sunglasses, and the curiosity on her face was not concealed at all. She was very sure that she didn't know the other person and had no impression of this person. "Hi, you are the one who asked me out through your agent? If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. I don't have much time. Ms. Diaz, I have 2 movie invitations here." The woman took the coffee brought by the adapter, took 2 sips lightly, looked up at her and said tentatively. Hearing that there was an invitation for a role, Cameron Diaz immediately prepared to get up and leave. This was not in line with the rules. If it was a job invitation, the other party should contact his agent. In her eyes, those who contacted him directly were mostly scammers. Seeing her open her handbag and take out a $20 bill and put it on the table, the visitor immediately realized his problem. His mysterious appearance was indeed not much different from that of a scammer. "Excuse me, Ms. Diaz." Seeing that the other party didn't say anything and was about to leave, after putting down the money, she stood up quickly and said in a hurried tone, "These are indeed invitations for 2 big projects, and both are female protagonists." "Big projects?" Hearing the word big project, Cameron Diaz paused and then observed the other party carefully, revealing a hint of interest. "You have 5 minutes. I'm very busy at work, or you can contact my agent. There are only so many big projects launched in Hollywood every year, and they are always in high demand, so she is willing to stay temporarily and listen to what the other party has to say." Seeing that she sat down again, the visitor threw out his trump card without hesitation. "There is a project in preparation. You should be familiar with Jim Carrey, right? The crew has already signed a contract with him. If you are interested, the heroine of this project is yours. You don't need to go through auditions and other work. You can sign an actor contract at any time." Hearing the other party talking about Jim Carrey, Cameron Diaz's light blue eyes shrank instantly. The project that can afford Jim Carrey must have a lot of investment. Now he is an absolute box office guarantee, and the success rate of the film is naturally very high. At this time, She no longer has her usual carefree demeanor. If the authenticity of this project is guaranteed, she is indeed very interested. There is another project, a project with an investment of more than $90 million US. Seeing her excited look, the woman continued, the male lead has been confirmed to be Tommy Lee Jones and Will Smith. The two of them have signed contracts with the crew, and now the project has begun preliminary preparations. Thinking of what she was told before, she was sure that this strategy was indeed correct. These Hollywood actresses would almost never let go of such opportunities, as long as there was a slight possibility of participating. Where are you from? The project the woman mentioned was very tempting, but Cameron Diaz remained rational. For the two films the other party mentioned, there were many female stars willing to work hard to play roles, and it seemed that it would not be her turn. I'm from CAA, this is my business card. The woman was not so anxious at this time. She took out a stack of business cards from her handbag and put one on the table. She knew that the female star opposite her had been interested. Jenny. Cameron Diaz picked up the business card and knew at a glance that it was not fake, and there was no need to forge it. It would be discovered as long as she investigated it later. Why me? Tell me, what do I need to pay? She fiddled with the business card in her hand and looked up at her agent Jenny. You can choose one of these two big productions. I can guarantee that you will be the heroine, and I can even sign an actor contract in advance. Jenny's eyes flashed with excitement, and her voice became smaller and smaller. As long as you. 20 minutes later, Cameron Diaz left the cafe and walked towards the parking lot with a nervous mood. It was not until she sat in the car for a while that she slowly returned to normal. The whole thing was full of surprises. When the woman said the latter, she had already believed what she said, but now she was very hesitant about what to do specifically. This matter was full of uncertainty. Compared with the people behind the woman and the people they wanted to deal with, her body was too thin. If she was not careful, she would not be able to please both sides. Gritting her teeth, Cameron Diaz started the car, but she was constantly calculating the gains and losses in her mind. Katie, how long have you been with director Wayne Greenberg? A year, maybe a little longer? You know, he was not just with me. At that time, he was a quarterback in the school, and he was always surrounded by cheerleaders. A blonde beauty on TV was talking to the camera. This was a talk show on CBS. As one of the largest cable TV stations in North America, the ratings of this show were destined to be high. In the living room of the Four Seasons Hotel suite, Wayne and others were also watching this show. He held a can of beer in his hand, as if he was watching a football game, with a playful look on his face. Boss, your taste has never changed. Nina's teasing voice came. She also held a can of beer in her hand, staring at the TV with interest. A blonde wildcat, delicate face, sexy body like a model. Just looking at this appearance, the audience will believe that she is your ex-girlfriend. Hey. Wayne shrugged helplessly. To be clear, we have never been together. She was just my friend at the beginning. It has been so long. She can still be found. It is really thoughtful. The girl on the TV gradually talked about him as the host asked questions. The blonde beauty described some adult topics without hesitation. The sound coming from the TV was intermittent. Even if some words were muted by the TV station, the audience could probably understand what she said. Yes, he never respects women, just like a beast, and the sex process is full of abuse. I'm not the only one who feels this way. There were many cheerleaders who had sex with him at the beginning, and everyone was afraid of him. With a click, John Gray, who had been sitting not far from the TV, reached out to turn off the constantly jumping screen, turned around and looked at Wayne with a gloomy face. Someone is taking advantage of this issue, not just one person. At least CAA and Walt Disney are involved. What do you think? This matter can be seen from the information that has been known. CAA poached Naomi Watts' former agent and also found the so-called ex-girlfriend, and CBS is a cable TV network under Walt Disney. It doesn't matter, let them all jump out. Wayne raised his head and drank half a can of beer, not as nervous as John. Can they organize a group of so-called victims? I'm not a star standing in front of the stage. So what if there are some controversies? Early this morning, John Gray flew to Boston. It goes without saying how important Wayne is to Warner Brothers. The company attaches great importance to this matter and is afraid that these trivial matters will affect the projects being filmed. John, go and rest first. He looked at his former partner with a tired face, waved his hand and said, there are not enough things exposed now. We can't judge the purpose of those people. Don't worry. Since they have started to discredit me in the media, it is impossible to stop easily. John Gray shook his head, turned and walked out of the hotel suite, and walked towards his room. No one expected that, just because of the news of Nami's pregnancy, someone would take the opportunity to prepare to make trouble. Now it is not just Wayne who is being targeted, but Warner Brothers. Before coming, the company executives unanimously believed that Warner Brothers' performance has been ranked first among the 6 major companies for 2 consecutive years, and it has pulled out a lead, which has caused too many people to be dissatisfied. The fundamental reason for these people to blacken Wayne is still market share. Boss, there's a call from Los Angeles. It's Bella. Just a few minutes after John left, the assistant's phone rang. She answered it for more than 10 minutes before hanging up. Someone found Bella Grant and promised her millions of dollars and the position of editor-in-chief of a newspaper, hoping that she would accept an interview with the media and take the initiative to expose some of your things. Those people also promised that, as long as she was willing to stand up, more people would stand up and expose your control of women through violence, abuse, and money. What? Wayne didn't expect that this matter was more complicated than he thought, and someone was willing to pay such a high price to blacken him. You know, Bella Grant, as a strong woman, is not short of money in her life, so the temptation became millions of dollars, plus the position of editor-in-chief of a newspaper, which can be said to save this woman 10 years of struggle. I don't know why the scheduled update didn't work well. I found it when I woke up. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345, Pulling Out a Real Gun. Should we call other people? Maybe there will be temptations that we can't resist. Nina's voice was gloomy and hoarse. Bella Grant's call just now made her mood fall to the bottom instantly. Wayne knew that the other people she was talking about were women who had had relationships with him. Not everyone could withstand such temptations like the beautiful editor-in-chief. Don't call. He stretched out a finger and gently tapped Nina twice. If they are willing to do something, no one can stop them, including you. Put your heart in your stomach. What you have to do is to pay attention to the news and continue to wait. The assistant knew that her little thoughts were discovered. She was not embarrassed at all. She shrugged and walked to her bedroom. Those women who could have relationships with Wayne almost all had a good relationship with Nina. Otherwise she would not want to remind other women through the phone not to make mistakes that would make them regret. She knew very well in her heart that, although her boss seemed to be hiding in Boston and was only focusing on shooting new films, in fact, those behind-the-scenes figures who discredited him could hardly shake his foundation in Hollywood. Even if there is an uncontrollable impact, at most he will be completely behind the scenes for 1 or 2 years. However, no matter the director, producer, or the boss of a film company, they are naturally behind the scenes, and it is impossible for fans to remember those black materials for several years. Besides, it is still uncertain whether those people can achieve their goals. No one really thinks that Warner Brothers is made of paper. With Wayne's style of doing things and the resources of Warner Brothers, Nina believes that when her boss sees all the troublemakers clearly, he will definitely stab them one by one without making a sound. There is absolutely no problem in treating Wayne as a respectable person in the upper class. However, don't forget that he has also climbed up from the bottom, but he just climbed too fast. He has never been very ambitious. A night passed, and early the next morning, just like the previous few days, the crew left the hotel early, and the motorcade rushed to an old neighborhood. Both sides of the street had been sealed by the police. In a bar in the middle of the block, the set and props teams were busy making the final arrangements. After a few days of shooting, everyone had officially entered the working state. These behind-the-scenes teams were almost all veterans, which saved a lot of time for the shooting. "Hi, Wayne. Hi, Nina. Because there was no role for the heroine here, Jennifer Connelly was dressed in a daily outfit, jeans and long-sleeved t-shirt, plus her youthful and beautiful figure. She looked like a girl next door. If you don't look closely at the girl's face, you can hardly tell that she has put on makeup. She is now at the best age for white girls, whether it is her face, figure, or skin. Hello, Jennifer. Wayne was originally leaning on the bar counter with his arms around his shoulders, watching Gilmore practicing walking with the group actors. When he heard the voice of greeting next to him, he turned his head and responded, then looked at the other party with interest. Turning slightly, Jennifer Connelly stood side by side with him, also leaning on the bar counter. Noticing the gaze lingering on her chest, she deliberately straightened her waist quietly. I happened to see the CBS show last night, unfortunately. Wayne, you are not really a sadist like that woman said, are you? Or were the women you had scandals with before really threatened by you with violence and money? The woman was very close to him when she spoke, and a faint scent of perfume drifted into his nose from a distance. In fact, I have never been with that girl. Wayne shrugged, pulled an ashtray from the bar, and lit a cigarette with a click. But it doesn't matter. She is free to say whatever she wants. As for whether I'm a sadist, his words were very clear. This country attaches great importance to freedom and privacy. Even if he really has that kind of fetish, no one can say anything to accuse him if both parties are willing. Of course, if the woman is unwilling and is forced by violence or other reasons, that is another concept. It not only involves the moral level, but also the legal level. Is the cigarette good to smoke? Jennifer Connelly was smart and didn't continue this embarrassing topic. She rolled her eyes slightly, and on her fresh face like a girl next door, she looked at the cigarette in his mouth with curiosity. In her heart, now is definitely a good opportunity to get close to Wayne. The more unfavorable the public opinion is to this man, the easier it is for her to get close to him. This is human nature. Everyone will have a good impression of people who help in times of need or believe in themselves. Habitually pinching the cigarette with two fingers, Wayne tilted his head and looked at this relatively soft face. What are you talking about? Yep. Observing that no one was paying attention to her, Jennifer Connelly lowered her head slightly, put her mouth close to the cigarette in Wayne's hand, and took it directly from his hand into her mouth. When the cigarette was taken away, she also stretched out her tongue and licked his fingers gently. Then, as the man's eyes moved away, she took a deep breath. Well, this kind of men's Marlboro smells too strong. Cough, cough, damn it. So sometimes you can't just look at the surface of things. Wayne reached out and grabbed the woman's wrist, took the cigarette back from her hand, and put it back in his mouth, and looked at her red face. Just like this cigarette, it looks very tempting, but it's actually very strong. If you don't try it yourself, how can you taste the taste of cigarettes? Jennifer Connelly noticed that the staff had gradually retreated to the edge of the bar. Knowing that the filming work would start soon, she ignored her uncomfortable throat and said with a pitiful look, "Be patient." Wayne looked at her and smiled. "You can take a small sip first and slowly get used to it. This requires a certain amount of patience." "Wow, then are you willing to date me?" She knew what made her different from other women, that is, this beautiful face since childhood. Her beauty was not as three-dimensional and hard as that of a normal American girl. Her relatively soft facial features were naturally gentle and intellectual. "It's just as risky as your smoking just now." Wayne shook his head. The other party did meet his usual aesthetic standards, at least at the age of 20-something, but now he was busy with filming work, and there were still uncertain things brewing in Los Angeles, so he really didn't want to play this kind of game. "But if I don't take risks, how do I know that cigarette can be so strong?" Jennifer Connelly suddenly tiptoed, leaned over to his ear and whispered, then ignored his reaction and quietly retreated to the side of the bar, ready to watch the performance of the two male protagonists. "What did that woman whisper to you?" Nina rolled her eyes and walked over, looking like she was not surprised. "Boss, I have to remind you that our troubles are very likely to be expanded because of women." "Aha." Wayne spread his hands to the assistant lady and whispered before walking towards the monitor. "Don't lock the door of the suite at night." Nina looked at his back, shook her head helplessly and muttered softly, "Damn, I knew that woman would get into your bed if she took the initiative." The scene that is about to be filmed can be regarded as the most popular scene in The Departed, all thanks to the popularity and popularization of short videos in later generations. I believe many people have seen this scene. The original version is Leonardo DiCaprio sitting at the bar counter with Jack Nicholson, and then Leo suddenly picked up a wine glass while smoking and smashed it on the other's head. There are also many magic modified versions on the short video platform, such as the wine glass turned into a green hat, which was put on Jack Nicholson's head by Leo. Robert, photography, no problem. Steve, lighting, okay. Wex, is that wine glass a prop? Sure, I don't want to be chased by old Jack after shooting this shot. Since the crew is still in the early stages of filming, there are relatively few conflicts, so even though the three leading actors are big names, they get along well with the staff behind the scenes, which also makes the filming atmosphere particularly good. Just when Wayne confirmed that everything was fine and picked up the megaphone to start the formal filming, Jack Nicholson lowered his head, ran out of the camera range, and ran to the director's monitor in a few steps. He ignored the surprised eyes of the staff around him, looked at the film director mysteriously, lowered his voice, and said in a voice that only they could hear, "Hey, what do you think of this thing?" Looking at the revolver under the old guy's suit, Wayne almost raised his hand to slap himself. With just one look, he found that this guy actually brought a real thing. No one knew where this thing came from. It was definitely not prepared by the props team. Sure enough, if anyone in the crew could be a little willful, only this old guy could do it. He could be said to have felt the director's pulse. As long as it was beneficial to the film or the performance, the other party would hardly object. He was willing to tolerate some of his willfulness in performance. This time, their cooperation made Jack Nicholson's performance very enjoyable. Brad Pitt doesn't know? Wayne signaled with his eyes and asked in a low voice. Jack Nicholson shook his head, revealing a smile of success. I don't know. This will give him a big surprise, right? Okay, let's try to get the shot of pulling out the gun through in one take. It will be hard to capture Brad Pitt's true reaction the second time. Thinking of the benefits of doing so, he silently agreed to the old man's willfulness. Such unexpected performances can indeed make the performance more realistic. Chapter 346. Wayne is very vindictive. After discussing with Wayne, Jack Nicholson quickly ran back to the front of the bar and sat side by side with the puzzled Brad Pitt. Under the surrounding cameras, they were ready to start the official filming. Okay, The Departed, Scene 36, Act 1. The clerk heard Guillermo's signal and slapped the clapperboard. Begin. Sitting behind the monitor, Wayne crossed his arms and stared at the picture sent back from the camera with interest, wanting to see if Jack Nicholson and Brad Pitt's first scene against each other could bring enough surprises. The faces of the two protagonists on the screen were very clear. Jack Nicholson stretched out his hand and suddenly took out a gun from under his body. He first aimed at himself nervously, and then his demeanor suddenly became relaxed and pointed the gun at his serious partner. Do you have anything to ask me? These were all his improvisations. There was no design of pulling out a gun in the original script. When they saw that he not only brought a real gun to the filming, but also added it into the play willfully, the whole crew was confused by this scene. Including Guillermo and photographer Robert. They all turned back to look at the director, but Wayne did not shout cut and just watched quietly, which forced everyone to continue working. When the gun was pointed at him, Brad Pitt found something wrong. This was inconsistent with the scene they had practiced before. The feeling of having a real gun pointed at your head was definitely not as easy as imagined, especially when the gun could clearly let him see the yellow-orange bullet. Panic flashed across his face. His expression might have been adjusted back in just a moment, but his eyes were not so easy. This panic was recorded on film through his eyes without missing a single thing. The crew had its own rules. No matter what happened, the performance had to go on before the director shouted stop. So Brad Pitt could only bite the bullet, finish his lines, stare into Jack Nicholson's eyes, and hope that the old guy opposite him would not go crazy and pull the shitty trigger. Okay, cut. After dozens of seconds, Wayne finally called for a stop with satisfaction. At this moment, everyone noticed that Brad Pitt suddenly leaned on the bar, with a sweat stain on his forehead. This one passed. Everyone take a 15-minute break. Shit, FXXKU Jack. What the hell do you want to do? The actor who recovered suddenly growled, and it can be seen at this time that he was very scared. Just think about how much pressure it is to have a real gun against your head. Even in the police or the army, it is taboo to point a gun at a companion, even if there is no bullet in the gun. This country has frequent shootings. Not to mention, being pointed at by a gun. Hearing a sound similar to a gunshot from a distance, the first reaction of a normal person is to lie down immediately and find a nearby bunker to hide. Hey, don't get excited. Jack Nicholson calmed his partner while looking at the direction of the monitor, wanting the film director to help explain. Unexpectedly, Wayne pretended not to see his eyes for help and lowered his head to write something in the notebook. It's just a joke, Brad, just a little joke. Listen to me, the safety of this thing has never been opened, and our shot passed in one take, didn't it? The two people muttered and discussed for a long time. I don't know what price this old guy paid, but he finally calmed his partner down. This made him begin to doubt whether it was not worth it for him to play like this. Have you had a good rest? It was only then that Wayne came over with a megaphone, raised his hand and patted Brad Pitt on the shoulder, took out his cigarette, and handed it over. Hey, if I were you, I would definitely not let this old guy go easily. What do you think? After saying that, he didn't even look at Jack Nicholson's reaction and shouted into the megaphone. Macup, touch up our leading actor. Hurry up. While they are in good shape, we will finish the scenes here today. Seeing the two Macup artists chasing the leading actor to touch up his Macup, he nodded with satisfaction and walked towards his director's chair. Jack Nicholson, who was ignored throughout the whole process, looked at his partner with an embarrassed expression. Shit, Wayne is very vengeful. I swear to God, he is very vengeful. Looking at this old guy who always likes to add scenes to himself, Brad Pitt turned his head with a pout, making it easier for the Macup artist to touch up his face. He just broke out in a cold sweat and directly messed up his entire face. You'd better stop saying bad things about the director, otherwise Christian Bale will definitely take it seriously and then swing his fist to beat you up. Think about his Batman body, right? That must be a very sour feeling. Listening to his partner's sarcastic ridicule, Jack Nicholson subconsciously glanced around and remembered that the other leading actor was taking a break today. Don't mention that stereotypical British guy, he's just a drama madman. But this kind of person is usually more likely to succeed. Every director likes this kind of actor, and everyone understands the reason. Actors like Christian Bale are dedicated, hardworking, professional, and can give everything for the role. These qualities may not be rare, but when they are placed on a talented person, they will produce a qualitative change. After spending a few days with this British actor, the other two protagonists are not very willing to play with him, but they respect his performance very much. At most, they will complain about his stereotype and boringness. Everyone in the crew knows that Christian Bale has always been grateful for Wayne's support. If he hadn't been chosen to play Batman Bruce Wayne, it would be impossible for a small actor to spread his name around the world like now. It is also because of this that, even if the salary for The Departed is only $1 million, the British actor signed the contract without hesitation. This is probably his last low-paying project. With Christian Bale's current fame, the salary for the second Batman movie will definitely increase significantly. This is a market rule, and even the production company will not easily violate it. Sequels have always been the biggest moneymaker for actors, and the risk of easily changing roles in a film is too great, so great that even film companies cannot afford it. The only good news is that Wayne made preparations in advance and had several main actors sign long-term contracts with Warner Brothers. Even if their salaries would increase, they would increase within a normal range, and there would definitely not be a situation where they would only get a share of the box office in the second or third film. Just think about Johnny Depp, who received a terrifying salary of more than $30 million in the last two Pirates of the Caribbean films, and this was the result of Disney's reluctance to give him a share. Robert Downey Jr. only had so much screen time in The Avengers, and he received such a scary number. Wayne always reminded himself to do everything in advance. In today's Hollywood, among those under 30 years old, Wayne Greenberg is definitely the one who makes the most money. Just from the information we have on the surface, he can get hundreds of millions of dollars in the movie Batman Begins. This young tycoon is not only able to make money, but also has an extremely accurate investment vision. According to information obtained by our reporter, he started investing in the stock market in 1992 and 1993, and his main investment targets are Microsoft and Oracle. He also holds a small amount of Cisco shares. Now the stocks of these three internet companies add up to more than $250 million US. It should be noted that the market value of these three companies is still growing rapidly. In addition to the investment in internet companies, the largest component of Wayne Greenberg's assets is the shares of Warner Brothers. This part of the figure has always been a mystery. Some financial institutions speculate that the shares he holds will not be less than 7%, and it is very likely that he is the largest natural person shareholder of Warner Brothers. And Warner Brothers is the most important asset of Time Warner Group, no doubt about it. Such a young American dream representative with a net worth of over $1 billion is completely opposite to the image he left to the public. Maybe some people thought he was sunny, handsome, and talented before, but now Wayne Greenberg's ex-girlfriend has come out to prove it. This is a naked irony. This Hollywood genius director who looks sunny and rich likes to abuse women violently and has a strong desire for control. It is still unknown whether he uses dirty money to achieve his goals. At present, many women's rights organizations will provide legal assistance to Katie. At the same time, they call on all sectors of society to pay attention to women's rights issues and to spontaneously boycott Wayne Greenberg so that this kind of human demon can use movies to continue to deceive innocent fans. They also hope that women who have been violated by him can bravely stand up for more innocent people. With a pop, the whole newspaper was thrown on the table, and a fat hand was taken back and gently scratched his chin. In the Miramax office, Harvey Weinstein turned his eyes from the newspaper to the director sitting across the desk, his eyes full of disbelief. "Anthony, don't tell me that all this was done by you, and that Stuart Baird. No, you can't have such a big power." "It's interesting, Harvey, I promise." Hearing the words of the fat man opposite, Anthony Minghella hurriedly said, "Stuart and I just want to discuss him, and everything that happened later has nothing to do with us. Just like you said, we too don't have that much power." At this moment, before the two people could continue the discussion, a strange picture suddenly appeared on the CBS channel, one of the largest cable TV networks in North America. On the TV that had been turned on with the background music, people felt creepy and full of weirdness at the first glance. The male protagonist in the picture was Wayne Greenberg, FXXK. "This matter has nothing to do with you two British guys. Even I can't do this kind of thing. It's a big deal." Chapter 347. He is a born pervert. Sometimes, it is a normal video, but if the projection angle is slightly changed, and a special background music is added, the message conveyed by the video will become completely different. This is a video being played on TV at this time. This is a dance that Wayne recorded when he was filming Joker by Zack Snyder and Robert. Later, it was specially edited and given to him after adding music. Then this video was added as an Easter egg to the director's cut version of the commemorative videotape of Joker and given to some people in the hardcore fan organization to gather people's hearts. Warner Brothers is also preparing to use it as a gimmick after Batman Begins is taken off the shelves, and the two film tapes will be sold together at a high price. Watching this video now, it feels completely creepy. The scary background music has been changed by someone with ulterior motives, and the light of the picture has been deliberately lowered. It's like a perverted psychopath who is intoxicated in his own world. From this video, we can see that Wayne Greenberg has always had psychological problems. His behavior is completely different from that of ordinary people at certain times. It is impossible for a normal person to show such a perverted and intoxicated expression. The screen on the TV turned into a talk show. Recently, there have been many such talk shows, but most of them are discussing Wayne's wealth, business investment behavior, and various scandals with women. This can also explain why Wayne Greenberg's ex-girlfriend Katie accused him of being a sadist. From the information we have received, as early as college, he was fond of dark and cruel noir films. The experimental short films he shot were all bloody stuff, and it was difficult for people to understand what he wanted to express. As the host spoke, the screen cut to another interview scene. Under the interviewee, a line of words was marked, indicating that this was Wayne's college classmate. Yes, the professors are all praising Wayne's filming talent, but his talent is used in the wrong direction. Every time he shoots something, it is hard to understand. Even a few minutes of experimental short films are filled with a lot of blood and violence, and there is no so-called storyline at all. In Miramax's office, Harvey Weinstein suddenly stood up, walked a few steps to the TV, and reached out to turn the volume to the lowest. Only the picture can be seen, but no sound can be made. This kind of distorted facts and full of dirty water of facts is not something that ordinary people can use. It is very difficult to connect those related people in a short time through distorted facts. This thing seems to be very convincing, because it is all true. In fact, the fat man knows very well what is going on. This time, it is not an individual behavior to black Wayne. The biggest possibility is that a giant is involved. As long as enough people see this video, even if Wayne Greenberg doesn't have a mental illness, everyone will regard him as a psychopath. Abusing women, mentally ill, Anthony, guess what's next? The British director who had been sitting at his desk also had an incredible look on his face. He had never thought that he and his friend Stuart Baird just wanted to disgust the other party, but it led to so many unpredictable results. Why? Anthony Minghella looked at the fat man and couldn't help but say, what's the point of doing this? Can the so-called victim's ex-girlfriend, or the rumor that Wayne Greenberg is a psychopath, have any impact on him? He is just a director, not one of those acting stars who are afraid of being smeared. Naive. Shaking his head, Harvey Weinstein suddenly felt that his mood became very good. Although he had a relatively pleasant cooperation with the other party, it did not mean that he liked the young man and did not want to see him get into trouble. After sitting back at the large desk, the fat man opened the drawer below and took out a thick cigar. Under the puzzled eyes of the British director, he slowly cut off the cigar head and lit the cigar with a spray gun cigarette lighter. After he exhaled a cloud of fruity aroma, he leaned back in the boss chair, shook his head gently, and said, I dare say those people will have other means behind this. It's not just that they want to blacken Wayne Greenberg for a day or two, but it seems to be a long-term smear. Just watch, it will definitely be like this. As for why they do this, it's very simple. This circle does need top commercial directors and producers to produce successful works from time to time to continuously expand the film market, but it does not need a director or producer who is always successful, especially this person only belongs to one company. So, except for Warner Brothers, no one wants to see Wayne Greenberg continue to succeed. Hollywood capital giants have always been like this. Since they can't grab the market share from the theater market, they just let the people who make the film have some problems. You mean? Anthony Minghella opened his mouth in surprise. Except for Warner Brothers, are the other 5 giants likely to make a move? Harvey Weinstein nodded proudly. Maybe not so many, maybe more than that. Anyway, as long as this wave of public opinion continues, Wayne Greenberg will definitely become a pervert, sadist, psychopath, and other director with a series of labels. At least his works will lose many passers-by fans. Ask yourself, who would be willing to watch the works of a psychopath, pervert, sadist director? Anthony Minghella thought about it and understood that, even if Wayne Greenberg would not suffer legal or economic losses this time, he would lose too much passers-by popularity. Ordinary people are not die-hard movie fans. Their tendency to choose movies is easily disturbed by external information. Most people choose to watch a movie on weekends mainly for relaxation. They don't have time to distinguish the truth from the false information they get, and they only choose movies based on their feelings. Especially regarding the abuse of women, it is very likely that most women will be united in hatred and refuse to watch all of Wayne's subsequent works. Coupled with the deception of women's rights organizations, it is hard to say how many people will be disturbed by the women around them when choosing Wayne's new films. Don't think too much, I warn you. Forget your experience of participating in this matter. Harvey Weinstein looked at the British and his face suddenly tightened. Put all your thoughts on the production of The English Patient. Forget about the photos and Stuart Baird. Be careful of being targeted for revenge. Every giant is not easy to mess with. If Warner Brothers starts to fight back afterwards, a small figure like Anthony Minghella will not be enough in front of the media group. Perhaps Warner Brothers will slowly calculate for other participants. After all, the dirty tricks between the 6 majors have been going on for a long time, and they have done many things to step on each other's feet when they have the opportunity. But for a small British director, there is absolutely no need to be so patient. It is not difficult to knock him down. I understand. Anthony Minghella nodded, stood up and turned to leave. He had seen enough of the excitement. The work on The English Patient was the foundation of his foothold in Hollywood. Harvey Weinstein and others were not the only ones who saw this show at this time. In the CEO's office of the Warner Brothers building in Burbank, Jeff Robinoff's face was livid, and he sat in silence with Bruce Rosenblum opposite him. It seems that Wayne's continuous huge success has made many people impatient. The CEO of Warner Brothers sighed. Although he was angry that someone would throw dirty water on Wayne, he could understand it to a certain extent. In recent years, Warner Brothers' main revenue is divided into 2 parts. One part is the big production initiated by the company itself, mainly sequels, such as the Ace Ventura series. The other part is Wayne's project. As Wayne's film profitability has increased, not only has Warner Brothers and him made a lot of profits, but also the revenue of this film and television giant has always ranked first among the 6 major Hollywood companies. Especially when superheroes appeared, DC Comics, which was on the verge of bankruptcy and extremely embarrassed, regained vitality, and it also marked a different direction for Warner Brothers in the next 20 years. With such a profitable film comparable to an animated feature film, coupled with DC Comics, which does not have to worry about copyrights at all, it is almost destined that, if Wayne continues to succeed, Warner Brothers will further widen the gap with other giants. Of course, other companies can also make superheroes. The essence of Hollywood has always been assembly line-like replication, but there is an unavoidable problem. Only Warner Brothers has such a rich treasure of copyrights as DC Comics, and Wayne Greenberg, who controls the key to the treasure. Except for Warner Brothers, most of the copyrights of comic heroes in the hands of other giants are scattered, and not systematic at all. They cannot be planned, as long as they are. Should we do something? Bruce Rosenblum frowned, tapping his fingers on the armrest of the chair. By tomorrow morning at the latest, more media will be involved in the discussion. It won't just be those under Disney. Wayne is a hot topic now. Let the public relations department contact those media that are friendly with us first and say hello in advance. Try not to follow up on this topic. Jeff Robinoff looked out the window and always felt that there was a large mass of black fog hidden under the bright sunshine. Notified John Gray to stay in Boston and not rush back. Prepare to deal with the upcoming media reporters there and leave a relatively quiet shooting environment for Wayne. We'll see what else happens. I really want to know, besides Disney and CAA, who else can't wait to make Warner Brothers unlucky. Chapter 348 Technology suddenly becomes clumsy. 100 Universal Plaza Avenue, Universal Studios is located between Los Angeles and the media capital of Burbank. This second oldest movie giant in Hollywood, the distribution, administration and other departments have moved to New York. Only the production department and office remain here. At this time, it was completely dark. Universal Pictures CEO Ron Mayer stood in front of the office window, holding a cup of coffee, watching the brilliant lights of Burbank in the distance. It is a recognized center of the media industry. It is not a large area, but there are hundreds of large and small media companies. Most importantly, there is also the Hollywood giant Warner Brothers. In recent years, this movie giant has expanded rapidly. Through the continuous success of sequels and Wayne Greenberg's hit black films, its revenue figures are more amazing every year. Especially this year, the revenue has been able to be sure to rank first among the 6 majors again. If this is not a big deal, these Hollywood giants will have ups and downs, and no one will be complacent for too long. Maybe the loss of a super production can make all the profits of the year go down the drain. Especially in recent years, the size of big productions has become larger and larger, and the investment has increased. The cost of a Hollywood first-line science fiction or action blockbuster has increased to hundreds of millions of dollars. If such a terrifying investment fails, even the 6 giants will have a long time to recover. This is because there are media groups behind the big giants. If it is a small and medium-sized film company, the failure of a first-line project will cause such a film company to go bankrupt and reorganize. But when everyone's investment in a movie is like gambling, Warner Brothers has taken the lead in finding a winning weight. The first-line projects they have invested in the past 2 years have become more conservative, and their goals are all aimed at the sequel series with a much higher success rate than the original. Because the sequel has a large fan base, it is difficult for Warner Brothers to fall in this regard. They also have Wayne Greenberg, a dark genius. This year, because of the comic-adapted movie he shot and released, Warner Brothers' offline marketing channels have gradually become more perfect. In this regard, it has ranked second among the 6 majors, catching up with Walt Disney, which started with animated feature films. Various derivative productions, authorizations, etc. have created unplanned profit points for the company. However, to the disappointment of other giants, all this is just the beginning. In the latest news revealed by Warner Brothers, Batman 2nd can be prepared for filming at any time. At the same time, they have also established a new screenwriter department to assist Wayne Greenberg in writing other superhero scripts. All kinds of information reveal the ambitions of Warner Brothers and DC Comics. Their comic adaptation plan has been fully planned and is likely to be designed for a few years. However, there is only one absolute core of the comic adaptation plan. That is Wayne Greenberg, who is the irreplaceable executor of the DC series of movies. From the work plan he revealed to the media at the press conference of his new film, it can be found that after this film, comic adaptation blockbusters will begin to frequently land on the big screen. No one wants to see such a picture appear, but now that young man has unknowingly acquired full wings in a few years, and it is difficult to suppress him easily. The investment in Warner Brothers has completely changed Wayne Greenberg's identity. From the day he invested, he was no longer a weak director. He turned into one of the bosses of a movie giant, actively integrated into capital, and became an inseparable part of capital. So when the opportunity came, everyone was tacitly reaching out, hoping to reduce the success rate of his work in various ways. These methods, which are linked together, usually no one can come out intact. This is also the most common and effective method for giants to use media, channels, capital and other resources. The ratings of CBS are wide enough, and the effect should not be bad. Ron Mayer, who had been staring out the window, took a sip of coffee and suddenly said, "Notify our media and the parent company's cable TV network to follow up on this topic from tomorrow morning." The media has already made arrangements, and I believe that it will not only be us who will follow up. Justin, who hurried over from New York, replied in a low voice. Anyway, Wayne Greenberg has been very popular recently, and reporting on him will not be a loss. According to the previous unknown tacit understandings, it is definitely not just them who will follow up tomorrow. As long as they don't want to miss this opportunity, they will probably follow the hype silently and guide public opinion. In the past 2 years, this kind of tacit understanding has only appeared twice among several giants. The first time was also aimed at a Jew, that is, Steven Spielberg, the good man of DreamWorks. No one wants to see the 7th Hollywood giant appear, but the ambition of the good guy is known to everyone. Now is just the beginning. As long as the Jewish director does not give up his ambition, the inexplicable targeting will only increase. Wayne Greenberg is the second one, and the reason is the same. No one wants to see Warner Brothers develop more rapidly because of him. Now the North American market is so big. Every time Warner Brothers takes a little more, the other 5 will lose a little. Although there is a lot of cooperation between the Hollywood giants, competition is always the main theme. The Hulk needs to speed up the production progress. We need our own superhero. Walking back to the rest area, Ron Mayer put down the cup and continued, "If this Hulk can be successful, I will contact Marvel Comics immediately. Although they have sold out the first line characters, they still have a lot of second line heroes, so the first one is really important." Being able to be one of the 6 CEOs is enough to prove Ron Mayer's ability and vision. He wants to contact Marvel Comics now. If he can make the decision, he even wants to directly take over the comic company. But he is just a senior worker, not the boss of Universal Pictures. The real decision makers are the shareholders, the parent company of Comcast, the second largest TV operator in North America. Therefore, before there are achievements, To prove the value of Marvel superheroes, the board of directors and the senior management of the parent company will not support any of his ambitions for Marvel Comics. Whenever he thinks of this, he is full of jealousy towards Jeff Robinov. They are both the heads of movie giants. Warner Brothers is not only an important part of the media group, but also owns the treasure of DC Comics. Justin shrugged his shoulders, his tone full of ridicule. Bill Becker had other ideas. The producer has told him that this film must be dark, otherwise we don't mind changing the director to direct it. Since Batman Begins is dark and serious, and it has also achieved great success, there is no reason for the Hulk to risk changing its style. This is the unanimous opinion of the senior management of Universal Pictures. Look at Batman, which has been screened for 6 months. In such a long screening cycle, it has never experienced a cliff-like box office drop. Even though it is now approaching the end of the season and the screening scale has been reduced to less than 200 theaters, the attendance rate is still partially guaranteed. For this reason, they have no reason to play any innovation. With the good reputation of Hulk and the proven successful shooting style, what Warner Brothers can do, Universal Pictures will not be bad at copying. Seeing that it was already late, Ron Mayer finally whispered, "That woman hasn't let go yet?" Justin had a toothache when he mentioned this. No, that woman seems to be deliberately dragging it out and has been acting hesitant. The liar is about to start shooting. Find a way to get the agent to contact the other party again and tell her that this is the last chance. If she continues to hesitate, she will only miss the second cooperation with Jim Carrey. Ron Mayer shook his head. The key to the next plan is women. It stands to reason that no actress should be able to refuse the leading role of a first-line production. The other party's first success was achieved by working with Jim Carrey. Now that this opportunity was in front of him, he didn't believe that the woman would refuse it. As for giving up the opportunity in front of him for Wayne, he didn't even think about it. This circle has always been extremely realistic. It is normal to turn against people. Everything is based on the size of interests. No one is stupid enough to talk about feelings, not to mention that there is no relationship between them. The temptation is not limited to the project of Liar. As far as Ron Mayer knows, the agent also brought an invitation to Men in Black. He didn't believe that the woman would refuse it in the end. Everything that is happening and about to happen in Los Angeles will not affect Boston. At this time, in the master bedroom of the top floor suite of the Four Seasons Hotel, Wayne sat on the bed, holding the phone in his hand and responding from time to time. "Cammy, it seems that you are not so easily tempted, right? I didn't expect you to tell me this on your own initiative." Cameron Diaz's voice came out on the phone with a hint of annoyance. "Damn, sugar daddy, you don't know how much I gave up, but I believe you will give me more." Wayne was silent for a while before he said, "You won't regret your choice today, Cammy, you will get more." "Oh, FXXK, be gentle." "What?" Cameron Diaz asked in confusion on the phone. "It's okay, don't rush to reject them, I'll let Nina contact you later, that's it, hang up first." When he put the phone on the table, he looked down and saw Jennifer Cannelli's innocent face, winking at him playfully. "Sorry, honey, I didn't mean to hurt you, I swear." "Shit, I won't." Before Wayne finished speaking, the phone rang again, and he had no choice but to suppress his impulse again, reaching out to take the microphone again. But he didn't rush to speak. Instead he covered the microphone and looked down at the innocent face. "Listen, if your skills suddenly become clumsy again, I will definitely make you regret it." After speaking, he felt it carefully and answered the phone with a satisfied expression on his face. "Hi, good evening, this is Wayne Greenberg." "Wayne, this is Harry. There is something I have to tell you." Chapter 349. I hope we won't be interrupted this time. This is destined to be a night that will not make people calm, whether it is the insiders in Los Angeles with various ideas or the media related to entertainment and finance in North America. Because Wayne's wealth has been frequently discussed by the media during this period, even some talk shows have invited some so-called financial commentators to analyze the investment choices of this young director from various angles. This naturally attracted the attention of some financial media, especially when the controversy about him began to appear. The identity of a celebrity and a rich man is destined to easily arouse the curiosity of ordinary people. Even unrelated media have a very sensitive sense of smell. Chasing hotspots can be said to be the instinct of these people. In the bedroom of the presidential suite of the Four Seasons Hotel in Boston, Wayne had a calm face, sitting on the bed with a big horse and a golden sword, listening carefully to the voice from the other side, and responding softly from time to time. At this time, Jennifer Connelly, who was busy with her head down, also had a little dissatisfaction in her heart, but it was not easy to show it. The good things tonight have been interrupted by the phone twice in a row. Even if she was not far from the microphone, she didn't hear any of the conversation. She was just sure that the 2 consecutive calls were from women, and the things they said were very important. Otherwise, based on her understanding of normal men, unimportant things would not allow these lower body animals to suppress their instinctive desires. This opportunity tonight is very important to Jennifer Connelly. She has been in this circle since she was a child. She knows one thing very well, that is, the results obtained by other support and by her own efforts are completely different. Now that she has been lucky enough to join the other party's crew, she must want to shoot more than just this film. She wants to improve her own value and status. This kind of realistic film is by no means the best choice, but it is a ladder. The important thing is to seize the opportunity to shoot outside and try to please the other party while there are no women around him, so as to make this man think of himself first when there is a suitable role in the production of commercial productions in the future. As long as she participates in a commercial production of the other party, the improvement of her own fame and status will be much greater than shooting this kind of realistic gangster film. The independent film circle and professional awards may look down on vase actresses, but the mainstream commercial film circle in Hollywood will not be prejudiced against vase actresses. On the contrary, a successful vase is an indispensable element in commercial films and the most direct way for actresses to improve their status and value. Jennifer Connelly never thought of becoming an acting talent like Meryl Streep. Even if she has won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actress and the Oscar for Best Actress, no one would think that Meryl Streep is the representative actress of Hollywood in the 1960s and 1970s. Her eyes have always been on other actresses of the same age, such as Cameron Diaz, who has been called the representative of North American sexy sweethearts by the media, Naomi Watts, whose popularity has been steadily increasing, and Nicole Kidman, who has overtaken others with her Soup, etc. A careful analysis shows that all these actresses have one characteristic, that is, there is a man behind them who is always ready to support them. So Jennifer Connelly wants to seize the opportunity and not let go. Maybe she can catch up with or even surpass the famous actresses of the same generation by taking on Wayne's project. Just like people and the media now think of Julia Roberts first when they mention the representative of Hollywood actresses in the 1990s, Jennifer Connelly also wants to become the representative of Hollywood actresses at the turn of the century in a few years. However, it is not easy. The famous actresses in this circle or those who are about to become famous are all struggling with such ambitions. The competition between actresses is often the most intense in places that ordinary people cannot see. However, the man she is serving humiliatingly is one of her hopes. Sometimes reality is so cruel. Only relying on acting talent, pleasing face and figure and hard work is far less than a promise from the man who is calling. Just like when the first call just ended, the woman who called obviously got the promise she wanted most. That's it. Keep the status quo first. I will let Nina contact you later. At least think of a way to reveal the person who seduced you. I must know who is hiding behind the scenes and reaching out. Wayne listened to the phone for a few minutes and finally broke the silence. Just stay in the Independence Day crew and film. It seems that at least 20th Century Fox is not involved, but it is hard to say what will happen in the future. Be careful when you speak. Also, don't accept any media interviews for the time being. The phone was put back on the bedside table with a click. The man sitting on the bed picked up the cigarette, lit it and took a deep puff until he exhaled a puff of green smoke happily. Then he reached out and patted the woman who was still busy. Looking at the doubtful look of the woman who raised her head, he suddenly opened his mouth and smiled, as if the puff of green smoke he just exhaled also exhaled the haze of the past few days. Okay, we have to pause again. Wayne patted the woman's hair with his palm, pointed to the nightgown thrown aside, and said, "Put on your clothes, and then help me call Nina in, and tell her that I have something to talk to her about." "Now?" Jennifer Connelly asked in surprise. He nodded. "Yes, go ahead." The woman resisted the urge to roll her eyes, wiped her mouth, put on her bathrobe, pushed open the bedroom door, and seemed to remember something. She turned around and leaned against the wall, tilting her head to look at Wayne, who was sitting on the bed smoking. "Then what? Do you want me to stay tonight?" "Of course, sweetheart." Wayne shrugged with a cigarette in his mouth, stood up and adjusted his bathrobe. "We'll be done soon. After waking up Nina, you stay in the living room for a while. I promise it will only take a while." When the assistant came over, her hair was messy. She was wearing pajamas and rubbing her eyes from time to time. It can be seen that she was not in a good mood. She should have been forced to wake up not long after falling asleep. "Boss, shouldn't you be taming the little wildcat at this time? Is there anything more important than this? Everyone has a bad temper when they wake up." Wayne seemed not to hear the teasing in her tone and simply recounted the 2 phone calls to her. Nina's eyes also regained wisdom, and she was thinking while listening. "It seems that those people are planning to use the women close to you to stab you in the most crucial way." The assistant and he both knew that if these women spoke out to the media, their credibility would never be comparable to that of the little wildcat named Katie, and things would become much more difficult at that time. Wayne nodded gently and sneered, with obvious sarcasm. "Don't worry, none of those women are stupid. Tomorrow you will contact them and find out who is tempting them behind the scenes. He has been hiding in Boston, as if he was not the one being hacked, but this does not mean that he really doesn't care. Now his idea is very simple. First find out who has been involved, and then slowly stab them back. As long as they are in this circle, Wayne has plenty of ways and plenty of time to play with them." "Okay, then I'll go back to sleep." Nina yawned with her hand covering her mouth, and turned to the living room with her messy hair shaking. "By the way, do you want me to call that little wildcat back for you?" "Yes." For most of the night, Jennifer Connelly and Wayne were both desperately releasing the passion of their young bodies. One was willing to cooperate, and the other's hormones were always vigorous. Fortunately, the hotel's soundproofing level was high enough to keep all the strange sounds in this bedroom. The woman fell asleep tiredly in Wayne's arms. He reached out and took the watch from the bedside to check the time. It was already past 2 o'clock in the morning, but after venting, he was no longer sleepy and felt quite refreshed. This woman gave him a very different feeling. She was in her early 20s, had a nearly perfect face, and a delicate temperament, but was brave enough to try more ways of playing. The alternative contrast made people extremely fascinated. Moreover, her skills were quite good, and she did not reject some of Wayne's little quirks. For men, this was simply a perfect bed partner. Looking at Jennifer Connelly in his arms, thinking about the 2 women who called tonight, I have to say that they are very smart and don't want to be the knife in someone else's hand, although this knife is not something that everyone can do. Perhaps only the people around Wayne understand that some people may not really cause much harm to him, even if they spend more time thinking. Instead, when things are over, it is not surprising that this big boy with a sunny and kind appearance and no bottom line in his heart can do anything silently, and he is confident that he will not fall because of women. Whether looking forward or looking back, the rich people in Europe and the United States are playing crazier than each other. Did they fall? No. Will it work to expose it? It doesn't work. The most important issue involved is money and power. These 2 things can satisfy 90% of women's desires, so those celebrities and rich people who were bitten by women and fell because of stinginess. Which of the women around her is not a smart actress who became famous in later generations? Since they can make a name for themselves in this fiercely competitive circle, none of them has a bad brain. Between the temptation of the stranger's uncertainty and Wayne's great help to their careers, they may be overwhelmed by the temporary benefits, but as long as they have time to consider the gains and losses, they will definitely not take such uncertain risks. Even the lions in the zoo know the difference between having food every day and having a full meal. Moreover, whether the promise of a full meal can be fulfilled is still a question. Don't think that everyone is as trustworthy as Wayne. It is the norm for capital to turn against you immediately after taking advantage of you. How will you continue? He muttered softly and closed his eyes while holding the beauty in his arms. Chapter 350. My goal is to become the little golden man. The night of Boston faded away. Wayne leaned comfortably on the bed early in the morning until the woman ran into the bathroom with her mouth covered. Then he slowly put on his clothes and went into the bathroom to wash up. The two stood side by side in front of the mirror, holding toothbrushes to clean up their personal hygiene. A trace of fatigue could be seen on Jennifer Canella's face. Obviously, she did not rest after a short sleep after intense exercise last night. "Honey, how did I do?" While wiping her face with a towel, she looked at the man next to her. The other party also held a towel and did the same thing. "Well, I have to say, your skills are great." Shrugging his shoulders, Wayne hung the towel back on the sink, adjusted his shirt, and prepared to start a new day of work. "Come on, if you still want to have breakfast, we have to go out quickly." At about 7:40 in the morning, the huge convoy left the hotel again and drove towards the location. Just as imagined, a large number of media reporters had surrounded the suburban shooting location that had been arranged long ago. Compared with the small fights some time ago, there were more people today. Cars drove into the location one after another. Every crew member looked at the reporters silently. Since this morning, the atmosphere of the crew began to become a little strange. Everyone knew what was probably the reason. This won't work. There are too many media reporters outside. After getting off the car, Wayne put his hands on his waist and looked outside. He said to John Gray, who was standing beside him, "The filming will definitely be affected. Think of a way to divert the attention of those people. It's useless for me to accept the interview. Those people are targeting you." John Gray waved his hand irritably and kicked a stone away. "Shit, I'll go out and try to deal with it." "Forget it, I'll go with you. Those people are not so easy to get rid of." He waved to Sergey, and the two walked towards the large number of reporters surrounding the door under the gaze of many people in the crew. Now too much media attention has made some people in the crew uneasy. It has become difficult to continue shooting quietly. If it weren't for a relatively better shooting environment, Wayne would not be willing to face these media too early. Director Greenberg, can you talk about when you developed mental illness? Hey, Wayne, do you really like violently abusing women? Wayne, what do you think of Katie and the women's organization's accusations against you? As soon as the two came out under the protection of Sergey and the security guards, they were immediately surrounded by the crowd. There were at least 7 or 8 recorders and microphones in front of Wayne, and the photographers outside the crowd were also desperately pressing the shutter. In addition to the chaotic voices of various questions, there was only the sound of snapping photos. "Quiet, don't make a fuss, otherwise we will go back now," John Gray shouted several times in a row, and the scene gradually quieted down. "Ask questions one by one, you only have 5 minutes, it's best not to waste it." Wayne's voice reached everyone's ears. "The crew will start shooting on time in 5 minutes. I have to be responsible for the more than 100 staff behind me. Okay, let's start." The reporters who were gathered at the front looked at each other and understood that every question was crucial and 5 minutes would never be wasted on insignificant things. A female reporter's sharp voice suddenly rang out. "Director Greenberg, you have been studying black films since college. After graduation, you entered Hollywood and achieved success by shooting black films. Is your love for this type of film related to your mental illness?" I will only answer this question once. Although Wayne was mentally prepared, his face still darkened when he heard such questions. "I don't have any mental illness, nor any mental problems, and I don't have a habit of violently abusing women. All of this is groundless speculation. If I were you, I would be more cautious in reporting. There are legal risks in saying something nonsense." The female reporter shouted unwillingly, "But your works are full of blood, darkness and violent tendencies." "Next, I have already answered." He immediately waved his hand to interrupt the female reporter's words, obviously not intending to answer. "Hello, Director Greenberg, I'm Frank from the Los Angeles Times." Another male reporter introduced himself, noticed that he was looking at him, and hurriedly asked, "Can you talk about the accusation of abusing women and your ex-girlfriend in college? Did she lie to the public?" Wayne nodded. In fact, I can't remember who she is anymore. As for the problem of being violently injured by me, she can sue me at any time and seek justice through the law, right? Why doesn't she sue me? This is really strange. After saying this, he shook his head impatiently, frowned at the crowd in front of him who were obviously dissatisfied. Okay, the last question. The crew will start working soon, and I have to go back to host the filming. The scene suddenly became quiet. After a lot of effort, the other party accepted the interview, but got these few bland answers. This was not what most reporters thought. Wayne, can you talk about the new project you are shooting now? A reporter who was closer to the outside suddenly spoke up under the glares of many colleagues. There have been rumors that your new film is targeting the Oscars, right? Yes, that's it. He was too lazy to cover it up and nodded happily. I don't deny that I have great expectations for the Oscars in making the film The Departed. Of course, it's too early to say that now. Everything depends on the effect of the film after it is completed. The news that he suddenly admitted that he made a new film for the purpose of winning an Oscar made the scene quiet for a while. No one expected that there would be such an unexpected gain. This gimmick is no less than a woman's problem. The reporters present all came from the entertainment media, and most of them were half insiders. They were not unfamiliar with the Oscar, the highest honor of the Academy. This involves a problem. The Academy has always liked to please its own films, or to make films that suit their tastes, in order to win an Oscar, but the premise is that it cannot be said, and it cannot even be done too deliberately. The Oscars have always been so contradictory. Everyone knows that some award-winning films are simply homework for the little golden man, and the probability of winning is indeed high, but no one will shout it out blatantly. After all, the judges and the Oscars still have to be shameless. Shouting it out will only have a counterproductive effect and make the lobbying work during the awards season more difficult. Some things can only be done, not said. So sometimes the old men in the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences are no different from widows who have become BXXXH and built a memorial archway. If you don't make a film that suits their taste, the chances of winning the award will definitely be very low, but if you do it too deliberately, the Academy, which is clinging to the last bit of face, will resist. Wayne straightforwardly admitted to the media that the goal of making the film was to make The Little Golden Man, which was equivalent to setting obstacles for himself to win the award. The reporter who asked the question didn't expect the answer to be like this. Usually the director would implicitly express his yearning for the Oscar and show his feelings to the Academy without saying it clearly. So until he and John Gray and a few others went back for a while, the scene was still buzzing with discussion. No matter what, they didn't get nothing from this interview. Before most of the reporters left, they saw that the filming had already started inside, as if Wayne didn't care too much about the discussion outside about him. Wayne Greenberg is suspected of having a mental illness. Faced with the accusation of a habit of abusing women, Wayne Greenberg denied it. At present, there are more than 5 women's rights organizations in North America calling on women to boycott Wayne Greenberg's works. Regarding Wayne Greenberg's wealth, our reporter has conducted multiple investigations. Some experts pointed out that the reason why Wayne Greenberg loves black films must be related to his unfortunate childhood. Reporters visited the schools he grew up in, and everyone who had contact with him proved that he has always been the most withdrawn one. Wayne Greenberg personally admitted that the purpose of shooting and producing the film The Departed was to win the Oscar. He has been nominated for Best Director 3 times, but he missed the honor every time. It seems that this time, in an apartment in Burbank, Daisy frowned and looked at the pile of newspapers on the table. Almost all the paper media related to entertainment and finance were constantly reporting and hyping everything about Wayne. This situation is obviously abnormal. Even if he is a well-known rich and famous person in the United States, it is impossible for him to continue to receive such a large amount of attention. Moreover, Daisy disliked those distorted reports about women. In the past few days, more than a dozen fans have quit their organization because of doubts about various reports. That group of Mother FXXKBXXXH. When I collected the videotapes some time ago, they didn't have the same attitude as now. Son of the BXXXH. Daisy was not the only one reading the newspaper together. There were also 7 or 8 die-hard fans of the fan organization who were the leaders of their respective groups. But it was not these people who spoke at this time, but a black guy. The enthusiastic smile that he usually had, no matter who he was facing, disappeared, and anger made his face, which was already dark enough, become slightly distorted. Unlike other members of the fan organization, Schroeder was grateful to Wayne's movies from the bottom of his heart. That was the source of his motivation to change his life, and it was also the most important white moonlight in the heart of this black man, so he was the most angry one. Especially knowing that some fans who had collected the videotapes had voluntarily quit. He felt an illusion of betrayal. We must do something to support Wayne, guys. Schroeder took a few deep breaths and spoke, to break the already solidified atmosphere. I say, we have to think of a way to tell those who are misled by media reports that Wayne is not like that. Wait. Daisy's eyes suddenly lit up, and she raised her hand to stop the black guy from speaking in a rap style, muttering to herself. Media reports. Media reports. Warner Brothers also has its own media. We need a convincing fact. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.